hope so. So hello everyone, Myrmonden here. We're gonna just do, like quick, I don't know, Q&A, MEA, whatever, fun stuff, right? Hangout stream, maybe play some games or whatever. It's, another milestone there, right? 5 subscribers is awesome. And we're also gonna do the Crunchyroll Awards. So I haven't done the Crunchyroll reaction to who the winner is, and so on. And maybe, if this is long enough, we might just do the Horimiya live stream here, and then I do it wherever you later on. Yeah, so Horimiya, of course, complete May, and then also One Piece, of course, live reaction way later tonight. That we won't be sleeping that long, but yeah, One Piece live reaction is coming up, what, 6-7 hours from now, which is really hyped though. I'm a huge One Piece fan, obviously, with my radio here, hiding under the Miku. Yeah, it's like the high point of the flashback in One Piece, right? So that's I'm really hyped for. But anyway, so you can drop any kind of question. It's like last time when they had a 4-time subscriber and that stuff and so on, right? Of course, and then you can ask me any kind of questions and so on. Otherwise, this video here is gonna be mainly me reacting now then to the Crunchyroll winners, right? So I love doing that Crunchyroll roasting. Links below for that, right? For the previous live stream of that earlier this year, then, and of course we can. Cringe, laughed at the really weird decision making of the vote system, which is completely, I think, so pointless, right? I just find it, how to say it? Okay, so that works good, but yeah, I found it laughable, right? The system they have. Sorry, I should chat better. And of course, you can ask me on the chat here or Discord or whatever. I say it every time, right? When I whine about Crunchyroll, especially, I think. But the thing is that I said it here again. I want to say one thing here again. I think it's a very important thing to say again. So I did read one line someone sent me last week. I haven't when the thing gets aired, and it's perfectly what I'm saying, right? So in this award system, they have like best comedy, which is like weird. That have Anos was there in the whole Misfit Demon thing. That's really weird. So they have that thing going on, right? But they also have stuff like best antagonist and best protagonist, right? And the line someone sent me was like a quote from Crunchyroll. It was like, here, best antagonist, who's the best evildoer, or something like that, right? And I hate that, right? And I work some bit with writing, I mainly do other stuff, but I have written, some stuff, right, and mostly for games, but also too, and especially from a writing standpoint, from like a narrative writing standpoint, because I went to school and actually took like writing classes. Yeah, that kind of nerdy. Yeah. No, what I did, right? And if you read like the first, and my point is that the first thing you learn from like a technical aspect, right? When you kind of like here's school book, because things that you can learn to be a creative writer and this good stuff, right? But you also usually what you do learn, I think, for like a first class in school, right, is you learn kind of the basic, how I say it, formula and this system, right, of how to create a story. Like you have the narration thing, you have kind of usually the climax, you have some kind of build up, right, you have some kind of introduction, maybe an epilogue or a prologue. You get these kind of words, these kind of terms, usually what you start doing now. So hello, yeah, I'm just talking about my Crunchyroll basically, but yeah, welcome Grow. And what I mean with that is that why I hate Crunchyroll things so much, right, is because they have this insane way of like, they don't understand, right, what a protagonist and an antagonist, and I just hate it so much because those are two very well-defined words in any kind of anime or game, whatever, right? And what I mean, of course, is that in the antagonist slot in Crunchyroll every year, they have like, they have like bad people, but they don't have antagonists. Antagonists, because like, for example, the best example is when they had Ainz from Overlord. He's the protagonist, even if he's somewhat evil. He still is the protagonist. If you could play Disgaea, one of my favorite games, you're playing as a demon lord, you're still playing as the protagonist, he's a demon lord, right? So I mean, yeah. But yeah, see, the first anime I ever watched, it's Star Singer. Star Singer, it's the first anime I ever watched. I'm so old that no one even knows what the anime is. That's how old I am. Star Singer, I'm gonna drop it out here, which is basically Journey to the West. I put the image here, and then classic anime. Let me drop the image from the stream here. Yeah, Star Singer is the first anime I watched, which is like this old school. It's from like the 70s. Of course, I'm not that old, but it's like that's kind of what I think was produced. And we had it in my home country then, right? I'm just trying to get the image up here. Come on. I hate this. But that was the first time I dropped an image on the live stream. So I was like, it lags the first time, then usually it goes faster every time I do it. It's a classic indexing code issue, I guess. But come on. Sorry. No, okay, it's the wrong folder. Work folder. Yes, there it is. Starseeker. No, it lags. Classic. Every time, the first time I do it. Sorry for this. This is so classic for me when I live stream. That was the first image I try in. Then it lags. Here we go. It's not watching again. Wrong image. There we go. So Starsinger is the first anime I ever watched. Starsinger is it's basically Journey to the West, right? It's basically a Dragon Ball, like the first Dragon Ball. If you read Dragon Ball or seen it, you know, Goku as a kid, right? Bulma and so on. Journey to the West, of course, a classic Chinese, one of the 4 great work of the Chinese literature. And Starsinger then is the basically in space. Yeah, it's like Journey to the West, but they're in space, right? So they are traveling with this Princess Aurora through space. And you can see, you know, the main character has the whole Goku thing. He has the staff, right? He's Son Goku. Yeah, he's basically space Son Goku, and he flies around with like this magical. It's called like the Astro Staff. It's something instead, but it can grow and so on. So it really is. It's very similar to Dragon Ball. Like it's like a space Dragon Ball, like literally. It is very Dragon Ball. It flies around, fights with magical staff. They can both, you know, become taller and fatter and so on. And just like in the classic Journey to the West, then he has this headband, right, that controls his anger, right? Because first he's like some kind of bad guy, and she then being the monk character of the West has to control him, you know, his anger, right, with like, this control band. The same thing is called 2 has a control band too for that matter, and so on, right? So it's a classic Son Goku, right, that kind of anger thing. So that's the first time I ever watched. It aired when I was a kid. We had the VS tape and so on, and then, as I used to say, another anime I watched very early after that anime was Tenshin Moyo, right? So for me, having the quintuplets here, I will say that, right? For me, anime was never the whole idea of like, oh, it's like Naruto or Bleach, you fight stuff, right? For me, anime was like, oh, it's like harem and ecchi. For me, I grew up with the whole like, oh, anime, it's like you have alien girlfriends, and you have like 5 wives and so on. That anime for me, immediately I was like, yeah, waifu. That's the image I had of anime immediately. Yeah. The top off? Get the question. Is it possible for you to move the top off? From Ronnie's merchandise. I have no idea what you mean here. But FF7 question. Will Aerith change? I think she will be alive. Yeah. I think Aerith will survive. I think Aerith will survive it. I think Aerith will. I don't want to spoil F7 too much here, and it's somewhere on the other side here. I even worked on that game, you know, it's F7 remake. I worked on it in 15 though, way before, so it was like they completely redid it mostly. But what can I say? I don't spoil it too much, but yeah, Aerith, you know, FF7, I think 20-year-old game. I think she's gonna survive this time because they kinda I did stream that game last year, of course, and they kind of have all this time travel and the rework, and it's more like it reminds me a little bit of When They Cry currently, right? And the anime's airing right now, when it's like, this isn't really like a remake, it's more like a sequel. You lied to us, course, classic Nomura, you lied to us. This seems not more like an actual sequel more than a remake, right? But yeah, my first shonen then, that was definitely Dragon Ball, of course. Unless if Starsinger is counted as a shonen. But I think Starsinger I probably would count as more like a... I think Dragon Ball I would say my first real shonen, right? Which is of course is kind of the original shonen manga and anime. Because I have every book of Dragon Ball. And have all the volumes, everything, of course. But Starsinger is probably like a space opera, I guess, more than I think that probably. And the thing is that how I got into One Piece was that in Sweden then we had Dragon Ball. They actually had, I think it was the second to last volume of Dragon Ball. They actually added the first chapter of One Piece in the Dragon Ball volume. So you bought the Dragon Ball, as always, right? And then you got that One Piece first chapter of Luffy's backstory that started his kid, right? With the Shanks and so on. And I was like, whoa, this is better than Dragon Ball. I was immediately like, whoa, this is better than Dragon Ball. I was immediately like, honestly, I like Dragon Ball, and I read the One Piece chapter 1 in the Dragon Ball volume then, right? And I was like, this is better than anything Dragon Ball ever did. So I was like, this is gonna be even better. This is even more lit. And the thing of it, when I grew up, at least, when I read One Piece right for 20 years, right, is that we really had One Piece very, very early. So because they were translating One Piece from Japanese to Swedish immediately. They weren't doing the whole, like in Dragon Ball, they were doing, you know, like, I think they were even doing like German, actually. I think they were doing like Japanese into German, maybe Japanese into English to German, and then from German to Swedish, something like that. Right? They were kind of, you know, like, well, years afterward, right? We had Dragon Ball, of course, many years after it went in Japan. But in One Piece, they were like, okay, so we have, because then they had kind of established a little bit of like a manga production, right, or translation in my home country. So they started with basically Dragon Ball, and then Dragon Ball, of course, sold very well, and then they were like, okay, let's do One Piece. So they went One Piece immediately. They went to, so we had One Piece almost immediately when it started. It was out for like 1 or 2 years in Japan. So I've been reading One Piece almost from the beginning, because they had, yeah, that was like the first thing they localized directly from Japanese then. And it's a very famous story about the actual translator. He's very famous in Sweden, so it's like a very sad tale of his life there. It's very iconic. It's very iconic if you're into, like, if you're for me from Sweden and grew up with the manga and so on. The translator's life is like super famous. He was on the news and he was in the high court and so on, defending manga and anime. So I don't talk about too much here, but it's an interesting case. Basically, he got into trouble in a custody battle, like straight up, and that turned into a trouble for him owning, because he had like the biggest collection of manga in the country, basically, and he got in trouble for that because, you know, ecchi manga and so on. And then he went to like the Supreme Court. This is a real case. This guy, he went to Supreme Court of Sweden to defend owning ecchi manga, like horror manga, because this person, he also translated Love Hina and so on. So he had, you know, Love Hina and Tenshi Moyo and so on, right, the manga and so on. And he went to, like, to the Supreme Court of Sweden to defend owning Love Hina. It's like an actual case. It's an actual case of Sweden. It's a very famous it's a very famous case of the guy. I mean, literally, he went to the Supreme Court to defend, like, ecchi manga. I'm not even making a joke. He, like, that's the thing. It's a really famous case. He won those, yeah. It's a really famous case. So, like, Dushinis and so on, I guess it's kind of legal in Sweden, because he did win in Supreme Court. So it's but the thing is that, like, he was literally the translator of Love Hina and so on. And I remembered them because I have all the Love Hina books, of course, so on as well, in, you know, in the manga. And I remember following this case, of course, everyone in the community was following this case, and we were like, man, if he loses the case, do I have to burn my Love Hina books? You know, do I have to, like, remove my ecchi collection? Do I have to? I mean, but that stuff, it wasn't even ecchi, you know, ecchi, but it wasn't like actual. It wasn't like he went to court for, you know, the raw stuff. He went to court for, like, yeah, this kind of, you know, horror and like quintuple and so on. Yeah, like, you know, ecchi romance anime. Because again, he was a translator, so he had all the books, right? And the cops confiscated his books of anime. There was a family case, and he was the One Piece translator. And he went ahead to court, so they stopped it. So they kind of, that thing to that. So One Piece was translated by him, and he wasn't allowed to work as, you know, doing that stuff for the publishing company during this time. So they had to stop the One Piece production in Sweden, or the Luxembourg production, for a bit there, because the translator had to go to court to defend Love Hina and so on. This is like an actual an actual case. But anyway, that's a really interesting story. You can look into it if you are really into it. But it's a very famous story because he was defended by most actual artists in Sweden defended him, because they were like, well, because both artists, right, you know, painters and actors and so on, they were like, well, we aren't into this like Japanese ecchi stuff, but they were like, well, still, we aren't into anime and manga, because it was very new during that time, right? But they were like, still though, of course, anyone should be able to draw whatever they want, right? And he's just a translator. Yeah, so there's an interesting case there, because there's a lot of like people behind him and so on. But anyway, that's kind of the One Piece backstory there. And he also was a teacher. He was a professor or something like that at the Stockholm University teaching Japanese. So it was like a really weird case. He was like the guy teaching Japanese, translating, and the language. It was crazy. But anyway, that story is really interesting. I think for hours. What type of genre? Yeah, I mean, I like kind of games for me. I like every kind of genre, right? I like all the genres. My favorite genre is probably something like my favorite genre is definitely psychological genre, though, right? So Kaji is my favorite anime. Kaji is my favorite anime, and I love One Outs, right, and Akagi and so on, right. So these kind of gambling animes, let's throw in a Kaji here. I'm a huge. This one, the ugly drawing. This is like when he was younger, the master of gambling when he draw it. God damn, why is my computer so laggy all the time? It's always laggy opening the goddamn folder, and it's like how I got a new computer. See, I lost so much money this week now. Buying a computer. I lost so goddamn much money this week. But yeah, Kaji is my favorite anime, right? And probably almost favorite manga too. So when it comes to my life, right, I focus on different stuff, and my main expertise, I suppose, I like to say myself, is a game theory, human behavior economy, and of course with different IT stuff and gaming and so on. I consult on that, I work for different game companies and IT companies and so on too, right? And so it comes kind of natural to me that my favorite genre is the gambling. It's the psychological gambling anime where you're like, should I play the red or the blue card, right? So I love this stuff, right? We have to really think about your decision making, and I love talking about stuff like Prisoner Dilemma, right, and Stag Hunt and kind of more advanced stuff like that, right? And I love looking at like human data stuff, so why do people buy this stuff and so on. So for example, one thing I do currently is that I day trade a lot, right, with stocks and so on, and instead of really looking at so much valuation, even though I look at a lot too, though, mathematical numbers, I'm more of a person that I'm able to like predict hypes. That's more my thing. I'm like, this stock is probably gonna increase next week based on this stuff. So for example, I got into EHang very early last year. It went from like 10 to 120. I didn't go the full route, but I was in it very, very early at like 13, and I kind of predicted that it was gonna increase a lot. Clearly not based on valuation, the actual company's value, but on like human, psychology. It's like in Kaji, I was like, people are probably gonna bet here. So I'm good at like, determining people's betting somewhat. And the thing is that when I played most games, because I played many different games, right, competitive like StarCraft and Street Fighter and so on, it's kind of the same thing there too, that I'm not so good at the games. It's more that I'm good at knowing how people are gonna play. Yeah, it's like I predict how you're gonna behave, right? That's much more my thing. And I have played, for example, Mahjong competitively, like with Kage and so on in Kaji, a little bit. And I played a lot of Mahjong for money on the internet and so on. And I played poker, for money, of course, a lot. And stuff like that. And I won my school, like I played poker at like university, right? And it's like, engineering, nerd university, and I won the poker tournament there, I won a Dominion tournament, I won a bank tournament, I won all the board game tournaments and so basically. So, but basically I'm good at the math, the probability, but also being able to determine, okay, how are you gonna play, right? So I'm good at like every game because I'm good at knowing how people are gonna play. Likewise, I'm very good at certain sports like table tennis and volleyball and so on, which I played also competitively because I'm good at determining, okay, over there is a weak spot, right? So I play in haiku videos. I played setter in volleyball, right? Which is the person that sets up how to spike. So I'm very good at being like that over there, weak spot, right? Oh, I've dumped the ball. I'm very good at determining where my other teammates should spike the ball, right? So I'm very good at like setting up the ace, right? Because I can very easily determine the weakness of the other team, right? And so on, right? So that's kind of my thing, right? So I'm really into, I love the Kaji animes and Akagis and so on, and One Outs, right? It's one of my favorite animes of all time. And I haven't actually read, I said so much time, I haven't read Liar Game from the same author as One Outs. I read the whole One Outs, and one day I have to read Liar Game, because it's supposed to be an even better anime, or manga, sorry, than One Outs, but it's never had an anime adoption, I think, so I never actually seen Liar Game. I have to read it one day. It's supposed to be better than his original stuff. Really much so. Really much so. But yeah, definitely. I should have 1 million subscribers. Easily, right? And if I actually tried my best, I probably would. but one thing I think is that doing reactions, you have the plus and minus, right? I probably would be better doing this kind of stuff, honestly, right? If I actually did more live stream, talking about different production stuff, development stuff and so on, I probably will reach a higher, let's say, subscriber count or whatever, right, or views eventually, if I did that for years. The problem doing that is that, I like this stuff. This is kind of what I actually like doing more than actually some stuff. But the thing is that I work a lot, right? So I usually have Like today, most of the trading now, I work about 12 hours every day. I wake up at like, because I observe the pre-market when it starts. Then I work for 8 hours when it opens usually, look at the numbers all day, right? And then I look at the aftermarket and I read the news and this stuff and so on. So I easily spend like maybe 12 hours every day working, something like that, roughly, kind of on and off. And then I'm like, I don't have the energy to do these kind of videos. Yeah, the serious, intelligent videos. Doing reviews and so on is easier because like, whatever, do it. It's then having to spend effort, I guess, doing actual intellectual videos. But a little bit like that. And prior, like last year, I was working at an IT company. I was a director at the company, and it was a really long commute. So first I went at like 5 in the morning to get there, worked there for 8 hours, and I exercised 1 hour at the gym at the office, and then I went home, right? So some of the lazy was that. Some is like whatever, I just do easier stuff. But what's the most melodramatic anime? Ooh. That's an interesting question, because it means melodramatic like in actual sad anime, like it's just sad and you cry a lot, or if it's just like melodramatic, like what is it melodramatic? Like it's like a sarcastically melodramatic. But I would say the saddest anime I've seen, it's Silent Voice, right? I have the Blu-ray DVD behind the TV there, right? And that's the most sad shit ever. And the thing is, I read a manga. The thing is, I read a manga on Silent Voice. I found it like random, because sometimes I used to read mangas or whatever animes, right? I just kind of like, give me a random stuff and I read it, right? So I found this manga, right? I read it a few years ago, and it wasn't finished yet. Still, it was like 5th chapter, I think, at that time. And I found that the manga, and I read it, all of it the whole night. So I was like, it was like a Thursday, and I was like, this is the saddest, best thing ever. So I just read it all on like the whole night. I just couldn't stop reading it, and I got to about the balcony scene. That's kind of where the manga had gone at that time, because it wasn't finished yet. And so that's probably the most melodramatic is Silent Voice, probably, if that's a correct. It's a little bit what you mean with a melodramatic anime, right? Because I think there are other animes that are not as good as Silent Voice or mangas, but they're kind of like constantly sad. They're like, oh, look at this is like sadness, and then it's like sadness sprinkled sadness, which I think is a word. I won't say the names here, but I think there's more animes which is like, it kind of gets too much of it, right? They kind of feed onto it, right? For example, one thing is one of my favorite animes, actually, for that matter, but Inuyashiki, it's kind of at the beginning. It's like, oh, you got cancer, and your daughter hates you. It's like, yeah, like if you ever see Inuyashiki, episode 1, it's like, oh, this old man, oh, you look like, your body is like a 70-year-old, but you're only 40 or whatever, and your daughter hates you, and your wife hates you, and your son hates you too. Yeah, he's like, everyone hates me for. And he's trying to tell his daughter they have cancer, and she's like, shut up, Dad. And you're like, man, this anime is melodramatic, because this keep being like, everything in life is bad, right? Yeah, it's like, that's kind of how it is, right? Quickly earlier, when it comes to Japanese, I studied Japanese at school. Not like this was my degree in it. My degree is in engineering. God damn it, I would never study language. I'm the kind of guy. I mean, I would actually. This like a God damn it. It's like one thing I remember so well was that I had a teacher in senior high school. She really wanted me to be a philosopher. I probably should have been. And it's written really obnoxious. I would be like, I would be Nietzsche. Yeah, I would be reading nihilistic, horrible philosophy and just tell people. But actually, in a sense, I think she was right, because I would love to be not just a YouTuber, but actually go on like debates and so on, right? Because every time I see these debates in different countries, especially in my home country, I cringe so much how bad people are arguing with the different thoughts. So I have been on television a few times in my life, but I would love to be that kind of today a television personality like Sweden and go and debate people all the time, saying that's a fallacy. Yeah, it's be annoying, because the thing is, especially in Sweden, and I left the country. That country's abandoned by me many years ago. I left that thing, body, mind, and soul, many years ago. But it has one of the worst debate climates ever. People can't debate there on TV, and so they can't debate. They're always just like, someone is like, I don't agree. And it's like, that's not an argument. But they're like, okay, But so I would love to be the guy and being like, that's not an argument. So, but anyway, my teacher in in high school, she was like, you really need to. You're like the perfect philosopher. She was like really into me. She was a one thirsty Arara sensei. Seriously, she was really into me. She was like, that was almost like cringy how in love my teacher was with me. Seriously, she was like, Araras. I'm not even joking. She was like incredibly into me. She really wanted me to be this like philosopher star, and she was like, I can get you into any university, philosophy, have all the contacts and everything. But same thing with language and so on. I was like, man, I want to read, Japanese. I want to learn this stuff. But honestly, in my opinion, this is kind of I am elitistic. I was like, I can't go to university and get like some kind of degree, in like word degree. So I went to the top university of engineering instead of my home country. No, but really, so I got into this. My engineering is like this private university, very famous in my home country. The most famous private university in my home country is a very like that sense, because the way I view language, philosophy, social studies, that kind of stuff, right? All that is great stuff to have, but to me, that's something you can learn by yourself, right? And I was much more interested in going to university and also learning, I guess, but still, going to university and teach and learning stuff like, math and physics and so on, right? But yeah, hello, Yuri. But yeah, I was talking about like Japanese background here. But when I went then to universities, I went to this engineering university, right? And I have a degree in, Master of Science, right? So I got that degree, but I was studying while I was studying my my master's degree. I went and I studied Japanese at like the other college. So in that city they have like my engineering school then, and they have two other big universities. One is like the hospital, famous hospital there, kind of famous medicine degree, which is like the top medicine in my home country. And they also have this like general city college kind of thing, which is just crap. No, I'm just kidding. But it's definitely like that, as always, right? You have my university, which is like the engineering university. You have the medicine university, right? And then you have like the community college kind of thing. Honestly, yeah, which is way easier to get into. So when I was in grad school then, I also took Japanese on the same time at kind of the community college. I was like, whatever, I want to learn Japanese. I was studying Japanese for many years, but I was like, whatever, I can, you study more Japanese. I just went into Japanese at that like community college. So I was like, whatever, and because it's in that kind of sense, they don't really have any kind of system. So to get into my university, you need to have like the best grades in the country, right? But in the community college, you can just go there. so I want to teach, I want to learn Japanese, and they just like let me in, right? There wasn't like any kind of test or whatever or grade system. You just get in there. You just get in there, right? It's so easy. Then I studied Japanese there for a while, but on the same time, right? So I was studying my graduate, my master's degree then is like in human behavior with of course science, right? Human behavior data analyzation kind of thing. So I studied that, and on the same time I studied Japanese. But I had actually been studying Japanese for many years. It actually started, as I mentioned earlier, with this famous Swedish translator that he won the court. He had written these books basically in Sweden how to learn Japanese, kind of some kanji and the basics, right? So I started reading his stuff when I was about 14, 15, and actually I remember because I read in some interview that Edward Norton, this actor, that he had learned Japanese at 15 by himself, and I was like, if he can do it, I can do it. I'm a genius. So I was like, I can do it too. So I can do it too, right? So I started teaching myself Japanese, and I read, the different words and kanjis and katakana and hiragana and so on. I was about 15, and so on, right? And then I studied then at university. But and then I worked with Japanese at Blizzard, right? At Blizzard. So I worked in Blizzard. Man, I'm old now. It's many years ago. Jesus Christ, I'm old. But back in the days, and I worked there partially with translation and localization. So I translated games for like Square Enix that they were publishing in Japan, and vice versa. So I worked, for example, on like Call of Duty, and I translated Call of Duty from English to Japanese, for example, then, and also then localized the game. So Black Ops 2 and Ghost and what what's that called again, the mobile game and so on. So put that stuff at, and I also do other stuff too, like for example English to Norwegian and English to Danish in Sweden. And I also did other stuff like it's kind of funny. I worked there, and I did, when it comes to language, I did like French, Canadian French, Spanish, Mexican Spanish, and I also did Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and Japanese, and Russian. So I did Russian. So I had to teach myself. So I taught myself Cyrillic in one day. It's really easy. So I taught myself Cyrillic, and then I also translated and localized Call of Duty, Black Ops 2, for example, from English to Russian. And I'm not that good at Russian, but I was like, it's okay. We Swedes, we usually have to play the Russian. So if you ever seen, like for example, Rocky 4, right, with Ivan Drago, right, Dolph Lundgren, and that stuff, and for example, or Stormar and so on. Yeah, this actor, right, they have to play Russian, right. So I was joking about it. Oh, it's fine. I'm a Swedish guy. Of course, I can pretend to be a Russian. It's what we do all the time, right. So I was. I actually worked for like a month or two translating these games for Activision Blizzard into Russian and localizing them from English. And I'm not that good at Russian, okay? I'm way better at Japanese than Russian. But I was like, whatever, I can do it, sure. I can pretend to be a Russian. I'm white. I look like a Russian guy. I have blue eyes, fair skin from the cold country. I can pretend to be that. But it was beautiful. It was beautiful. So I worked with that, but it was really easy. But the way I explain people to learn Cyrillic, it's just like math. It's actually much easier than people give credit for. So Cyrillic is a language where every goddamn it's different signs, right? And normal letters, numbers. But the thing is that it's all math. So if you know math, if you're a math guy, you can easily learn Russian, or at least learn what the words are. Because, for example, a D then in Russia is a delta, right? So if you know what a delta is, it's a triangle. The triangle, yeah, two hands there. The triangle in math, that's delta, right? So using different kind of like derivata, so using in algebra. So delta then, that's D, right? So da, yes, in Russian, that's like a D, right? The D with a triangle. And then it's the alpha, right? Alpha and omega, right? So the alpha sign. So it's D and then an A, right? Alpha, day. So it's actually not that hard to learn Russian, I think, or at least Cyrillic, because you just have to think about math. S in Russian is of course sigma, so it's a sigma sign. Pi, of course, is a P, right, in Russian. So I think it's pretty easy. So as soon as I learned that, I could easily read Cyrillic basically in like one day. I have to just think about it from a mathematical standpoint. But anyway, so I have a lot of experience with languages generally, right? And my grandmother, she's a language teacher. So my grandma, she taught me like French and also hopefully Swedish. But she taught me French most actually when I was a kid. So my grandma, she's fluent in like French, Swedish, English and stuff, right? And some of my family lives in like Paris, in Brussels and so on, in Belgium and so on. And my grandma, she's very into like Corsica and all like French culture and Napoleon and stuff like that. So she taught me basic of the French language when I was like 4 and 5 and so on, right? So I kind of had an education with kind of the royal education where you have like a person teaching you stuff, right, as a kid, very, very early. And he and her husband and my grandfather, he was a math and history professor. So got that stuff, we talked about in another video earlier last year. But yeah, so my grandma taught me a lot of language, kind of basic, right, as I mentioned then, of like French, Swedish, English and so on, very early. And I think that of course also helps, right, to learn Japanese or Korean or whatever, or Mandarin and so on, because I have that kind of the language systematic in my head, right? So I grew up with that, and almost everyone on my father's side can speak like 4 or 5 languages. My grandfather was fluent in Turkish, and he also speak pretty good Arabic, right? So her husband, he was good in like Turkish and Arabic and so on. His father was fluent in Japanese, stuff like that. He was actually kind of the head of the Japanese culture club back in like the old days and so on. But it's kind of like that. And so on. But my grandmother and my grandfather, they bought from this couple on that side. They bought from this like I don't know how to call it, but like some kind of like my grandma went to this like private girls' school basically. They think about like when they cry, Santa Lucia. She went to this like old, classic flick punk series. Yeah, that is old, girl private school for girls, right? It's some kind of elitistic girls' school where you can probably punish her if she failed a word or something. So my grandmother, she's quite, I suppose, educated, right, in this kind of French and so on. Again, because she kind of grew up having to learn like French and German and Spanish and all the language basically. It's just like a 10-year-old, right? They force her to teach all that stuff. But anyway, yeah. So that's kind of my Japanese backstory there. How I got into the Japanese language, I guess, or the skills of it, right? Because and to some degree also coding, right? I'm not a very good coder, but I'm a very good scripter, the best I would say. But I'm not a very good coder, but I know my Java and C and so on decently. Assembly language are very good, but it's kind of same thing too. You learn how to think about it, and so you learn Java, for example, and then you can kind of do C#. It's kind of the same thing. You have to just learn. You have to learn how it works, and then you learn how it works. It's easier to kind of swap language, and I think it's a problem, to be negative here. I met a lot of people in the game industry where they only can do one language, a coding language, because they haven't really learned how to think about coding. They have just been like forced to learn like one thing, like C# whatever, and then they can't actually they can't interpolate those skills into other languages. It's very common actually. They're very, very kind of in a corner of their abilities, which is very obnoxious. Honestly, people are very bad at adapting. It's better being good at adapting stuff than being good at one thing. I would say. From your perspective, which psychological Roman shonen anime? Both psychological and romance. That's like a genre you never see. One romance anime, my old school favorite romance anime, which is somewhat psychological. It's Kimi no Todoke, right? Not Sadako no Savako, which is my like favorite old school romance show about a girl that gets bullied, right? She looks at the Ring horror monster, and she's like this super nicest girl ever. That's like my favorite romance show. And it has it has a lot of like this, how I say it, thinking about romance, that stuff, so on. But I don't know what anime is really both into romance, like a gambling kind of anime. Kaguri definitely not, because I think Kaguri is an ecchi anime. I think not very romantic. It's not very good gambling in my opinion. I think I can figure out an anime where they have actually good into the question, because there are very few animes where they have that thriller gambling aspect, like for example like Kagi, right? And they also have romance. That's like a non-existing anime. That's you found an anime there the show should make, right? Where they actually have good romance and it's actually also good gambling. I guess like No Game No Life perhaps, but I wouldn't say that No Game No Life has very good romance. It's more ecchi, right? Stefovician is more an ecchi thing. They have good gambling. That's a good anime. They have good gambling, but I wouldn't say that the romance is very good in the anime. I don't think it's more like an ecchi comedy joke, right? It's not like a good shoujo anime, right? In that sense. I've seen most shoujo animes, and it's like that anime definitely is not a good romance show, but it's interesting. Maybe if I may call that genre, maybe High Score Girl would be the best anime I would recommend in that kind of combination there. High Score Girl, a very good anime about them playing fighting games, right? Street Fighter, so I love that anime. I'm a fighting, game end to S. I love that. I'm Guilty Gear. Yes, I love fighting games, and that anime is like a really good romance story. But it's also like gaming. They're like, how can I defeat his Zangief and so on. They also have like he's playing Guile. I need to get close and so on. So they also have kind of that gambling, kind of that thriller thing. How can I defeat him in this game? And also it's like a romance show at the same time. And not to spoil too much, but they also have this like, of course, there's more than one girl, and then they get like love rivals that like fight each other in this game. Like, if I defeat you, he will be my boyfriend. So they have to kind of like get that romance and also play the game. I guess that's probably the best one. Well, with High Score Girl. Fruit Basket is a really good anime, but I wouldn't call it like. Well, I guess Fruit Basket in that more thriller sense. Like, why is he so evil or something like that, right? Maybe. Why is she, hating me and so on? I like Fruit Basket, and I definitely want to see the last. I haven't read Fruit Basket. I really want to see the end of it. That's coming this year, of course. Maybe even next season. I'm a little in my head here. I'm thinking, is it next season? But whatever. Fruit Basket, I am looking forward a lot to it. Obviously, Ushan is best girl, and I hope she ends up with her love interest there. I'm really into. Fruit Basket, I think, is one of the best animes, especially in its genre of like a shoujo romance anime with some thrilling aspect. Right, I really like Fruit Basket. But I mean, I have like I always make my own, top 10 anime list and so on every year. I talked about it in my last Crunchyroll Rose live stream, talking about my own top 10 and so on, right? But I have the thing with the list is that my list is not only it's changing, but I feel you have a list of. I think we've seen so many animes like me, especially with games too. I play like you can mention any game basically, right? From like a JRPG standpoint at least, and I probably played it. I played almost every goddamn JRPG. I collect the RPG. I have all of them, right? All the Mona games, all fantasy, right? The Sky, Asukod, and Breath of Fire, all these games, right? And it's kind of like, it's almost like, give me your list of your best favorite JRPG. I'm like, well, I have like 300 JRPGs, so it's kind of hard. I feel anime is gonna say things like, so usually I do lists per year, right? I'm like, oh, here's a list of the best anime this year. Yeah, I'm that kind of guy. But yeah, in the links below from my last Crunchyroll roast, there's a list of my 2020 animes, for example. So animes like obviously Kaguya-sama, I love Kaguya-sama, right? Other animes would be like Bakarina. I'm a huge fan of Katarina, and I hope she really wins, right? I really hope she wins, right? I mean, I'm a huge. We're gonna go into it soon here, I guess, but I'm a huge fan, of Katarina Class, right? And I hope she wins the best girl. No spoilers for me, but I hope she wins the best girl because goddamn it, we're best protagonist. Because goddamn it, I used to love Bakarina, freaking amazing character. I read the manga too, though, for the beginning of the manga. It's kind of like what's me. I read the beginning of Otome Villainous, but only had like 10 chapters. I read like the first chapters, and I was like, whoa! And then the anime, I was like, whoa! Wait for the anime. And then I wait for that. I love it. I love the freaking show. But yeah, next season I haven't let in too much, but I know we have Fruit Basket right and so on, and stuff like that. But who is my inspiration? I don't know. So I've been doing, and this is the problem for me personally as a post, but I was actually very, very early, right? As like a Twitch streamer and so on. So I was streaming like StarCraft 2, fighting games so on an other account and other names. So I was doing that way earlier. I was one of the first guys actually streaming on Twitch in like StarCraft 2 very, very early, like the beta and so on. And I was even before that, I actually had like a manga and anime forums, and I had my own blog about manga and anime and gaming and so on. Right? So I've been going over many different kind of iterations of anime and gaming and that kind of stuff since I was like 12 or something. Because I was the guy that was writing like anime blogs and gaming blogs in HTML code, before we had like today it's easy to do a website, right? I did my website in actual coding. I was like coding my website. I mean, actually coding it in like scripting language, like HTML. Yeah, I was scripting my freaking website, right? I wasn't doing, a website in, today you have like a blogger and you just like drag and drop, right? I was like, I was doing my own widget and coding in music on my. I remember when I was doing my own website, I was like 12, 13, and of course I'm old. Plus 30 years ago, and I was like, how can I have? And I remember I was walking around the internet, right? It's like when you have this Christian modem, the kind of modem, right? And I like this JRPG website, and this guy introduced music to his site. So you have this like music veg where you could play different JRPG, Final Fantasy and so on, the battle music on his website. I was like, oh my god, how did he code in music to his website? So I remember that. I was like 13 and I was like, oh shit, man, I need to make an anime. I mean, so I had like an anime gaming and so on. I was like, how can I incorporate, like One Piece opening 1 to my website? I was that guy, How can I like get the music to work on my website? I want to have like a music track playing when you're on my website. I was that guy, right? Today you probably look at like copy issue for that, right? But this is like early 2000 or back there. So you were like, I was that guy. So. I wouldn't really say I was inspired by it. If anything, I kind of wish that I started doing this stuff earlier when it comes to, for example, reviews and so on. Because I was sitting, seriously, like 2006 or 5, and I was like, maybe I should do like One Piece series. I love One Piece. So I was like, maybe I should do One Piece reviews. Seriously, I was like, I should do One Piece reviews. I love One Piece, or similar to that, on Bleach and Naruto and so on. But at that time then, talking about 2006 here, 5, YouTube was new and so on, right? YouTube and all stuff. I was like, no one is doing this, right? So I was like, there's no audience for this. so I was like, I was seriously considering doing that at like 6, 7, and 5 and so on. Thinking about doing something like One Piece manga reviews every week, but there was like no one doing it. I remember I was looking at YouTube, and there was literally not a single other person doing like One Piece manga reviews. Of course, today, it would have been amazing if I started 2005, right, doing a weekly One Piece review. Back then, that would be like the first time doing it. But again, then I looked at it, and it was almost no review stuff. People did a lot of Naruto and sort of MVAs, right? But no one was doing like reaction to reviews or that kind of content. And of course, you didn't have live streaming so at all. We had Twitch instead. So I remember I was thinking about it, and I talked to people at my university. Would anyone want to listen to a guy like reviewing like One Piece or whatever, or Naruto or Fairy Tail that back in the days, right? And they were like, nah, who would I watch that? I was like, yeah, you're right, no one would watch that. so I wish I started earlier. So I don't really feel that no one particularly inspired me, because I had those ideas of having this kind of channel, honestly, like 20 years ago, kinda, it feels like. But kinda, but I didn't do it because I was like lazy / I was in like college, and I had all the stuff to do, right, and so on. And I was like, maybe I should do it though. I was like, whatever, right. And then I started doing it because I was working at this game company, and I was really bored because I felt that the games we were doing were crap. So I was working at a game company, and I felt that the games we were producing were, it was really bad. And I was like, no one's gonna play my games anyway, right? And so I come home after work, and I felt really unsatisfied. Like I worked, I went to work. I'm there for like 8 hours, right? Or 9 with lunch. I'm there for like 9 hours. And I come home and I felt that I haven't done anything today because no one's gonna play my game anyway. No one's gonna play my goddamn game anyway. That's kind of how I felt, honestly. We only had like a million. No, but it was kind of that. I was like, crap day. It felt so pointless in that. I mean, I'm getting a paycheck, but I felt that it was so. Like I wanted to start in, something more, right? So then I started like streaming. Playing different JRPGs mostly, Final Fantasy, Nier Automata and so on, Neo and so on. So I just started streaming gaming again. Because I did stream a lot back in like 2009 and 10 and so on, right? But I hadn't streamed anything for like 7-8 years. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start streaming again. I'm an old man now, but I'm gonna start streaming again because I felt that it's so boring at work, right? I felt so pointless going to work and being like, man, I go to work, I do this minimum task. I'm a freaking game designer and manager of this freaking company, but nothing freaking happening. But that company went bankrupt also. Or not company, but that studio was it was cancelled. No, that studio got they closed it. So in that sense too, it was a surprise because it wasn't only that the games were doing were pretty boring, but it was pretty obvious that we're gonna close the studio and so on. So of course at that time you went to work, you got your salary, but you didn't do anything. If you went to work and you were like, oh, what is my task today? Oh, I got to do because we basically have no money anymore and we have no production basically. So I sit here, I guess, and watch anime at the office. Like literally, I remember I was watching, not anime, but I remember I was watching Young Justice, the DC comic television show. I sat at work and I watched the whole season, and then I played Pokemon at my office. I sat at my office, and I was literally and I was playing like Pokemon, Moon and Sun in my office instead of working. No, not because I didn't work, but I had nothing to do. It wasn't like I was not working. It was like the company is clearly bankrupt at the moment. So I was sitting there and I was playing Pokemon at the office, and I was like, I got to do, man. I was like, and I'm a very productive person, right? So I just felt like, man, and I kept asking, the owner, okay, I have new work tasks, can I do something, right? And I was like, nothing to do, and clearly the company was like, just gonna go bankrupt. So again, then I used to stream with all the chat and so on earlier, right? And as I mentioned earlier, I had my manga and anime and gaming stuff and so on blogs and forums and that back early 2000s. So I was like, I guess I can start doing that again. So it wasn't really like inspired by anyone particularly. I was just like, I'm bored. So I want to do something that I feel maybe someone is gonna care about at all, right? And my goal always was that as I mentioned earlier in our live stream, was that I wanted to do like anime reaction and review and so on, mostly, and also gaming and so on, but of anime that no one else saw was kind of my idea, you know, like a very no one's gonna care about this. But now thinking that, of course, I watch popular animes too, but I always felt that there's so many animes that no one does like a reaction to, whatever. So that was kind of my first thing. I was like, there's someone out there that wants me to talk about this anime that no one else talks about, you know. So that's kind of my main thing in the beginning. I want to focus on anime that I like that no one else cares about, right? Because there's some poor person out there that has no one to talk about with this anime. There's some person that likes, you know, I don't know. Like for example, I feel like this is a popular anime generally, but Stone, right? I'm a huge Stone fan, but I feel everyone is neglecting poor Senku because all the other animes. I'm gonna keep doing reaction, right, and reviews to Senku. I love the Stone. I don't care if it's like the least popular anime suddenly. For example, I like, screw you people. Screw all of you, yeah. Kind of like that. I was like, my god. That's why I never really cared about views, honestly. Which is like a very counterproductive point if you just want to be a big YouTuber, right? But I don't want to be obviously, if I suddenly had PewDiePie's numbers, suddenly had 100 million subscribers, I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty cool. But I never aimed to be, I never ever tried to be, make money on YouTube. Never concerned me at all. Because I'm always like, you know, whatever, right? You can lose your channel tomorrow and so on, right? And I was like, whatever, who cares about that, right? And it's also, I guess, the thing is that through one issue though is that, you know, I would have to go from like what I have now, right, to have like at least 100 times the amount of subscribers to actually make a living, kinda, right, or the general equal salary, kinda. Yeah, so yeah, you have to push me on my Patreon, yeah, I'm on my Patreon, yeah, but it's kind of that way where it's like I worked at one company when I started this channel. I worked as a consultant. I had 3 jobs. I was working as a consultant for one company, and I took out like, I don't know, like $1,000 per day there or something, right? Something insane, because I hated the company owner. I hated, but it was more like I knew he was a snake. You know, you meet some people, and I have a very good sociopath radar, because as I mentioned, you know, my master degree is mostly, you know, human behavior, right, and human behavior economy. So I was like, this guy is clearly a sociopath. I was like, sociopath radar maximum. So I got hired by this company for a video game, consulted them. And as I mentioned, I felt that this guy was gonna backstab me at any moment. So usually that consulting was probably, I don't know, let's say $300, something like that per day, something like that, right? And I was like, I hate this guy. So I was like, I want 3,000. So I was like, I just threw some crazy number. I was like, I don't remember with him anyway. So I was like, $2,000 a day or something. I threw out something, you know, insane value number, right? And he was like, 1,000. I was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, oh, holy shit, this is so overpriced. So I think that's a thing too there, where I'm not super wealthy, not at all. And I lost like 20k this week, something, at least more. I think it was like, oh man, this week, because the market crashed, I lost like, I lost about like, I don't know, 5,000 something per day for like 5 days. It is really crazy. I lost like 5,000-6,000 every day this week, like 25,000 down something. It's really insane. I lost like so much money. But anyway, I think that's one reason why. Honestly, we see a lot of other anime YouTubers and so on, gamers. I think many of them, I feel, are striving so much, right, to get that view, to get that shit, right. They're like, oh, I need to get subscribers, I need to get increased, I need to do this controversial, I need to talk about this thing. Because I remember, was it 2 years ago? This was it, right? Whatever, yeah. People were asking me, a lot of people, talk about this guy, you know, do videos, you know, make the controversial video. And I was like, I don't want to. I was like, I don't care. Like, because I don't care about that views. It sounds it should be true. I really don't, and I feel that it's probably because I think to some degree for me it's like, man, not to be like, oh, I'm so rich. That's my point. I'm not rich at all. Again, I lost so much money this year. I'm losing money like crazy. I lost like, January was pretty good for me, but now in February I lost like basically like 4 or 5 months salary in like 1 week. So I'm very poor now. Actually, I'm living on noodles now, but. That's for me though, still when it comes to YouTube, I'm just like, holy shit, man, I would have to get so much more, you know, views and subscribers that it would matter from an economical standpoint. So I don't understand why everyone is chasing that, that stuff, right? And maybe because people are, I don't know, they dream of becoming PewDiePie, I suppose, something like that. But anyway, it's kind of weird because in that sense, I don't think anyone really inspired me. It's like a weird way, right? I just kind of just want to do something, right? And I feel that if anything would be inspiring me, it would probably be more classic comedians, right? Like Jim Carrey, kind of classic comedians that I grew up with, right? That probably be more special to me. Probably like mostly old, comedy actors, probably if anything, right? And I like my dry sarcasm and so on. That probably inspires me more, like in general, more than any YouTuber or something like that. I really not look at how other YouTubers do it. I just do it how I want to do it, right? Where I feel still is like transformative and so on, right? Because I don't want it to be too much, that kind of stuff. Of course, I dislike YouTubers to just put up the whole anime, right, and do a reaction. Makes me frustrated. That's crazy, right? But yeah, of course, we're watching Horimiya later. Like to do it here and then, so on. Of course, Horimiya is one of my favorite anime this season. Definitely, very good anime. Very good romance. Easily the best, of course, romance this season. I do like bottom tier character too, though. It's more a comedy, I guess, but I like how Horimiya is really like also advancing the relationship quicker, right? I don't like when you have shoujo animes and it's like a romance, but it takes them like 50 episodes to hold hands, right? I mean, it's like, come on, and it's so unrealistic. Netero animes, that's a good question because I don't think there are many Netero animes that aren't Doshinis, right? I could easily recommend Netero artists like Hannah Hook. I would say it's a good Netero artist example. Hannah Hook is a classic. Yeah, if you want to read some real Netero, yeah. Or Sanagayu, yeah, oh man, yeah. But Hannah Hook, I think is probably my most iconic for me Netero artist. And what I read at least, Hannah Hook is also a female and so on. So I think it's kind of funny. I feel it's funny when you do with Netero. With her and so on, but an anime. Well, I mean, on Twitch for me, I used to do gaming streaming instead, right? Twitch for me is kind of like when I used to stream different games, but I do stream on Twitch too when we're doing animes that I feel have a higher risk of getting, an issue on the channel. Yeah, then we do it on YouTube. So, for example, Mushoku Tensei, right? I do a reaction to that on Twitch because that's like. But yeah, like Horimiya, I think Horimiya, in beginning, I did like Tomakazu bottom tier character more, but then now I like Horimiya more. I think Horimiya, the more I watch it, the more I like how they actually have like a good relationship and their parents and so on. So I think it's a really good. The anime gets better and better. Where I feel bottom tier character isn't getting worse, but I feel it's kind of like. It's kind of staying. I feel bottom tier character for me is like a 7 out of 10 anime maybe, and it just kept being like that. Horimiya for me is getting better and better. I feel I like it every episode. So I think it's surpassed, in my opinion. It has passed over from being my. I felt it kind of equal to me in the beginning, but now Horimiya has been kind of going up and up. Where bottom tier character is just kind of enjoyable. I mean, I don't think it's the best anime. I just kind of actually enjoy it. But yeah, we have all the Netero, of course, definitely subgenres. But I actually don't know, like, there isn't that many Netero, animes, right? That I feel are Netero. Like, they are so much, Doshi Netero is very common, but I don't think there are animes. One anime that I liked that had a lot of Netero was definitely, what's it called? Gleipnir. So I would say probably in Swedish, right? Gleipnir, the Chain of Fenrir. That is something that's an anime that I had a lot of Netero. I mean, I love Gleipnir, but I love Gleipnir. I get that's a great anime, but also. Holy shit, you see the anime? It has so much Netero. The anime is like, oh, you're stealing my girlfriend, and like it's like constant in the anime. It's like, you have the main character, right? And he's like turning into this mascot, and then the hot crit chick, right? She enters him and they fight together. But there's so many scenes that he's like doing when she's like with some other woman, and like this one guy that has the camera power, right? He's literally like a Netero character. He stands out in the forest using his camera power to look at the girl he's in love with entering the other guy's mask suit, and he's like, that's my interest, right? And then this other scene where the crazy chick, right, has to join the new party and just to like be with this like Yuri's lesbian woman that has this backstory with her sensei, and just to be like, if you want to join my party, you gotta, you know, perform, girl. And she's like forcing her into this thing. And that anime, honestly, I think Gleipnir last season was probably the best Netherrealm anime, because it had so much Netherrealm. And then we have the, you know, the furry girl, and they had so much Netherrealm. Like, and of course the sisters too. They're not, I guess they kind of the antagonist, right? Which is not the bad guy, but kind of the bad guy, kind of the sub bad guy. She is in love with the main character, right? And they are having this love with her sister. That anime was crazy, Netherrealm, man. It was so much like, you dating my boyfriend, you stupid sister, and so on. Very much so. And then also you had, what is called? You had, I guess, Katarina, in a sense, right? I love Katarina. Katarina has actually a lot of Netherrealm. I mean, Katarina as a horror anime, you know, except for chapters 2, with the 5 waifus, they all get a Netherrealm, right? From them all being in love with the same man. But Katarina, I think, is more directly how Mary's like, stop touching my girlfriend, you know, boyfriend, I mean, girlfriend, yeah, she's like, oh, you know, and so on. More like that, right? But otherwise, definitely, Netherrealm is mostly hen stuff, definitely. It's hard to find an anime, so they're actually more directly Netherrealm, where it actually is like an actual storyline. I mean, ignoring harems, right? Which was like everyone wants the same main character, but otherwise it's uncommon. Especially in the sense that in hen stuff, it's like the whole storyline that you're following this guy, right? And someone is like smashing his mom, right? Yeah, he's like, God damn it, he stole my mom, you know, that's the the best kind of Netherrealm is definitely the Arara Netherrealm, where it's like someone steals someone's mom. Come on, that's the best Netherrealm by far. If you're gonna read Netherrealm, that should be the subgenre of Netherrealm. You're reading the one with this like best friend, or even watch a bully steals your mom, you know, that's a good Netherrealm stuff. And then you have the even worse version when your mom is some kind of gyru that is like into your, you know, and then you have the, I guess, a subversion is like your mom steals your boyfriend, like gyru mom preferably steals, you know, boring daughter's boyfriend. That's a really nice. Like, why is no one animated this shit, right? It invites itself. That really invites itself. The whole gyru mom is like, and the boring daughter. That seriously is like a subject, definitely, where you have, you know, it's like this girl, right? She's like in college, you know, brings home her first, you know, boyfriend from college, right? But she's kind of like a plain girl, you know. She got a good body, right? But she's plain, you know, glasses, Megan. But then her mom is some kind of, you know, super hot gyru, and they're like, whoa. And then she's like, and the boyfriend is like, whoa, this mom though, she's hot. That is definitely, I feel, like classic Toshimi storyline from Netherrealm, which is kind of funny here, because then it's like not the classic, you know, two men, but like, no, it's like the mom. Come on, that's what I want. But new isekai. Tonight, I mean, it's been isekai you've seen, right? But obviously, you know, Konosuba, amazing isekai with Aqua Cert, L0 co-worship, you've seen L0. I'm thinking about some isekais people haven't seen, but you know, I really like Kosh's Hero, right? One of my favorite isekais, because it's like Aqua again. Kosh's Hero, yeah. Yusa, Kemi no Michi, I think it's a big good isekai, if you've seen other from the same author like Konosuba. Maybe some other isekais, Magic Ray, or so on. You know, Yasha is an isekai. You had all isekais. But I don't know, there's so many isekais. It's almost, you have to almost say, what isekai have you seen, right? There's so many isekais, so you have to almost kind of give us the list of what you have seen to be able to say what you haven't seen. There's so many isekais. You have, of course, No Game No Life and so on, right? Oh god, there's so many isekais. I think Spider is pretty good this season. It's not like my favorite isekai, definitely not, but it is a pretty good isekai. You have so many isekais. Isekai is like the freaking... you have the mom isekai. That is not that good, but it's good in the beginning. It's good in the... Mom isekai. Okay, so mom isekai for me, right? I mean, I liked... Man, that's an isekai. I should love isekai. God, that has to be isekai. So you have, don't you love your mom and her two, multi attacks, right? And I want to love that anime. I want to love the anime because it's a freaking, mom being isekai, and her name is Mamako, right? And it's done by like a Dushini artist kind of thing, and half the episode is like him and his, he's like, oh no, Kasha lost her, and like mom is like, oh no, I got a slime on me. I think that should be an amazing anime. And in the beginning, I really love the anime, it's like 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 at least. Then it's amazing. I think that's one of the best comedy, isekai in a kind of ecchi version, right? But the problem with Mom Isekai is that it completely falls afterwards. And I really mean it. It's massively, I feel, failure, because it starts out with this like, oh no, we're fighting a slime and it's my clothes, yeah, and it's hilarious and it's ecchi and it's just like, it's like, I love that comedy. But afterwards, after episode 3 or so, it just kind of loses that, honestly. I think that's the issue with it. It loses the whole premise of these ecchi moments, and yeah, they are in the onsen something, but it really went from like 10 out of 10 ecchi to like maybe 2 out of 10 ecchi, and it's too much like, oh, we're gonna fight this other mom or something. That's fine too, but that made this point to me, because if it had stayed, harem ecchi with more girls, just piled on upon the etchiness, then it would be like a masterpiece. But instead, it's just like it went from being ecchi into like trying to have like a serious storyline, and that, in my opinion, is why it for me is like, man, it shouldn't try to be serious. It should just try to be, it actually should try to be stay that. But yes, how to not summon a demon lord? It's one of the better isekais, right? I think it's a good isekai. It's a 2 coming. He's like Diablo is a good isekai character. We also have, for example, Kenji Suda, right? My favorite voice actor is playing the retry Demon Lord summoning, which is pretty good. We have Overlord. We have Tanya, of course. I love Tanya. Tanya is great. We have Tanya, right? Tanya the Evil. He's awesome. That's a great isekai. You also have, Devil is a part-time worker, right? Which is the demon goes to Earth, right? That's a great isekai too. He goes from to our place. But if it is any anime where the mom actually has the whole Yukasta complex, it actually would be then Mom Isekai, because she actually kisses, she goes with her son in a date and so on in the OVA. In the OVA, they go even more ecchi though. So that's what I mean though with Mom Isekai, because Mom Isekai, it starts out brilliantly, right? In the first episodes, then it goes too like serious and it becomes, I feel, just boring, or it's okay, but it's not as good. Then the OVA drops, and then it's like, oh, this is good. The OVA is very ecchi, right? The OVA goes, because OVAs are usually more ecchi, so the OVA is like, okay, here, this is what I was hoping for the actual season, right? So yeah, the OVA goes back to kind of that formula of being very like borderline, it's too much ecchi, right? So that's probably what one. But for that matter, what it's called is Yukasta complex, right? So people probably have heard about Oedipus complex, right? Which Freud loved, right? But the other word for it is Yukasta. That's the word for it when it's the mother, right? The Arara. It's called Yukasta complex. So did I know this stuff? Shows how degenerate I am. No, but it's like I knew this stuff for many years, right? Way before I was into anime, arguably. But this kind of stuff, like Yukasta complex, that's something that I read and studied when I was a kid and I was studying like writing class and creative writing and so on, because the whole trope and formula of Oedipus and Yukasta and Electra and so on, those kind of characterization is like from the old Greeks, right? So that's like so the whole idea of like here you have this mom and she's very arara is actually established by the Greeks, or even earlier, but even the Greeks wrote that, right? Like 3,000, 4,000 years ago. So the whole trope of having an ara okashan, that kind of thing, is not new at all, right? The whole, the idea of that kind of, obashan, okashan, it's like, ara, that whole storyline is as old as human literature, right? You can find that storyline 3,000 years ago. Because if you actually, this is interesting, but if you actually read Oedipus, which is the most iconic, Arara storyline, right? Oedipus himself doesn't actually have the complex. He doesn't actually have it. He doesn't want to be with his mother. He doesn't want to have the storyline. He doesn't actually want to marry his mom. However, he's trying to avoid it basically, right? And patricide. And he's like cursed and it happens anyway. And the end of Oedipus, spoilers, the end of Oedipus is actually that the mom she's like, oh, but that wasn't. She's like, oh, I knew and I liked it. Yeah, that's kind of how it ends. Basically, the mom is basically she's like, which is Yukasta, that's the name Yukasta. Yeah, the mom is like, it was pretty fine. I liked it. Yeah, she's like, oh, I'm fine with it. Let's stay married. Yeah. So basically, in Oedipus, he marries his mother without knowing that his mother, right, and he kisses his father without knowing his father. And eventually, when he learns the truth, right, he gets all like, oh, what have I done? I married my mom, and this is all crazy, right? But the mom is like, well, that's pretty fine. Yeah, she's like, all right, let's stay married. Yeah, the mom is like, let's stay married. I love you. This is great for me. Yeah, I love what we're doing. Yeah, so I'm seriously, it's weird for me when you have the whole idea of something being called that, right? Again, the Freudian psychology has coined that term very heavily, right? It's very popularized in pop culture and so on. But the actual character of Oedipus doesn't even have that complex. But the mother, she's into it. So she has the Yukasta complex. She's really into it. So that's like a weird thing, actually. Because if you read the actual storyline, she's the one that wants it, right? In that sense. So it's like a really weird... but anyway, my point, of course, from like an anime, the anime standpoint, this kind of storyline, like Mom, Isekai, and so on, right? That has been done like 3,000 years ago by the Greeks. So it's nothing new, actually, right? And you can see these tropes, right, in this kind of casualization from like a narrative standpoint in order, gaming and so on, right? And like, for example, I remember I played one game that I love a lot from Nipponichi. It's called Soul Nomad and the World Leaders, which is a JRPG game then. From the creator of like Disgaea, right, and Phantom Brave and so on. In that game, there's some weird Yukasta character. It's like a mermaid kind of female character that's raised like a human boy that she like saves as kids only, and she's really into her human, trainee. It's weird, man. So you find it in gaming and so on too. You're like, oh, what is this storyline? That is weird, man. That is a weird storyline. She is weird, man. That. I mean, as I said, I've seen it in, like, I've seen it, but that might be what we have seen in gaming. Actually, one other thing I think is fun too, which is a really cool mom, is Grandia 3 mom. So Grandia, classic JRPG, so Dreamcast and so on. Grandia 1 is a Sega Saturn, and then they remade it, or just re-released it to PlayStation 1. And the second game is the Dreamcast, and the third game is like PlayStation 2. But anyway, in the third game, you play this character where he finds this elf woman, Alfina, this elf female. He saves and save the world and so on. Basically, he lives with his mother. He has like a single mom, and his mom is like, she's like goddamn fine, man. His mom is like 15 or something. Like, and it's really weird. In that game, he calls his mom like Uneshan, something like that, because his mother is like, she's some kind of like teen pregnancy thing. So she doesn't want him to call her mom because she's too young to be a mom. She's like, don't call me mom, call me like big sis or something. It's like a really weird thing. And then it's kind of, I like the game though. The storyline, basically, he meets this, elf and princess thing, and also say they with her, right? So the main character is like, I'm gonna leave big sis or mom, right, to go out on an adventure, and save the world and so on, right? Typical, fantasy JRPG world, right? Like, I'm gonna save the world with my new, elf girlfriend, right? His mom then, being like so kind of like 18-year-old, but he's like also 18, right? So it's really weird. His mom is like super young, yeah. His mom is like, oh, you gonna save the world? You're gonna leave your big sister here, That kind of, right? And he's like, yeah, big sis mom, I'm gonna leave and save the world. She's like, no, you're too weak. I'm gonna join you. So I love that the game kind of treats you. The mom just joins the party. She's forced her into your party. Yeah, the mom is like, I'm gonna be in this adventure party because I'm a badass female, warrior mom, and she's like a really, well muscular mom. And she joins the party and it's like, I'm gonna be in the party until we save the world too, son. He's like, I guess big sis mom, and she like force joins you, and then she keeps being all the time like, oh, you wanna smash her, son? She look at the elf girl. She's like taking go in there. So it's like that game is strange, man. If you play Grandia 3, that game is one of the weirdest, fantasy Japanese storytelling in that sense, because the mom is constantly like, oh, it's the onsen time, son. You should enter the onsen. And you keep trying to force your son into, like the harem, the harem stuff, right? Not with her, but with the elf girl, yeah. So basically, you know, she's traveling with you, right, with the princess, and she constantly tries to make her, you know, make him go into like, oh, what if you help her with the shopping? There might be some kind of flag there. Basically, his mom with Bakarina, she's like, I read the story, son. Here's the flag. Go into that shop right now. Like, she's trying to, you know, it's really weird, that game. It's really weird. And also that she's like, main character is like, you know, whatever, you know, typical main character, something young man, right? And his mom is like 20 or something at most, probably. But she's actually like, you know, I guess 15, 35 something. Teenage pregnancy, something like that. But she's like, call me big sis, because she was like 12 or something when she got a kid. Something like that. That game is weird, man. It's probably the best I've seen where I feel where they went even more than anime. Definitely so. But the Horimiya is coming out soon. So now I'm gonna do let's do the Crunchyroll thing before Horimiya comes out. Let's do the Crunchyroll thing. You should stay for my Crunchyroll wine quickly though. Let's do that now here. The Crunchyroll travesty, yeah. We should do that now, yeah, definitely. I have a little harder time to check it. So Crunchyroll, I wanna do I haven't seen this. Will be a quicker one though than last time, of course, because this time I'm just gonna react to who won, right? So of course, in our live stream a few weeks ago, right, we went over what I thought was gonna be in it, right? What I hope was gonna be in it, and also the cringe of them having like, oh, it's like one good opening song or something. And I mean, they always have bad openings, right? They always have really cringy lists, and you know, it's just like, what is it? And my biggest concern is always the opening, right? It's never in the Black Clover. There's always never in the shonen animes. They never, you know, nominate shonen animes except Hayaku for some reason. That was in everything almost this thing, was weird. And obviously Jujutsu Kaisen, but Kaisen's a new anime, so I mean, ignoring new shonen animes, they're never having like Bleach or One Piece or Black Clover or someone. It's never gonna be here, basically, right? It's kind of like that. And my biggest piece I hated this list is the what's it called? Best voice. Clearly, Ken Yasuda should have won that. He's like in every anime. and I genuinely mean that, right? Because Suda, he's doing like freaking, you know, Ogata and Overhaul. They even have Overhaul as the best character or antagonist. So Suda is doing like all the bad guys in every anime. Like Suda did like, I don't know, 6 bad guys, you know, God of High School, like the main bad guys, right? And he wasn't nominated. I was like, doesn't make any sense to me. Nana means someone too. He's doing basically Ken Yasuda, he did like 50 animes last year, I don't know, but he did like an anime at least like once a week. Like at least he was in like 2-3 animes every season, and usually playing, you know, the main bad guy. He also did, of course, ID Invaded, which I didn't like that much. Some people really like ID Invaded, but from a voice acting standpoint, he was a masterpiece. He was the main character. From a protagonist standpoint, I would argue that ID Invaded arguably had the best protagonist. Of course, it's Katarina. But if you ignore Katarina, ID Invaded was one of the best protagonists, I think, last year. Again, then, Ken Yasuda. So I was like, I hate Crunchyroll for not having him there. That guy was every goddamn man. It doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, let's do the list. And I obviously, Kaiser's gonna win. Obviously, like I haven't said the list yet, but I'm 100% sure that Jujutsu Kaisen is gonna win best anime. So we do it last, but obviously popular anime. So best fantasy is also a very weird category. So I honestly don't really remember what they had it because fantasy apparently for Crunchyroll is kind of like everything. It's like sci-fi and so on. I come from that old school where you say fantasy to me, it has to be Tolkien's. It has to be, you know, elves and orcs, no space shit. It has to be, you know, on like Middle Earth or something, right? That's fantasy. That's what the word fantasy genre means for me. I would say sci-fi, right? If you have space shit and so on, right? Even obviously everything as the word fantasy can include everything, right? But you know what I mean. But here, I feel this list is so goddamn vast that they include everything in it. I feel like they just put any kind of anime in fantasy. What I would love to see win is probably, you know, any kind of good isekai or something like that. Like, that would probably be fantasy. But what will win here then? People are probably gonna vote for something like. Did they have Dorohedro here? Honestly, I admit I don't remember how their fantasy was because because they include everything there. So I don't want to guess too much, but I would hope kind of maybe Dorohedro could win. Probably too niche try to win. Misfit was in comedy. It didn't make any sense. It's clearly more a fantasy anime, like Demon Lord, but that could maybe win if comedy. One fantasy I really loved, but more of a comedy again, I guess, is Little Demon Princess, right? Sleeping Princess. But that's also probably not here. So whatever, it's a good fantasy. Okay, it's a serious fantasy. okay, I'm covering, I guess, the image there, but yeah. Oh, that's true! S0 is in fantasy. That makes sense, actually. That's not obvious. That was too obvious. I was like, oh yeah, that's true. Of course, S0 wins. It is too obvious. Yeah, you see how the radio is massive there. Yeah, in comparison, the radio is gigantic. Yeah, you see how, of course, S0 wins. That's like a no-brainer. God damn it, that's like obviously, but that's kind of what I mean. It's not a fantasy. Then just the fantasy genre is just too. I feel the fantasy genre, right, in their perspective, in my opinion, it's just too general. It's just anything can be in the fantasy genre, apparently, in Crunchyroll's opinion. So I'm a little bit like, honestly, I was like, I don't really remember what they had in the list. That's what I mean, right? Honestly, like I did not remember what they had. Because yeah, they include everything in the Crunchyroll fantasy thing, so it's kind of hard even to know what they're going for. But anyways, let's go on. So fantasy makes sense. Best couple, I mean, I would probably nominate Kaguya, Kaisho, yeah, President, Kaguya and President perhaps. I think, as I said last year, of course, that the real winner should be Hiyori-chan, Hime and Zoro, of course, easily best couple last year, I think. But they never nominate, ongoing shows, right, like One Piece. So, but I think, in my opinion, genuinely, if I couldn't do like Kaguya-sama and so on, I would definitely pick Zoro and Hiyori, yeah, Hime-chan. That would be like my number one couple. That wasn't included. I think the winner is. So they had this couple that wasn't that bad. Ignoring shonen stuff, of course, because they're never gonna have like whatever Aston and so. Yeah, they're never gonna have these shonen couples. Ignoring that, the couple list wasn't that bad, but it's gonna be one of the popular animes that will win, right? Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. Like that's obviously the best couple. Fine, I guess if people vote for that, of course. Yeah, Tonikaku wins. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I can live with that, right? Tonikaku, yeah, it's like the married couple, right? They're very kawaii together. Yeah, that makes sense. That was, I don't know. I didn't think that was that popular. Though. I don't know. I didn't think that was that popular to actually win. But from a couple standpoint, certainly a good couple. Sure. I mean, I live with it. Yeah, that's fine. I live with it. That doesn't best score. I don't care about. But it's probably gonna be what's called. Oh my God. I'm thinking Great Pretender, but yeah, Great Pretender. Yeah, Great Pretender. Yeah, Great Pretender. The whole. Not definitely. Yeah, come on, it's gonna win with the whole Freddie Mercury song. It's gonna probably ending Freddie Mercury is super better. But yeah. Really, Tower of God? Because I'm thinking, the whole that anime show. Interesting. Because Great Pretender is like the music is one of the best in that way, and the aesthetics, and the ending's probably gonna win with Freddie Mercury. So, well, Beastar should definitely win visual, but it's the wrong era. But the opening, of course, is fantastic. Okay, the opening for that matter will definitely win probably later on. It becomes the best opening. Azukan opening will definitely win. Easy breezy, that's gonna win the opening definitely, guys. I can't see anything else winning that. I thought Great Pretender would win, definitely. Maybe it's not popular. I mean, it's a popularity contest in the end, right? And I mean, it is a popularity contest in the end, and more people probably have seen Tower of God than. But yeah, like it's kind of My Academia would probably win everything if it was here again. That on Kaisen. I remember My Academia when it was season 2, I think. Then it won everything. But I'm thinking honestly, the Tower of God wins by popularity. But anyway, I don't care too much about the score in my opinion. So best comedy, Kaguya-sama should be easily win this thing. But from a comedy standpoint though, I think that Little Princess was more funnier. Like Kaguya-sama is a better anime than Princess. It has better romance, it's better drama. But from a purely comedy standpoint, I would pick Princess because that anime made me crying laughter every episode. Her sociopathic tendency was super fun. So I would definitely vote for Princess purely. And I think there's a problem here though. I hate this kind of people here because again, from a pure comedy standpoint, Princess, in my opinion, wins, right? That's a really, really funny anime that easily wins from pure comedy. But if you judge an anime based on all the factors, I wouldn't say that it's the best anime, right? I don't think it's the best anime, but in a comedy aspect, I think it's the best comedy. And I think it's important to be able to, have different, like, oh, this is the best anime this year. Well, it doesn't have to be the best comedy. Because comedy for me, that's like a pure, laughter meter. How much did I laugh, right? I probably, genuinely, my opinion, but my experience, I would say that I laughed the most at Princess. And probably laughed second most at Kaguya, right? That being said, right, Kaguya has better drama, better romance, and definitely better character development. So I would definitely say that Kaguya should win this thing as a general better anime. But if you purely comedy aspect, right, I would definitely say Princess is more funny. But Kaguya-sama probably will win, right? And Bakarina is also really funny, of course. Bakarina, Hamafura, yeah, of course. One of my absolute favorite anime last year. I'm a huge Bakarina fan. It's also really funny. But yeah, Kaguya's gonna win. It's like a obvious no-brainer. Eisuke, I think, wasn't even close in my opinion. It's a good anime, but again, that to me is also more a drama anime. It's a different comedy anime. Bakarina, as I mentioned, super funny. Princess, of course, super funny. Tiger Shot is a good film, and this is not a comedy, so yeah, it's ridiculous. But of course, Goto Sensei was funny too. Sorry about that. But Goto Sensei, likewise, I would say it's also more of a drama, right? With his, dead wife, trying to be a good father to his daughter, the mystery about what happened between, with the house thing. I mean, certainly I laughed a lot watching Goto Sensei and his behavior, but I do feel it's more of a drama. It's like half drama, half comedy. I don't feel it's like a comedy anime. I feel it's more some kind of sentimental, melodramatic anime with comedy. Right? It's kind of funny, but it's, I suppose, similar to, of course, the same artist's earlier works, Sayonara Setsuba Sensei. Of course, also same author, and also, of course, the actor that does Goto Sensei is the same guy that does the Sensei in Sayonara Sensei, right? It's the same, of course, actor. They look the same as well, right? The character. That anime, I think, is more funny, right, than Goto, because it's more focused on comedy and the weirdness of the world, right? So I don't know, but anyway, yeah, of course, Kaguya-sama, as I said, that was gonna win. But I don't think it's as funny as Princess. I think it's just a better anime overall. Best drama, though, I don't know what they're gonna pick here. That was 2 years ago. I'm like, I personally didn't have like a drama anime that I felt. This is why, again, I hate the genre names, because drama for me then would be something like Fruit Basket, right? That is like a drama. I could see Deku definitely the winning best fight, but it's probably like something from Mappa, like out of high school. But best drama. I said Fruit Basket, but I think that's like a real drama. I said Fruit Basket, that's good, but I said Fruit Basket because I feel that's like a real drama. That's like a drama, yeah. Great Pretender, again, I think it's a horrible. I said it last stream of the roast, because Great Pretender is not a drama. It's like a heist movie, right? It's a heist show. It's not a drama, in my opinion. Yeah, but I guess Sing is a drama, and Beast is a drama. Yeah, Beast, I guess, our argument is better than Fruit Basket, but. And Somali, I would say, is like a fantasy drama. So that's kind of what I mean. So Beastar for me, that's like a really good drama too. That's like a drama, right? Romance, relationship, it's like, does he love me? Can I be with a wolf? It's a really good. I love Beastar, right? Of course, it aired the year before, actually. But but still though, that's a good drama, right? Somali for me, I like Somali, but it's like a drama. I mean, it's very like melodramatic. It's very sad, it's very like the whole story of like this Papa with his daughter, and they're out, and Papa's gonna die. And it's really sad. It's a really sad anime. Very, very melodramatic anime. But would I call it like a sad, would I call it like, oh, this is definitely like a, you know what I mean? Yeah. Would I call this a sad drama? Maybe, it's more fantasy for me, right? I feel that's kind of a hard thing to even call drama in a sense. Beastar is definitely drama, and Fruit Basket then. And yeah, Sing it also, that's a good drama. That's like a drama, at least. This I wouldn't call a drama at all. It's like a thriller. I wouldn't even call it a drama, but yeah, it has spectacle kind of. Deku is probably gonna win, right? That's probably true. Deku, well, maybe. I mean, because My Academia, very popular. Deku fighting overhaul, Ken Rasuda overhaul. Good fight. I can see the win definitely. I did like the fight with Endower too, though, certainly. But I could definitely see from like an animation standpoint, Mappa winning, right? With Kaisen. Like, Jujutsu Kaisen is amazing! Like, every goddamn episode, especially this year, Jujutsu Kaisen is just crazy good, right? And also why they probably will win overall, but like, that is good. God of High School had really good fights too, right? I love the fight with the girl under the sword fight, the two sword ladies. They kind of back-to-back sword dancing fight shit. That was amazing. That's probably my favorite fight. Gleipnir. They're never gonna nominate Gleipnir because too etchy, but Gleipnir has... I actually kind of will go with Gleipnir. Gleipnir had amazing fight scenes, the heavy fight feeling. I will go with Gleipnir, probably. But there's no way that they're gonna win. They're gonna have Gleipnir to win. They never nominate etchy shows, but yeah, Michael leave me a Deku, right? Yeah. You know. Makes sense. Can we expect, right? Brawler with Masters, pretty good fight too. Yeah, pretty good fight. Akinomo Drive, pretty good fight. But I would rather see probably Black Clover, right? Black Clover had way better fights, less emotional fight because than Overhaul. But I would say definitely. Character design, I feel it's also one of the worst categories because category design for me, unfortunately, this is where Crunchyroll shows it's really bad color almost the most because it's like they usually just nominate popular show like Great Pretender and every goddamn Stevens one, right? But character design should be really interesting design of characters. Is it visual? Is it backstory? I don't know. Is it both? But I think that character design should be a category where like the worst anime should be able to win it, right? Because it's about visualization mostly of a character. I would call character design, right? Or if you argue that also backstory and lore and so on, I suppose that is a bit more complicated. But anyway, instead they only nominate top popular shows, right? Which is really crap because here there's so many animes that have interesting character design. Like for example, again, Gleipnir at random, like Gleipnir for example. But they're never gonna nominate that, right? Because it's not popular enough. So I hate that. So I hate this category because it's gonna be I guess toilet, but like this, Great Pretender, I hate that doesn't have that good. BNA, maybe. I mean, BNA didn't have that good character design. Tower of God should have won easily. Tower of God actually has very interesting characters. I mean, at least Tower of God has a lot of characters. With weird, yeah. See what I mean? Tower of God should have won this because Tower of God at least has like a lot of weird characters, a lot of interesting designs, a lot of special characters. So I think Tower of God should have won that, definitely. Best animation, Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Probably win this. Really? Oh, yeah, I guess, but nah. Jujutsu Kaisen, I think, has a lot better animation. Dora had really good animation. Keep as Ace again. I'm surprised they didn't win because every episode is amazing in Jujutsu Kaisen. It's like a groundbreakingly good every episode. Yeah. Beastars actually probably should also easily beat the thing. I mean, has again a bit popular for it. Man, it's Christ. Because it's not that good. It's interesting. It's not that good. Beastar with the whole mirroring with the face is so much better. Beastar from Studio Orange is so much better than from like a technical standpoint, from like an objective standpoint. See, I hate this shit because from an objective standpoint, I'm not talking about what you anime you like more, but it's like objectively the quality of animation. Beastar is much better. Like it's done from like a production standpoint. It's much better than Ace Again. Much better. Mappa's stuff too with Earth is much better from like a quality standpoint. Right? So I think that's bullshit, man. I think that's bullshit. Best director, he's goddamn popularity show. I don't keep fucking care. Yeah, best popularity show, goddamn. I don't care about English. I haven't seen a single anime in English in 50 years. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, the guy that played WooCast, yeah. Don't care. This really should be, of course, what's it called again? Wave, listen to me. She should really win this crap. Osuda, he's not even nominated. But yeah, our Gyro should really win this thing. And she hopefully wins. Come on. That from my voice performance, yeah, her screaming and so on. Jesus Christ. Popularity show is crap, man. Subaru, I mean, he's okay, but yeah, she should have won easily. My God, Subaru isn't even close, man. At least Kanamaru is pretty good. I would definitely not give it to Subaru. Not that it's bad, but it's like it's not bad, but it's nothing compared to like freaking like she's the whole anime. She just her whole there's a whole anime. I hate this popularity. But the thing is that how many people actually saw the anime? There's like 10 people, right? This is like a million people, so it's never gonna beat popular shows, right? Oh god, it's great. Best ending would definitely be Great Pretender because it's like mainstream. Freddie Mercury's gonna win this game because it's just popularity easily. Oh, that's true. What, really? Honestly, I mean, this is a much better ending than Freddie Mercury, but I'm surprised though because that was gonna win from like popularity. Okay, I'm surprised they actually didn't win. But yeah, of course, there's a much better ending. It's a much better ending. Jujutsu Kaisen. That ending is amazing. The opening is freaking badass too, though, and also cool opening in Tattoo Samurai. But there's so many better openings. Here goes opening. This is the worst crap list ever. They never have any shonen anime. They never have any Black Clover and so on. This is the least proper list ever. They never have any good openings. I mean, they have, okay, of course, fine. Easy Breezy will very likely win. But what I mean is that they usually have really crap lists here, right? Like there's so many better anime openings usually than they have. But Easy Breezy will probably Beastar wins. Wow. They won like animation? To who? What is wrong with people? What's wrong with people? With someone who have votes like this? What? Because I mean seriously, here it wins. When it was clearly not as good as Beastar. Beastar is in here in best animation. I mean it's clearly a lot better animated than Eizouken. And Eizouken is not as good as Beastar in animation, not even close to it. So when I saw that, I was like, man, who's gonna vote for it here then? But here it wins? What's wrong with people? What's wrong with the people? Like here, I mean, Easy Breeze is a much better song. It is much better song. But I mean, I don't get it. If Beastar won both of these, I would think that would be reasonable. Because from an animation standpoint, Beastar is so much better than Eizouken. It's so much better. It's like 10 times better than Eizouken from an animation standpoint. So I didn't think if it could lose animation, I don't see how it could not win there because the same people is voting for both, right? This is like popularity voting. So what is this? Because here, of course, is a breeze that was going to win easily if it could win animation, and also Eve is I think a lot better opening song as well. I think that I think the song is pretty meh, right? In Beastars, it's an interesting opening visually, but it's a meh song I think, and obviously, Daddy Do is way better opening. Yeah, it's a way better song. And that I hate it here. I said it last time because I like haiku openings, I like burnout syndromes, but I think it's the worst opening they've done. I think this is like a really weird. I don't know why they love haiku so much, Crunchyroll. I think this is the worst opening by far they have done for haiku. They've done so many more openings, like fly, gonna fly. It's copyright, fly. That's the best one. But yeah, it's so much better. So and also of course the opening 1 to Dr. Stone also much better. It's Sekai. So I think this is like the worst song they've done, in my opinion. I like that band, but this is my least favorite by far too. So I'm like, what? How is it here? But I'm very surprised that Eve, for that matter, which is very popular too. I thought Eve was gonna win also. Well, Eve, very popular artist. I'm really surprised about that because. Again, animation. Therefore, I expect Beatles to really win easily, right? People didn't vote for that. I don't get it. But they vote for it for opening. Opening is like it's different, but it's not better than these songs are so much better. I think the problem, in my opinion, is that the opening of Beastar, while it's visually interesting and different, the song, in my opinion, is not as good as all. Like Eve. Eve, I think, is like a 10 times better song, right? And I like the opening of Beastars, but Eve is like a masterpiece. So I think that. From like a lyric wise, right? From a musical wise, and I think I just like that when they view anime openings, I feel that they are usually, unfortunately, even the list itself, I think it's too much like the visual is too important because like Great Pretender, I think is horrible. It's like crap opening. I hate this opening. This opening is like 0 out of 10 in my opinion, from a song wise. So this is the best opening. Great Pretender, the actual song is like, it's just sound effects. Yeah, the song is horrible. You can listen to this opening. While you work, right? So I listen to Eve, right, over and over again when I work. It's an amazing song. I can listen to Eve, right, 10 hours per day, right. I can't listen to this opening for like a minute. This opening is horrible if you don't watch it, right. This is purely a visual opening, right. It's a horrible song. It isn't even a song. It's just it's just like a sound effect, like a sound effect. But it's a really visual, appealing opening, right. But I could never in my life vote for this opening. Again, because it's not an actual good song. It's not even a song. Horrible. And B-story, in my opinion, then, is kind of the middle thing, right? The very interesting visual, in my opinion, not a good song, or like a mediocre song, right? I'm not saying it's a bad song. I think it's like a, it's okay song, right? Yeah, but interesting visual. Eve is like a masterpiece song for me. That's like a freaking, 11 out of 10 musical performance, right? And also a really good opening from a visual standpoint. So that to me is a lot better than this one, a lot better. I would give it like several times better opening. And of course, back close to the wall. But anyway, and then they do the same way here. Really good visual opening, amazing good songwriting. Also much, much better than the other one. So, but I think it's an insult to even have, they play here. Because they don't even have a song, man. So horrible is it always. But they are now feeling also the worst one for them. But they are so bad when it comes to opening. So anyway, let's go on. Best girl should be Katarina, but she's in protagonist, not in best girl. So I think Rachel should win. Rachel from Tower of God. That would be fun. Please couldn't they nominate Rachel? I think Rachel is really the best girl. But I think definitely Katarina class then. Bakarina should have won. She's even in the list, which is stupid. So I don't care. I guess Kina will win then. If R0 wins fantasy. And Kina is I think it's here, right? And Kina is hopefully here. She should win. Okay, Kaguya. I guess, but that's weird. How can the main character of this anime be here? But I remember Katarina wasn't here. It doesn't make any sense. But I guess Enshika, I think, is a more best girl than Kaguya. But whatever. Kanamori, I do like. She's always overrated. I think as hell. The whole anime is overrated. No, it's a pretty good call. But Katarina was here. No, she was with this. Katarina's clearly she's carrying the whole anime. Wait, there wasn't even a freaking Echidna here. They don't know what best girls are. I don't know. They don't know what best girls are. Best boy, I don't really care. It's clearly Ogata should win. Ogata should win best tiger and best boy. Best boy, Ban maybe wins Tower of God, something like that, right? Deku is usually here every year. I guess Kaisen could be here. I feel best boy and best girl are so badly done, right? There's so many more interesting characters could be there. He did the best boy. That's like oh man, who's voting for this? Kaiman, way more interesting character. He's not really the best boy. I hate the list, man. I hate them. Kunna, Legacy is definitely the best boy. It's like a weird. This is the most weird list ever. Best boy, Anos, the protagonist. I think best boys usually shouldn't be really protagonists, and I just feel it's weird, man. I just feel it's weird. I don't care what list. I'm like, what is this? I remember now. And here what is the worst also after openings, as I talked about earlier, because they don't know what an antagonist is and a protagonist is. They are like bad people, right? So, but it really is that, right? As I said last time we talked about it, crazy best girl from Gleipnir. Claire, she's really crazy. She should definitely win this probably. She's the best antagonist. She's kind of evil, but she's kind of like the main character, but she's also really more the antagonist, right, to the weak protagonist, so to speak. She's the best antagonist by far, in my opinion. But or Ogata, right? Of course, in Golden Kamui, which is amazing performance by Ken Suda again. But they don't even include that because they don't know what like antagonist is. They have no idea. They think antagonist has to be a demon, right? But yeah, like it should be Claire or Ogata, but it's probably gonna be someone that is like a demon because antagonist for them is like this character is pure evil, right? There has to be a character that has a badly written bad guy that has like horns, right? Antagonist, in their opinion, is like a bad guy. But you remember when they had Ainz as an antagonist, but he's clearly the protagonist. Okay, but Kaiser is popular, so. But yeah, but I remember like Rachel, I would say, is a way better antagonist though than So, yeah, Rachel is way better, and Anne is a pretty good. And Kina is also a way better antagonist, but she's more like a best girl. And overall, also better antagonist. Lame list, but I remember again, right? It's the example I love to pick up every time because when they had the freaking like Ainz from Overlord as best antagonist, I was like, he's the main character. You're following Ainz mindset. You're following his, what should I do now to fight these lizard people, right? This is crazy. But I think Claire should have won, but she's too extra to even have in the list, right? But she's at the perfect antagonist. It keeps motivating the bad guy, or Gata then, or Rachel at least. She just loves it happening. Rachel technically maybe she's the best antagonist because if Rachel had it left for a tower, Ban wouldn't have entered and so on. It's all about her, right? Ban is all about it's Tower of God. The main character, the protagonist, is all about him and Rachel, right? That's his whole life goal, right? And then she of course is Rachel. So in the end there, but even before she does her Rachel stuff, it's all about her. He's in love with her, right, or something like that. And she's a really good antagonist, much more than, for example, Sukuna, which is kind of a bad guy. He's like the evil QB, right? He's QB but more evil. And I mean, he's not a bad character, but he's not really driving the main character. The main character gets the finger, gets his powers, but he's not like driven by him, right? Or his personality. Rachel drives Ban completely from the beginning to the end, right? And then of course especially the end. And same thing with Claire. They drive the main character. Without them, there wouldn't be a main character. Well, this guy doesn't really impact the main character. The main character is who he is anyway. His life isn't focused around, yeah. And then Kidna is also more of an antagonist, but I don't know if she's also like Because Kidna is an antagonist, also of course driving them, but not really against the main character. It's kind of a weird. She's also almost kind of like a protagonist, also like a binary. And here's gonna be Katarina, hopefully. Come on, please. She's carrying her anime. Yes, this is the only thing I want. No, but like finally people have some intelligence. But how can she not win Best Girl then? So Katarina, Bakarina, clearly Castle of Bakarinas is the best protagonist because she's driving whole anime. Without her, it wouldn't be an anime, right? She's carrying the load of being the character, and everyone loves her, and she's the whole anime, right? Without Katarina, it wouldn't be a Hamafura, right? You have some other animes, like for example, quintuplets, we have it more, yeah. Where you could remove the main character and just follow these 5 waifus, sisters, and it would be fine. It doesn't matter that much, right? Yeah. Katarina is really carrying her anime so much on her shoulders. She's the whole anime. Anos, I suppose, is also a pretty good example of a character that's carrying his anime, right? But it's Natsumi is also pretty good player, actually. Yeah, but not as good as like Katarina, but. See, this is what I mean. I don't think he carries his anime that much. I mean, I could remove the main character, Jujutsu Kaisen, and I could follow, Sensei, and that would be a good anime too. Right? We could remove him, and we can follow Todo, the man of culture. That would be a way better main character, right? You could follow his man of culture antics, or you could follow like Maki-senpai, right? The bad shit, right? Yeah. You could remove you could remove the main character of Kaisen, and I still wouldn't care, honestly. I mean, he's not a bad character, but you could remove him, and you could follow many of the other characters, right, and it would be a good anime. But if you remove Katarina, that's why she should win and she won, right, because Katarina is the whole anime. It's an anime just focused around her. She is the anime, right? So like that's why I think she's to win. Anos, in a similar way, he is his whole anime. Without Anos, there is no anime. He's the center, really is center, right, of the universe in this anime. So where I feel likewise here, you could kind of, you could follow Kanamori and her trying to make money on animation, right? Yeah, that's also the anime kind of has like 3 protagonists. It doesn't really focus on one of them as much. So I think that we pick Hinata. I feel is really weak, honestly. This is definitely the worst pick here. And I said it last time. I don't know why they love Haikyuu so much more. Not because it's a bad anime, but because normally they don't nominate stuff that are season 5, right, whatever. Because Black Clover is never appearing on One Piece or right. So if you're gonna have Haikyuu all the time, why couldn't they have like One Piece, right? Why couldn't they have Black Clover? Why couldn't they have like Merlona for best girl, best wife? Right? You know what I mean? No, but I don't get it, right? I don't get why Hinata and Haikyuu for some reason gets a pass, and it's like 10 categories. I don't get it. But yeah, Todo. I would rather have Todo as the main character, right, than whatever. Yeah. So that's why I think it's a bad decision. Yeah, my best friend, my brother. That was amazing. I love that, brother. Oh my god. Well, I hate yesterday though, side note here, spoiler, but in yesterday's episode of Kaisen, we do see Todo, flashback, he beats up some guy, and he's like, I hated life, it was boring. And then this hot chick appears, this Yankee biking girl, it's like, this other biking lady is like, hey boy, wanna have some fun? What kind of lady do you like? Like, it's like really hot, biker babe appears. It's like, hey boy, wanna do it? Kind of like that. And I was like, this is amazing. And then it cut away. I don't get it, man. That backstory of Todo should have been definitely fleshed out. How he met this like really badass biker babe, and she's like, "I will make a man out of you." I was like, I want to see more of this woman. I want to see what happened with his backstory. I want the real Todo backstory. And they were like 1 minute of that, and I was like, what? Who is this badass biker babe? Oh my god, that was so frustrating. I was like, this is amazing. I don't care about the fight. I want to see Todo in his first love interest. Come on. But anyway, yeah, I really dislike Hinata in this sense because, I said last time, and again, not because I dislike Haikyuu, I like Haikyuu, but how important was Hinata as a character for this season of Haikyuu? He was basically not important whatsoever, because this season of Haikyuu, they were just playing a game, right? And I mean, just playing, but they were playing a game. And he is one of the characters of the team, right? They have the captain, right? They have the audio, they have the other character, right? And like, it's so focused on all the other characters in Haikyuu, right? They have so many, they have, Ryu, they have all the other characters. And you also have the other opponents, the twins, they have the Robo, you have the other characters of the other party too. So him being the main character was extremely not important that season. Like he had so little screen time for being a main character, right? So I hate them even having Hinata. I hate it because if you could have protagonists from a long-going shows here, you could have Asta here, right? You could have Luffy, right? You could have Zorro, kind of secondary protagonist in One Piece, right? Yeah. You could have other characters that has been much more driving, right? Like Luffy is a much more better protagonist in the One Piece last year than Hinata, by far much more, with the prison training, befriending, Hoguro, with Kid and so on, right? Fighting Kaido, right? Or Zoro his adventure with Hiyori, so right? Much more driving from like a protagonist standpoint than Hinata, that had like 10 minutes screen time basically in like a whole season, right? Like, it's ridiculous. He had like no screen time this season. I really mean it. He didn't. I mean, he had it in the part 1, I suppose, but in part 2 we had like 0 screen time, right? Because it's about the team, and actually in this game here, when you're playing in Haikyuu, there was more about the twins, right? It was more about their opponents than actually them, right? So, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I knew you would love the biker baby, as I did too. Like, why couldn't we have more of the biker baby Vanessa? And she's all like, "What woman do you like?" And she's got big up eyes, and he's like, "Whoa, this kind of woman." And I was like, "Yes, of course she does." This like Arara biker baby is like, "I will make you a man of culture." I was like, yeah, this makes sense. But what happened later? They should have worked on the babe more. But anyway, I hate Hinata being here. I don't understand why they have, why they can't have like Asta or Yuno or whatever. I don't care, but I don't understand why just Haikyuu for whatever reason is allowed to be in like every category, even in season 5, right? Because there are a lot of better animes, in my opinion, that have season 5 going on, or whatever in these categories. But anyway, Katarina, I said last time too, she really should win, because Katarina and her Council of Katarina class, it really is a character that is carrying her anime, right? That is a woman that is just, she's the main character, she's the protagonist, everything up in her head, right? She's like 5 different Bakarina Council, and all the other characters loves her, right? And it's all about what she's doing and so on. She is truly the protagonist and also the antagonist. The thing is that Katarina is also her own antagonist. That's how powerful she is as a protagonist. She's her own antagonist, right? So she should probably win both those categories, if anything. I would say easily, not even making a joke here, that Katarina Klaus is also a better antagonist than anything in the older category, because she's in her own mind, like, I have to fight myself and be a snake thing, and the priest can kill me. Like, she's her own antagonist and also the same on the same time. She really should have won both categories. Honestly, she should be nowhere in both categories. But that's what I mean, man. These people here, and I hate that they don't understand narration, because I would say that easily Katarina is equally antagonistic as she's protagonistic. She's both, right? And I would easily have her in both categories. Seriously, not even making a joke. She should be in both categories, because she really is all over the place in that sense, right? And because who else would be the antagonist in Hamafura? There is no antagonist. She's not enemy with the prince. the Mary or Maria and so, they all love her. Like Maria Campbell, she could have been the antagonist, the cookie girl. She could have been, but she isn't. She's like, I love you, Maria, Bakarina, I love you. She's like, no, do you love a boy? No, I love you, I'm into girls. Do you have a boy? It's like, that's kind of the level of her antagonizing Katarina, right? She's like, I love you, Katarina. It's like, no, you don't love me. As friends, right? No, I love you as romance. As friends. That's the level of, antagonizing she has, right? So again, Katarina is also the antagonist for herself, right? And for all the other girls, right? And so on. She really is. She's also antagonizing everyone, right? So, way better antagonist than the other characters. Like, honestly, like, what has he done? I mean, people are gonna be angry at me. Oh, Sukuna, but really, like, what has he done as being an antagonist? He gets eaten by the main character, and then, of course, he does some bad shit. I'm not saying he doesn't do bad stuff, but what has he really done to drive the main character like some other antagonists? Because it's not like he tricks him to eat him or something like that, right? It's not really like that. And you have to compare it to, the QB and so on there, right? Or the hollow form and that stuff, right? But if you look at something like the QB, I would say it's also a pretty bad antagonist. The QB doesn't really antagonize Naruto, right? So, spoilers, but yeah, Naruto has a QB side of him. Spoilers, yeah, Naruto, QB, Kurama-chan. But anyway, for example, in Naruto, who's the antagonist? Well, it's definitely not the QB. Antagonist is several ones, but I guess in the beginning is like Sabusa, I guess, right? And Haku, the first arc, I guess. I guess it's first is like Minori, but yeah, then Sabusa, and it goes, then Orochimaru, I guess it's Gaara / Orochimaru, right? Then it's Orochimaru, the Yara fourth, right? Then it's of course it's two, and then it's the Madara, and then it's Kaguya and so on and so forth, right? But the QB is never the antagonist, right? He's inside of Naruto, and he's antagonizing Naruto sometimes. But it's not like he's the driving force about Naruto's actions, right? And I really feel like, while of course for Yuji in Kaisen, while he's evil demons, he's probably more evil than Kiryu being. He's definitely more evil, yeah, and he's more antagonizing, right? But I don't feel like he's like driving him to, oh, I'm gonna be the king of this thing now, right? He's not like he didn't really change his personality. It's not like he altered who he was, right, by being eaten by him or something like that. So I that's purely for me a popularity winner. Yeah, I don't see him as a very good. And if anything, the antagonist of that show isn't even him, right? It's the other yokais, the other evil spirits, right? They are, yeah, definitely for that matter. The other spirits, as we see in Kaisen, for example, yesterday, they are the one, of course, driving, the attacks on the humans, right? Driving the finger, driving to, kind of rebirth the evil guy, right? So they are the ones that are clearly antagonizing the storyline. They are the ones that are driving the action to happen, right? Sukuna inside of the main character, he's not really driving that general storyline. He's kind of bad evil guy inside of him. So yeah, I don't think he should even be nominated, right? Because he's not the protagonist he's not the antagonist, of that storyline. He really isn't. He's one of the antagonists, but he's more like the QB, right? The QB isn't an antagonist whatsoever in anime, really, in Naruto, not at all, really. He's more like this bad thing inside of Naruto, right, that pops out every now and then. It's kind of more that, right? And the QB is never ever the bad guy of an arc, right? It's always someone else, right? And they might want to steal the QB, and the QB might help Naruto, right? So on. But it's never like the QB itself is a driving force behind the other bad guy's actions, right? As a goal, perhaps, they want to take him, right? But he's not like that driving them. And I feel in Kaisen so far, of course, I haven't seen Kaisen that much yet. Of course, obviously, now I've seen every episode, it's a lot longer than Kaisen. But in Kaisen, similar thing, I feel, where that guy is inside of the main character, right? But he's not really driving the storyline forward. He's not really like driving the bad guys to do what they're doing. He exists as a bad person inside of the main character. He's more like an object of, like the other bad guys, right? So yeah, I think he's a really bad antagonist example. But anyway, end of the year. I think Kaisen will win, right? It's a very popular anime, and I think I say one thing here though, which I think is very fair to say. I think it's really unfair to have Kaisen as a nominee anyway. And now I sound really salty here in Jujutsu Kaisen. I love Jujutsu Kaisen, Now, I sound really salty here because I was like, but that he's not the best things. But one thing actually that I think is true here, I think it's very fair from a kind of voting standpoint. I don't think Jujutsu Kaisen should be in this list in a way, right? And why I say that is because it's not yet over, right? It's still going on this season, and I would much rather see it in 2021's list, right? I think that would be more reasonable. One reason why is purely that it's very likely gonna win here, because it's very popular, right? Anime of the year. But another reason why it's gonna win, most likely, is because when people are voting for this, that's actually in this month, or last month. What's this month? February? It's last February now. But anyway, people voted for this thing, right, in like January or beginning of February. I think I'm right in that. I think you can vote in the beginning of February. I hope I'm right. But anyway, people are voting for their best anime this year, right? What that means is that when people are, the casual, whatever, people they're watching anime, right? And of course they are like, oh, what should I vote for? And they are like, oh, Kaisen is freaking bad, and Kaisen is really good. Okay, Jujutsu Kaisen, this season, this year, is even better than last year, right? It's amazing with Todo and so on, right? But see what I mean? That means that you're probably very easily gonna vote for them for it to win, right? Because you watch that Todo, you're like, whoa, Todo! And you watch that fight, so I think that's unfair, right? Because the other animes, I think that's really, really unfair, because the other animes, like for example, I don't know, Great Pretender is in this end of the year, I think it is. Great Pretender, it's something that you saw, like 6-8 months ago, half a year ago, somewhere, you probably saw it like half a year ago, right? Kaisen, it aired in the fall, and it's still airing in this winter, so Kaisen is something that is fresh on your mind, because you actually watched it yesterday, right? So I think it's really strange to have animes that are not finished yet, and they're still ongoing during the voting, right? But not only because it makes you, be more into that anime because you saw it, but also because what if it had a horrible ending? Okay, let's just throw it out there. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's obviously not ending is a manga, right? But let's say you had an anime that only had, let's say 26 episodes, right? Okay, 20 episodes, and you watched it, right? The first half in the fall, and the second half in the winter, and then you vote during the winter before it's finished. And then it has a horrible ending, right? And the ending is crap. It's a horrible twist, and everyone hates it. And everyone's like, oh my god, this is the worst season 2 ever, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? But it's one long season, right? It's like season from fall to winter. It's one, like Kai said, it's one, without a break, right? Wouldn't that be silly then, to vote for that for like best anime of the year, and then it completely fails 5 years later? Again, I'm not saying that Kai is doing that, I'm saying opposite, but I'm saying that, in theory, that could be the case. Still, Jujutsu Kaisen, very unlikely, but maybe it has a horrible ending, right, in 5 years from now, 4 years from now. It theoretically is possible. I think it's highly unlikely, but from an actual, in theory, it could happen, right? So I think it's strange, too, that you can vote for something that is not, like, finished yet, even during its own season. Like, Jujutsu Kaisen is the one that's going right now, right? We haven't even seen the finish yet, right? So it feels really strange to have it here, but it's probably gonna win, but it's been like, I feel it's really strange. It was the same thing with like Slime 2 years ago. It also aired like kept airing during the season, and I said that the two is like, I don't know with Slime because I haven't even seen how it ends yet. So I'm gonna vote for anime of the year for Slime when it's like halfway finished, right? That feels like strange to me. I don't think it should be in that year either. I think Slime should have been in the next year, likewise, right? But anyway, yeah, let's finish it here. I'm pretty sure that Kasen's gonna win popularity. It's also ongoing, right? See, I was right. I told you guys, but I think, come on, because it's still ongoing. People are seeing this like Toro fight with okay, yes, it was nasty, but people are seeing like, see it back, like the Maki fight. That was amazing. My favorite fight, with the hot chicks, right? The Maki battle. That was some crazy good shit. That was probably happening while you could vote for this thing, right? So I mean, it's so easy that it's gonna win because who's gonna win? Who's gonna vote for it? That's again, Great Pretender is so rated, but that was there. Då hade då Upper Raman is a joke to have here, and it's also really weird, I feel. And yeah, det är stort. Talk too much again, but yeah, like Ranman, which I dislike a lot, right? But Ranman to me is like one of the shows I don't really understand why it's even there, because Upper Ranman, it's not in any other category. So I don't understand it, honestly. I said it last time, because Oh, sorry. Kick the bottle. Because Appare Ranman is like, regardless of if it's the best or the worst show, that's the only show that Crunchyroll only has in one category. So I don't get that, because it's like, but if you're gonna have the best anime of the year, it probably also has a really good antagonist. It probably also has a good protagonist. It probably has a good comedy or a drama or something like that, right? So what I don't get then with that horror, yeah, but I don't get that. It's out now, right? Yeah. I'm gonna set it up here. What I don't understand, really don't understand, with what's it called? Happy Ranma is that I just don't get it, honestly. I don't get it from like a technical standpoint. I don't get how Appare Ranman can be nominated in in that kind of fashion, right? I just don't get it. Like how can they nominate an anime and then don't have it in any other category? I really sorry, I was gonna fix the setting up for me. Yeah, sorry. So I just don't get it. I really mean it. That for me is like I hate this shit, because not that necessarily Appare Ranman is the worst anime ever. I didn't like it though, but it's not the worst anime ever. But it's like, I just don't get it, right? Because if you look at anime of the year, every other anime of the year, like for example then Kaisen, right? It's in like 10 categories, right? Great Pretender, it's like 10 categories. And I hate that too, honestly, sure that they have it in every category. But just for some reason, Appare Ranma is in anime of the year, but it's like pretty unpopular anime. It definitely didn't win, of course, but obviously that's what's gonna win. But they also don't have it in any other category. So again, I just don't get it, right? I mean, honestly, I don't get how they have. I just don't get it. Like how can they have nominate something for best of the year, but then don't have any best girl, best character, best music, best storyline, best comedy, best drama. You know what I mean? Like it's nothing. Otherwise, they seem to like with Ranma. And if one thing I would personally say that the best part of Ranma was the character design, right? With the crazy hair colors and so on, and the clothing. So it's not even nominated there for interesting character design. So I just don't get it, honestly. I don't get it. I don't get how they're doing it. I'm just like shaking my head. I don't understand. And then of course I don't think it should be an anime of the year anyway. But I'm just like, if it should be the anime of the year, it should have been more. For example, Katarina is like 4 episodes. But yeah, for me, I have high hopes as always. I'm gonna watch soon. I'm just buffering it now here, just so we can watch it without any stops or whatever. So yeah, like it's smoother. I'm gonna watch Horimiya here any moment now. And of course One Piece later tonight. Yeah, One Piece again. I'm super hyped for One Piece. We won't do this live stream up to One Piece. It's like 6 hours now. But One Piece is amazing now because, again, spoiler, but we're in that whole Roger flashback now. So that's like the best shit in the One Piece stuff. Yeah, like that's the best stuff ever. This is the best flashback in One Piece right now. So that's like super huge for me, being a massive One Piece fan. As I mentioned earlier, right, with other questions, I got into One Piece. As I mentioned, I got into One Piece right when I was a kid, super early. I read One Piece in the 90s, right? So, Roger backstory is like, holy shit, seeing the Roger flashback animated for me is like, wow, like 20 years in the making, right? Because, I said earlier, but interesting just how One Piece was localized or translated from Japanese to Swedish immediately. So it was like, we almost had One Piece, as I said earlier, from the beginning, right? We had it like almost when it started in Japan. It only had gone for like 1-2 years, and they were like, oh, we made a lot of money on Dragon Ball in Swedish, so let's try some more manga, right? And they were like, oh, this One Piece is blowing up in Japan. Let's take One Piece and do it immediately in Sweden. So I've been reading One Piece and following the Roger, dreaming about seeing a Roger flashback in anime for like 20 years, so it's kind of crazy, really crazy, and but that case I mentioned earlier though, the question still, that case is crazy though, that famous translator of One Piece, how he literally, and I mean literally, he went to the Supreme Court to fight for ecchi manga. Like, I'm not to make a joke. He's like that man's freaking legend, man. Freaking legend. He went to the Supreme Court to defend like Love Hina and like so on. Because he was tested in Love Hina and was it more? GTO was the manga I have on Books of Course. Grand Teacher Oniska has some ecchi. He did that one too. He did Naruto in the beginning. Which is of course, Cube, Naruto transformation, ecchi. But what did he do more? Like he did one manga he did, which is very still manga interesting, I think, is of course Ergir. So I read, I have Ergir, right? Classical manga of Ergir. And the thing with Ergir is that I grew up on reading Ugreit's, fun work. Yeah. So I actually had read all of the Ugreit's work, because Ugreit was one of those artists that was translated by the Eros manga, whatever they were called. So they did like there was this company that translated certain, fun manga people, right? Like the fairies and Alice in Wonderland and so on. So they did a few of those, right? And one of them they did was the Ugreit, right? The person behind Tenyu Tenge, right? And also then Ergir. So I remember when we got Ergir, also very, very early. We got Ergir from the same person that they did the courting. He also interested Ergir super early when I was out in Japan. And Ergir is very, ecchi with his like, family harem and so on in the beginning, right? So he went to court, I guess, to also defend Ergir. Something, because they also had some weird scenes in the beginning with, the bath and so on. But of course, Kaguya-sama, the best thing ever, basically. Kaguya-sama is arguably like the best comedy drama of anime mankind, right? It's the masterpiece. I'm gonna take some water here before we do a Horimiya, baby. So, yeah, that's for Horimiya. And then the question, that's the first one. For generally, anime. Yeah, questions. Generally, but there's a lamp. It's like flashing. But yeah, I'm just gonna watch. Just put this. The chat was covering the timer, so now put it down. There we go. Now I can read it easier. So timer up. Hopefully, okay. Sorry. What's that pointing at? Just need to fix the. But that is true, actually, thinking about it. The best rom-com with psychology is, of course, Kaguya. Yeah, it's Kaji with romance. You see why I love it, right? Because my favorite anime is Kaji of all time, right? So, of course, I would, it's obviously why I love Kaguya-sama. Because Kaguya-sama is like Kaji, but with romance, instead of being like, he's gonna kill me if I play this card wrong. It's like, I'm gonna seduce him if I play this card wrong. Yeah, so I mean, yeah. Obviously, as soon as I saw Kaguya episode 1, I was hooked, right? I was like, oh my god, it is Kaji, but it's like romantic Kaji. Yeah, Kaguya-sama is like the freaking masterpiece. Probably one of the best animes ever done. Easily. I still stand by saying that I find the princess funnier though. And again, that's why I think that's why in that sense, I wish I used to be like a ranty anime guy instead of being rant. No, but like, I want people to understand, right, that Kaguya-sama is a better anime than, for example, than Princess. Way better anime, I think, actually a lot better. But from a pure comedy aspect, what anime that I laughed the most to was definitely Princess. I just laughed it constantly. I just laughed it all the time about Princess. Kaguya-sama I laughed too, though, especially when Papa Dio appears. Papa Yoni! I mean, I see it, yeah, I mean, like, Kaisho! That's the best scene, probably my favorite scene, when so Shirogana's father, right, is Dio right there. So he meets Kaguya right in this hallway, and she's like, oh, who are you? And he's like, so do you like this president loser guy? That's not a loser, he's my president. It's like, oh, that guy is a loser, look at him, he's weak, and he's basically, he insults his own son, right? And she's like, no, I like him, and he's like a brave man. And he's like, oh, I see. And that's like, I'm his father. It's like, what? Yeah, that's the best scene ever. That scene is the freaking best in that scene. Jesus Christ. And he's like, oh, I see, I'm his dad, so I just want to see if you like my son or not. You're gonna curve trickster, Papa! And of course it's Dio, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's me, Dio, Papa. But anyway, yeah. Horimiya, guys. So let's start watching it, and I will edit it out later if you wanna probably hear that now. But yeah, I'll edit it out and have the Horimiya for people who wanna watch the review and so on later. Right? But anyway, so Horimiya episode 8. What I think will happen? So I said last week, I really like Horimiya. I like to get into the whole, the other side story. I feel that the main couple, they're kind of like, they're kind of dating, they're getting married, probably, whatever, right? What I'm interested in more personally is seeing who's gonna win the other guy, right? Yeah, because they have this rival. I said last week, right? They have Megan, right? She's like, I want him, right? And she's asking, the back kind of. So I like that story a lot there. I want to see more of that, right? Because it's interesting for me that they both have this issue of being like, oh, I'm so, curvy and bigger. He likes the slim girls, right? Like my best friend, right? And the other girl is like, oh, I don't have the curves, so the oppa's like her. They both have the issue of being like, I want to be like her, and no one is happy who they are. They both want to be the other person, and no one is happy by themselves and so on, right? And also feels like who matter what would ask him out and be like, I like you, right? He would probably say yes. But they're both afraid of being turned down, so no one just tells him they like him. So I like that. I think it's always interesting, and I like seeing that. Of course, Megan, that she was kind of taking some steps forward last week, right? Asking the other girl, "Oh, are you dating him?" And she's like, "No, we're just best friends." Oh, I see. Nice, kind of like that, right? That being said, though, I wonder how he feels about that, because clearly he's also hanging out with the other one, and they're going to karaoke and so on. So they seem to be quite dating. So they're basically like best friends, but they're almost dating, right? So yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go for her. But anyway, let's start watching it. So 3, 2, 1, and go. Let's watch Horimiya, babies. I kind of hope Megan wins, right? Because she's just kind of. I like how she's more into it. I like how she's like. I like how she's more fighting. I like she's like gambling. She's more like I'm more risk taking. So I do care more about that romance than the main characters now. What is that? A new character? His Ototo? New character? I guess. Like his brother, I guess. Looks very similar. Right? Either he's like minding himself or his brother. But it sounds like himself, so I guess it's like talking to himself in like a childhood way. I used to hate Jim. It sounds more like he is thinking about what he used to think himself, like a few years ago. Like his younger self. Yeah. Like he's talking to his younger self. Yeah, no one likes me anyway. That's how it feels like. Some self-hate there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So he's hit himself. First I was like, it's his brother, but no, now it's like, you're gonna have a friend. And see there, yeah, now the head patting. So that's, yeah, we're gonna have friends, and we're gonna have like a girlfriend, and you're gonna have like a new brother and mother and so on. Yeah, then you have this girl, and she's gonna cry, and she's gonna force you to watch horror movies, and she's gonna be a pretty annoying girlfriend actually. Yeah, she's gonna be like, wanna watch horror movies? No, I hate them. Watch horror movie with me. Yeah, it's like, you're kind of a weird girlfriend, aren't you? But yeah, he's talking to himself, his younger self. Some kind of inner conflict, dreaming about his young Bichon himself. I don't know. But yeah, I want to see my girlfriend. Yeah, pretty sad, but I mean, he's already has a good life now. I mean, he's a cute girlfriend and everything, so he's already a winner, right? In the beginning, though, I kind of thought it was better first. Yeah, Hayasaka is, of course, Kaguya-sama is harder than that. Yeah, who's the best girl in Kaguya-sama? Shika, I think, is the best comedy character, though. When she appears and Shika is like... Shika! You know, Shika appears and everything explodes, right? But this anime, though, I kind of like, I kind of like Genki girls. I like, Kimi. I like she's like, Remy is like, yeah, Remy. I like her, she's like, I'm kawaii, I'm talking about myself. It's kind of like, obviously my favorite character by far in Wonder Egg Priority. It's obviously, my name is, I'm kawaii. Oh my god. If you see oh god, Wonder Egg, I love it so much. My name is Kawaii because I'm Kawaii. Like that's just so. Oh my god, I love her. That was so dark though. Seriously, like I don't know what they priority, but Jesus Christ, that was so sad. This episode, holy shit. We see her like her birthday, and she's like, I'm gonna Man, the anime is so dark. I almost kind of like it more now than the Mushoku Tensei because I'm a huge Mushoku Tensei fan. But that's a new anime, but holy shit, man. The Wonder Egg Priority this episode this week, I was like, whoa, that's a dark anime. The anime definitely is the most dark anime this time. By far. But I guess this is Remy's love story, how she loves the president. Kaisho! Yeah. She's like, Kaisho! She's gonna, come on, she's like, yeah, popular Bishonen guy. Yeah. Okay. So I guess she's been observing him for a while here. If it's her mind, but I guess, right? Exactly. I mean, who else would be weird some answers? Like, he's really dating her, so. He's afraid. Yana, come and save me! He's just trying to be, and he's afraid too, or something. I guess he's just trying to be like, please save me. Nice. Good job. Yeah, but, okay, yeah. You did it, boyfriend, though. He's all proud of himself. He did it. That's cute. Yeah, oh, that was cute. She's like, he's a weakling and he's a coward, but he's trying. That was hard for him clearly to save me. Yeah, the spider, come and save me. Yeah. Oh, that was good. She's trying. Gonna save your girlfriend. What girl sticks out there? Pretty normal, I think. They both look normal. Like the most plain guy ever. No, I like them both equally amount. It's like I like them equally much, right? But yeah, she really stands out having pink, red hair, looks like, red hue, and she really stands out as being all the other characters has like, there's some kind of black or brown hair. She's like the only these are the only two characters like red and pink here. And every other character has, like black or brown hair. So they're very standing out being the characters of the anime. But yeah, of course she's trying to, flirt with him, talk to him and so on. Oh yeah. Bröderna Grimm, yeah. Brata. Grimm Brata. Snow White. Oh, of course, that's nice. Of course, they were friends, right? We know they're best friends earlier in her flashback, so yeah, it's clearly over the young, both of them. And Remy and her best friend trying to flirt with the pretty boy. She's like, yeah, I guess. She's like, I don't care about you, but I feel like she's like, what? I'm in this now? I need to read books now? Like, I don't want to be part of this. Yeah, I think she's kind of forced into it now. She's like, I guess I will also be part of this romance. Yeah, like she's just like, I'm a third wheelie now, right? I don't want to leave me alone. Okay, he's a really well-read guy here. I guess his parents are, I wouldn't say rich, but they have books, I guess. Is it rich having books? Maybe I'm just privileged. No, I don't know. My family had books, I guess. My grandfather had like a library. He had like a huge what's it called, like I don't know what's called, like my grandfather had a room where they had just books, right? It's just hundreds of books, right? Yeah, like this kind of thing. Yeah, what's that called? Library, right? What's that called when you have like a honestly, right in the comments, people. I don't know what it's called. Like what it's called when you have this thing, right? When you have like a room in your house and it's just filled with books, right? Like your own library, right? That's not what they call it. The library, yeah, like the house library. I don't know what that's called otherwise. Like this thing where your family has like a book room, right there. So my grandpa had this thing, yeah, like this whole, but they had more books though. Books the whole, they only had books in some water. She's not good with the money. Of course she's a cute girl. Exactly. She's a very kawaii Genki girl. I just want to eat nice stuff and have a good time. Oh, is it noticing her hair changes? Oh my god. Whoa, that's a love story for you. It looks nice. He's noticing her hair difference. Oh, so you changed your hair a little bit? And he's like, oh, I saw that. Oh man, this is a love story now. He's noticing. Oh, look at this. They're clearly dating now. Can I talk to you? Yeah. Those guys are like, oh, they're smashing. They're doing it. I mean, come on, like. The room will start definitely now here. But she's like, hey, cutie, can we... She changed now. Yeah, see those guys, they're like, whoa, they're dating, right? They're clearly dating. Oh, is some jealousy here? She's like, oh, I don't care. Oh my god, she's like, okay, I don't care. Oh man. Oh my god, he's like, are you some kind of... But yeah. A study, I guess it's called. It's like, is it called a study, I guess? Otherwise, I guess. Because I saw it's a little like, table. A study, I guess you call this room too. A study, yeah. I like a study. Oh, okay. That's a better word. A study, I guess. Home study, yeah, okay. It's gonna seduce me in the study. I would kiss the cute girl, right? Come on. Yeah, kind of that. I called it! This guy is like perfect. If I was gonna die tomorrow, I love you. Yeah. I would tell the girl I like that I like her. Nice. What a beautiful. And I slid in there. I would tell the girl I like that I like her. Perfect. And it's all cute. Yeah, that's good. If I was gonna die tomorrow, I'll tell you I love you before I die, right? I hate how they... Men jag orkar inte sabbar. Yeah. Remy likes you too! God damn it! So goddamn adorable. So clearly the most kawaii girl in this anime. Remy is my best girl in this anime, definitely. I love she's been like, Remy. And why am I watching the sub version for? Because they keep not... I don't like how they're not translating, she's saying her name as third person. They keep saying I instead of Remy in the subs. I don't know why I watch the sub version. I usually watch without subs, right? But whatever. Because we did the live stream longer there, I was like, whatever. But I love him now too. He's even more emotional now. He's even more emotional now. He's even more to love him. Yeah, he's more to love now though. But that was a really nice play. That was like a freaking badass play. What would you do if we would die tomorrow? I would tell you I like you. I'm freaking cold. I was like, I'm gonna smash the girl I like before I die, right? Perfect play, dude. I would go for the girl I like. Okay, so she's like applying blue. This is. I mean, he's some kind of weird pretty boy, so I guess
You know, he has blue eyes and piercing. I don't know. Nice. Foot. Head patting with foots. Okay. An ultimate play here of submission. I don't know. This is Dushini now. This is kind of weird. We entered some weird I feel hands now. He's like, I'm gonna do this thing. Yeah, see, this is some kind of weird hand stuff now. Therefore, Yoshini level there, he's like, I'm gonna step on you, woman, and be... Yeah, but everyone else you're very rude to. You're only nice to me, right? Whenever else you kind of... Really? Uh-huh. Yes, sometimes. Be cute. Yeah, bad boy dream here. Yes, I knew it. She's like, actually, yeah. Yeah. She wants to be the whole stepping. She's like, yeah, I want that. Okay, it didn't work at all. Okay. What is this? What's he doing? I have no idea. He's weird. It's gonna probably scare him now, right? Yeah, she definitely. Who is that? She's like, I want it. Yeah, he's scaring me. He's trying to. This is something that Hori did. Yeah, very good call. This something that Hori wants him to change. Definitely. It's always about Hori. Yeah, see, she wants it. He wants to be like, oh yeah, we'll be hot. He definitely will be hot, baby. But of course. So yeah, I hope now, honestly, in my opinion, I really want to see them going on the other love story here. Maybe, but it seems to be focused on the main couple. So I want to see who's gonna win the other couple, right? I mean, the Remy story was lovable and cute, but I want to see who's gonna win the goddamn. Who's gonna win the other romance, right? I wanna see who's gonna... Here she is. I hope. Oh, another boy? Oh, interesting. Could it be a fourth love interesting? I guess another person entering that love story. Interesting. She could have another man. Should be mean to her. Should be rough, yeah. Tough love, baby. Here we go. Ooh, here we go. And then the girls are gonna go enter and be like, what's happening? They're gonna enter and think he's yeah, of course. They're gonna misunderstand this, what they're usually doing. They're gonna misunderstand what's happening in this love story, of course. And she's like, this is hot. Keep doing it. Yeah, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Yeah. She loves the whole... Here's it too. For me though, honestly. Yeah, here we go. For me at least. Interesting. How would she react then? Not a boy likes her, right? She's clearly in love with her best friend, right? So, yeah, but I mean, yeah, she's clearly in love with her best friend. I mean, I think he's her best friend, kinda. So of course she probably turned him down, right? Because she's, yeah. Oh, she's confused, right? Yeah, that's out. The thing with her is that she's clearly in love with her best friend, and yeah, but she doesn't, you know. But I can see where she's coming from, because she probably thinks that she can't win anyway, right? She probably thinks she's gonna lose to get the man she wants, right? And then she could date the other guy instead to just have a boyfriend, right? So I feel she's probably thinking of maybe saying yes anyway, just to have a boyfriend, and it's kind of cute. Yeah. What if he pretends to be a boyfriend? Interesting. But I don't know. I feel she might just take the other guy, right? That's like oh, I'd rather be with someone than being alone, right? But okay, they go along with that. He's gonna pretend to be a boyfriend. Okay, so this is like he's gonna win, I guess. Then this feels a lot like he's gonna pretend to be your boyfriend, and then of course he or she's gonna like it, right? So I mean, she wants to be his girlfriend anyway, right? So of course she's gonna, you know. I feel this will lead them to be actually dating for real, right? This feels pretty typical that we go some. You hotter him, so it's fine. Yeah, like, come on. She wants to date him anyway, also. But poor Kono-san then. Poor Megane-san. Yeah, I just wanna be there. She's a horrible person, really. I think Hori is like a mean person, yeah. Oh, I wanna see this guy cry. It's like, oh, here we go. He's like, pretend boyfriend. Yeah. We're dating for days, right? So this is what she wants, right? She gets what she wants. Yeah, she gets the dream. Oh man, she's getting what she wants here, also perfect for her. Yeah, she's getting exactly what she wants, right? So now I feel sorry for Megan that she's getting out. But he might tell her then. He might tell the other people at school that they're dating. It's gonna ruin it for poor. Yeah, that's my girlfriend. Leave my girlfriend alone. So now she's all like, no, I'm not your girlfriend. You used to pretend to be my boyfriend. Oh yeah, my god. Yeah, I don't like you or anything. And then of course they're gonna watch it. So she's a mean person. Oh, here we go. Who is this other character though? He knows him. His brother. He's super pretty. So he's a very Bishonen. He's like a super. He's Bishonen. He's so hot. Come on, pretend me. Etone, this is my girl. He's of course super hot. Even his name is girl. He's so hot! It's like, this guy is like, I want to date him too now! I'm inferior. I am inferior in every way possible. He's probably has perfect grades too, right? He's probably the best at everything. Don't say that! Don't give me compliments! You're so hot, man. I want to date you. Yeah, she's like, come on, it's a big. Drop this loser, date him instead. Total loser. He's like, I don't want this woman anymore. Yeah, I want Yaoi now. Yeah, he's incredibly attractive. Rem is like, oh, that guy is the hottest guy at school. Oh, he's blind though. He's like a bat. Okay. Oh, he's blind. This happens all the time though. So he's hot, but a blind guy. Yeah. Okay. So he's an idiot, but he's hot. Is she gonna go for him anyway now? Is she gonna like regret it? I guess. Weird. Now we're going in. No, because he's blind. Okay, so she thinks she can't see who the woman is? Ah, come on, girl. It's clearly he likes you. Jesus Christ. He's not that blind. And you have a voice. You have a older hair color and so on. Yeah, I can still hear you, woman. And you different heights and so on. Like, come on. I'm not that stupid. Here we go. Not just gonna fall for him now because he's like, I loved you for years, right? Come on. Yeah, now it's gonna be awkward here and he's gonna fall for him, right? Oh, that's Hori? Yeah, bish. No one said it looks like Miyamura! But now he doesn't, okay, that's good. We met yesterday! I was the boyfriend! It's like, what? Maybe he is blind though, only kinda. Maybe he can, I don't know, smell her or something. He's like, I can recognize you by your This is hilarious. He's an idiot. Oh, she's gonna fall for him now because he's like cute or something. What? Okay. Well, I mean, if she's gonna fall for him though, right? Because he's like, I always loved you. I can recognize you or something. You're the only person I can recognize. I'm blind, but my heart can sense you. He's like a love radar. I can only find that woman because she's my love interest or something. It's my soulmate. I mean, it's better for like completionist if she gets the other guy, right? Because that leaves, of course, him with Megane. So he's gonna get, Oppai, big Oppai girl, yeah. That leaves her big Oppai girl, so in that sense it's better. If he picks, her, Yuki instead, it's gonna, eliminate. Well, I guess big Oppais can go with Pretty Boy as opposed to, but you know what I mean. That's probably how it's gonna end then. But she felt like she's gonna like him anyway, and then, she gets the best friend instead. Unless someone else pops in. But yeah, let's go back here a bit. So he's super pretty. He's like a Bishonen babe there. There we go. He's a super pretty boy. An attractive bombshell, yeah. He's the bombshell of a lifetime. He's the pretty boy. He's the every girl's yaoi fantasy main character. He's like every yaoi main character. Except the one in yaoi when they're very, very muscular. Just like me, right? Yeah. I feel in yaoi you have two categories of yaoi, I would say, from a visual standpoint. You either have these things, like Funayoshi Bates, right? It's like super pretty boys, or you have those guys that are like, very big and very muscular, right? They're usually two muscular hunks then. I think that's kind of the two, main art style of yaoi. This one of being definitely more common, I say, but, it feels like it definitely, to me, comes off like she's gonna win this guy, right, so to speak. From many aspects. How do I say it? First of all, they're introducing yet another character, right? Which I don't think is wrong. I'm saying, yet another character. So if he used, the thing is that if he didn't reappear, if it was like, Yuki talks to a boy, right? He likes her, and then the next scene she was like, oh yeah, I'll turn him down. I don't like him anyway. If that was the thing, I don't think it wouldn't matter, right? But now she's clearly like, oh, I need to think about it, and then I need to talk to my friends, and I need some kind of like, fake boyfriend, and all of this kind of the plot tickets, right? These threads of lies and that stuff, right? That just makes him, I think, from a narrational standpoint, much more likely to be her love interest in the end, right? Because if she just turned him down, it would be less likely, right? Now from I think from an author, narrational standpoint, that the author is like, but let's take him as a fake boyfriend and let's have them watch her turn him down, and then they meet again and she's confused because he's blind, and so all of that just makes him so much more likely, right, that he actually is gonna be an important character for her now, where if he just got turned down faster it wouldn't really matter, right? But he's a super Bishonen boy, definitely, and also probably makes her wonder, right? I feel he's so Bishonen, of course, has some element of storyline, right? Because you know how she is, Yuki and also Kono, they both have the inferiority complex, right? They're both like, oh, I'm so ugly, no one would ever love me, right? They both have that issue, and I think that makes it be for her, right, that, oh, this pretty boy, this like super pretty boy, he loves me. What does that mean, right? How could everyone like me? I'm like an ugly woman. He's like the hottest guy ever, right? So that just probably makes her first be a little bit like, oh, he's probably playing against me, right? And now, of course, she's gonna learn he actually likes her, and that's gonna motivate her to be with him, right? So I think, he will probably get her, and then, of course, he's gonna go back to the other girl, right, that likes him. I love the study scene was great there when he was like, the study scene was great. He's like, if you were last day of life, I would tell you I love you. I tell you I like you. Oh, I knew it. I was thinking about though. I mean, of course, come on, he's gonna win her, right? I mean, why else would she meet him again, right? Just where's this scene here? This to me feels very classic. Like, oh, this is my love interest now. So this is the scene here, right? He's like, no, I always liked you. I liked you for a year, right? Or I had an interest in you for a long time. And she's like, whoa, really? Yeah. And I feel this is very classic to me in many animes where the character is like, oh, you don't like me, you just wanna smash me, whatever. You just wanna, do it, and And then suddenly she's like, what? You liked me for years? Of course, he could be lying, but this to me feels very classic shoujo anime or so on. When the character realizes the other character liked them for a very long time, right? She kind of has that, that aspect of how to say it. But she realizing that, he loved me for 10 years, very classic. My favorite scene of this kind of realization is a scene I talk about, I would say too often, but I really love this scene. That's in Gamers, right? So if you've seen Gamers, I'm a big Gamers fan. That's one of my favorite comedy shows of all time. I really like Gamers. It's a freaking awesome show. Come on, Gamers. It's a really good show, I think. Really underrated, I think, Gamers. Underrated, honestly. But anyway, in Gamers, there's a scene there where, of course, Aguri, which is, of course, best girl by far in Gamers, it's a Gairu, hot chick, right? It's a freaking pink kid Gairu. She's bad at Aguri-san, freaking bad character. Anyway, so Aguri, spoilers now then, but they're dating, so it's not a big spoiler. Aguri is dating this guy, right? Which is kind of like the, I guess, secondary main character, whatever you can call him. But anyway, he's like the best friend of the main character. And they're dating, right? And he's dating this sexy Gairu, but he doesn't like, they're dating, but he's not that weird. She loves him in this way that he's like, oh, whatever, she's dating me because I am attractive. He's like very attractive, right? Oh, she just likes me because I'm attractive. And then there's this flashback when Aguri is like, I always liked you for 3 years. And he's like, what do you mean? There's a flashback when she like flashes back to before she was like Gairu and before he was attractive, and they have this day, and he gives her a present, like at this big teddy bear thing at the arcade. And this is when she was like, non-Gairu, babe. She was like, before she was like attractive babe, right? And when he was ugly too then. And she's like, oh, I always liked you since you were, 13 or 14, right? He's like, oh, you loved me when I was ugly? And he gets, it's like, oh, and then he's like, freaks out, like, well, she loved me for 3 years, and runs away. I love this so much in Gamers. That is one of my favorite elements ever, seriously. Because, he's dating this girl, right? Like here. Things like, oh yeah, you like me, but you don't love me, right? It's like, I loved you for 3 years since that time. He's like, oh, you love me? So, kind of like this, right? She's like, what, you actually like me? Thought you just kind of want to smash me, behind the, you actually like me. So yeah, Yuki is like, what? You like me? You don't actually want to smash, you want to like me? Okay, so I think this is like for me, a classic indication of anime where the character, Yuki here, is like, yes, this is my boyfriend now, Well, yeah, definitely an excuse for something more. But I think that's, I think she has that inferiority complex I mentioned, right, Yuki? As with Kono too, right? They both had it. Last episode, they both clearly has that issue of they like the same guy, but neither wants to talk to him because they're too afraid of being turned down, right? But yeah, Gamer, the misunderstanding. Anime was a misunderstanding. Gamer is a freaking masterpiece. But I really love the scene of the game because it's like a perfect scene where the guy is like, you love me? Thought you just dated me because I was attractive, and you're a Gairu, so you kind of, Gairus are kind of, frisky. So I was like, I was dating you because you were a Gairu, yeah, because we're both hot, right? Yeah, and he was like, no, I love you, and they're like, what? But that being said, though, she's clearly into her, like her best friend, boyfriend, the whole hands earlier, and she's like. But it feels like if she picks up the new pretty boy, as I mentioned earlier, if she picks up the new pretty boy, right, that leaves Kono-san, the big oppa girl, right, the very attractive big oppa girl, that leaves her to date him, right? Yeah, so it's better for for equalization. It's better if she gets a new boy and she gets the older boy, right? Because then it's like coupling, yeah. Then everyone has like a boyfriend or girlfriend. Except the older guy that's kind of like their friend, doesn't really have any. Yeah. Except that older guy, that kind of appears on the sideline and he doesn't really have any storyline yet. That guy has no girlfriend, what we know of. Maybe the guy has a girlfriend though. Right. But yeah, that's a good point in Gamers too, though. But yeah, Gamers is the misunderstanding, right? So yeah, in Gamers she, she's in love with her. I'll say internet best friend, right? Yeah, like her gamer best friend. Yeah, she's in love with her gamer best friend, but she hates the main character. But it's actually what he is also. He's a gamer, right? But then actually again, Gamers. I say it here again because Because I really love seeing gamers, which is like, I always loved it, I agree. But yeah, gamers, that's the anime. Gamers, I think, is one of the best comedy animes out there. It is so hilarious. It's the best amusement park dating episode. And I do also love, you know, the main girl, the perfect main girl, the Princess Odio-sama main girl. That is like, like, oh yeah, I am best at everything, and she has this gaming club where it's like, oh, here's this guy. His father was a merc, and he trained him to play FPS games or something. And this guy, he's trying to play puzzle games to save his long lost sister or something. So the game has like a really weird side storylines too, with the other characters in her club are all like the best players in the world. And it's a girl, like a fighting gamer. She's like, oh, her mother was the best fighter in the real world, right? And she trained her daughter to be the best fighting gamer and also the best martial artist or something. It's all these stupid style point lines. And they also have seen gamers where they have like a date at like a park, and then Dudley from Sifter appears behind them in boxes. And I'm like, what is this? So gamer, I love gamer as a gamer, right? Because there's so many weird references to with other game characters appearing in the background and so on. So yeah, I love gamers. It is fantastic. But yeah, that's the Horimiya part, guys. You know, subscribe to the episode if you're in for the for the video. But anyway, we'll do a little bit more here. If you have any, you know, talked about earlier, you know, 5,000 subscriber, right? So yeah, so let's go back to just generally ranting. No, but you know, if you have some other questions, right? MEA Q&A questions, go for them now. Probably gonna stream for like 10, maybe another 30 minutes or so. And you know, if you have any interesting questions, otherwise I'm gonna take a break and go into One Piece later, of course. But so yeah, so drop me any kind of funny, etchy question in the in the chat, people, if you're still interested in the whole MEA thing. Otherwise, we did the Crunchyroll earlier. Otherwise, I can say that this week has been horrible for me because I lost ridiculously amount of money. So I'm just like, hey mom, you still have my old room left? Oh man, it's weird laughing at it because like holy shit, man! Like I lost like a fortune this week, and I hate myself because I wanted to buy more of Black Sky, and then I kept going back and forth between buying more of this spy satellite company, basically, and I ended not buying more yesterday, and I went up, of course, last night, and I know like, oh my god, I missed out. I feel that, and also the flying stock. So this has been a horrible week, and it's like the week has been really horrible, and it's been and the worst thing is that it feels kind of like whatever you do, you hate yourself. So either it's like, why did I keep this thing? And then on the same time, it's like, why did I buy more of this thing? It's so cheap now. So I have this kind of life where it's like, it feels like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So it feels like, yesterday for me, when I worked, was like, it feels like no matter what I do, I'm gonna be angry at myself. Like, no matter what I do. You know what I mean? That's just so horrible. So yesterday, I was thinking of, okay, so I should, like, one company I want to buy, and you know, I'm not an economical advisor, so take my grain of salt here, but I wanted to buy this company called SFTV ticker, and they're gonna merge with Black Sky, so it's like a satellite company, data gathering company. It's really in my wheelhouse. I like other stuff like that, and they dropped a lot, and I did buy into it on Wednesday when it dropped like 40%. And I was like, it's a really good deal. And then it dropped another 10-50% yesterday, and roughly there. And then I was like, should I get more now? Because it's so cheap now. And I'm hating myself for buying it, you know, too early on Wednesday, right? So I already lost then like $1,500 on that. But it take 10k on Wednesday. So I already lost like 50% of that. And then I sit the whole day and I'm like, oh, I should have bought it now 11:35. And then 8 hours later, it's like 11:06, and I'm like, oh, 11:05 would be good enough. So basically, I hate myself for not getting more, but I also hate myself for not buying more on Wednesday, and or also at the same time, on Wednesday I was like, holy shit, it is so cheap now, so I have to buy now. And then I tell myself, if it goes to 12, I'm gonna buy another 10k, and then it goes to 11:05, and I don't, because then so, but it's the point that it's like a weird mind state, because And you mean I have a freaking degree in this, so I should know this because it's a classic mental mindset. Basically, the problem I feel is that so you buy this stuff, you look at it and think that okay, it's 15 now. If it goes to 12, I'm gonna go in, right? Because it's so cheap. And then it goes to 11. You're like, holy shit, 11? That's like cheaper than 12, and this is amazingly cheap, right? So then you think that you should buy in because like if 12 would be a good number, 12 would be a number that you would be happy with, like on where you go. Suddenly you're at 11 basically, and you're like, oh my god, that is so good. And instead of doing anything, you don't do anything because you're like. But then you get afraid that it's gonna fall even more. So then you're like 11, maybe I can get 10 right. So then you greed out, and then suddenly it's 13 again, and you're like, yeah. So that's kind of my week too. That I told myself, okay, I'm buying it for like a little less than 13 now on Wednesday. If it goes to 12, I'm gonna buy more. Like I'm gonna double down because it's an amazing deal. 12.5 was like an amazing deal on Monday. And then suddenly it's 11.5 on Thursday, and on Friday a little bit, and I'm like, oh my god, 11.26, the lowest. And I was bored people, but they're basically numbers. I like numbers, yeah. But for me, it's interesting from my own mental standpoint, right? And why my week has been so bad too, because I just feel like it felt like no matter what I do, I hate myself honestly, because either I hate myself for not taking my loose test earlier, right, like last week, so I lost like 5k per day, and then I hate myself for not getting in harder, getting in more money when it's low. And it's just so funny because that's one of the most classic issues people have with human game theory. That is like, you tell yourself, like last week, if it goes to like 12, I'm gonna go in, right? And then suddenly it's 11, and then you're like, oh, it's just too cheap now. No, I'm afraid it's gonna collapse, right? So what you have to do is stick with your game, right? With your strategy. So I told myself that under 13 last week I have to go in, which I did, and then my second rule was if it goes to 12, we double down, but I didn't follow through on that. So I regret that now, right? It's like 11.94 now, I think, last night or so. But then that's kind of my life, guys. So I'm always like thinking about that, right? To some degrees, and it's kind of funny that I really feel it's funny because I read all these books, right? I study stuff. I've written about stuff myself in game tiers. I also personally, and so I know this effect. I know how the brain works, right? And I'm still doing it myself too, though. And it's very frustrating. You sit there and be like, wait, but I know what I'm doing. I know that I shouldn't be afraid of this thing. It's kind of silly, but also, I'll say one last thing about that thing. It's also the greed, right? It's not just fear. It's also that I wanted to be. If it goes to 11, then I'm going in double, right? So you get the greed too, right? And now I'm regretting myself because FTP and Office went up by 10% yesterday. So, but anyway, yeah, of course I'm excited about My Academia. I have a miracle poster which is beautiful, which I can't show on this channel. So over there in that set of the room, I have one of these, and it actually has a ticker actually. It's thicker. No, but it's thicker because these one are kinda. I mean, they're kinda thick. It has some size to them. This Mayan Aquan Hibig's one. But over there, I have an other poster from another company that are even thicker. Quite expensive actually. Yeah. So I shouldn't have bought those because I have no money anymore because I'm very poor right now. But like this radio here is way too expensive. But yeah, give me my money back. But I actually have, because if you go to my Discord channel, right? One of my best girls, right, is Miracle, right? Miracle, I'm a huge fan of Bunny. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. If you go to my Discord channel, you know that Kitty girl, Kitties and Megane, like my last image here of, let me save it, okay? I can't save the image. Whatever this thing. I'm a huge, fan of, muscular, well-trained chicks, right? Badass chicks, right? So one thing for example I love, right, is Miracle. So I must see more for her in My Academia, but I have a poster of her, which is like way hen. It's way too hen. I have it in another room, which I can't show on the. I'm like, I can't show that on freaking on the stream or whatever because it's way too. But you can look at my Discord channel. I put it on Discord a few weeks ago. But Miracle. This one is like borderline, right? Yeah, muscular Miracle. But I can post it again on Discord, guys. So if you want to see the image I mean, I have a new My latest My Academia poster. Yeah, it's this one. I put it on Discord again there in the general chat. So that one is way more. It's way more actually than that one I showed there in the image there. Yeah, that one. This thing here is nothing compared to, and it's way better drawn to. So of course I am excited by My Academia, man. I want to see the freaking. I want to see me Miracle. I don't care about the other characters. I want to see more of Best Girl, man. My bunny best chick, you know, like who's the one of Bunny Senpai, right? But yeah, like that. I'm a big shonen fan. I actually have not read My Academia. I used to read My Academia. I have read the first 150 chapters, something like that, right? Haven't actually read what it is like now. So like last season with Endow or so on, I hadn't actually not read it, right? And also with Miracles. I hadn't read at the ending of last season. But I have read My Academia, was basically up to the overhaul, arc kind of. Yeah, that's kind of where I read it, and I actually didn't read it. So yeah, last season for me was like anime only, with like Miracle and so on, for example. And yeah, so next season I am blind. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. So that's obviously a bonus there, doing reaction review and so on, actually seeing it fresh, right? Sometimes though, sometimes I do like watching anime, like One Piece, right? Obviously I'm a ridiculous big One Piece, but yeah, with One Piece I don't mind watching the anime even after reading the manga, right? I just kind of like comparing it and see how they extend the season and so on. That being said though, they do obviously kind of extend it too much though for this One Piece. No, I mean in One Piece, what I love they're doing in Wano is that they really have good fights. Like especially the fights. The Wano fights they're really good, right? Yeah, like they are longer. They have more like kind of big mom fights, more Zoro fights, and so on. That's a really good at One Piece at Wano, really good. But sometimes it's like here's Luffy against the samurai, here's Luffy against the foodler guys at the prison, and that's like way too much filler there. So it's a little bit like, or sometimes I think they do the episodes really good. I think currently they've been really good since the prison break thing. It's been amazing. So. Wano has issues kind of with the sumos and issues kind of in the prison. Otherwise, Wano might be the best animated arc since, I don't know, Endless Lobby, something like that, because it really extends. Megalobox, I don't know, man. Megalobox is an anime that I felt was very disappointing in the ending. I really liked Megalobox, right? I used to react with my gloves on, which I know, goddamn it, those gloves. I remember now. So I have these gloves, right? I've been, doing boxing and Muay Thai and so on, comparatively many years. So I have my boxing gloves, so I had boxing gloves, and I forgot them when I stopped working at this company last year. Then with the whole issue the world had, I started working at this IT company or gaming IT company, and we had a gym in that company. So I had my boxing gloves that I had for like. Since I competed in Muay Thai and so on, so this is like my old boxing gloves from that time. So very expensive gloves, very like, like $100-200 gloves, right? High quality, very high quality box. Box, and I forgot my boxing gloves at the office gym. I had a big office gym there, right? Big the whole, went home with the whole, the world issue, right? So I went home and I forgot those gloves, and then obviously I never returned to that place because it's like everyone was at home, right? Everyone was at home, and also then afterwards I was working anymore because they just didn't have any, they had that company didn't go bankruptcy, but they had to let go of like, I don't know, 20-30 people. They had to basically let go of most of their consult staff, based on what's happening in the world, right? So they had to like cut out everyone. Had to like, I don't know, there's a company that had like 130 employees, I think, and they probably had to let go of like 40 people or so. Almost everyone in my whole apartment, all the consults kind of had to let go of. Expensive consulting, but whatever. So anyway, my very expensive boxing gloves that I used to have at Megalobox, they're still at that goddamn gym. I haven't went back. I haven't went back to my old work then since I stopped working there, with work from home and so on. And the thing is that place is located in like, it's like the worst place ever to go to. The worst thing working in that place was I had like 1.5 hour commute to that place. It's on the opposite side of the city. It's like it's like in the woods, okay? The guy owns the company, the owner, the CEO, and he built this office out in like nowhere because it's cheap, you know, to buy the land there. So the office is like out in the goddamn woods basically, and so yeah, I want my. You mentioned Megalobox. I'm like, god damn it, I want my boxing gloves back, but I don't want to travel for like 3 hours. It's like seriously at least 3 hours, you know, 1.5 hour, one path, right? So it's like 3 hours to get my boxing gloves. But the boxing gloves are very expensive. They cost like $200 something like that. So I should really go and get them or ask them to send them to me or something. But that office is closed since the. I don't think anyone is in that office since the whole issue in the world, right? But goddamn it. But anyway, I'm thinking about bunnies though. I'm just gonna go and freaking get like. I'm gonna show it on stream, man. Because. So over here in this side, I have shown on stream. Some talking about bunnies. You know, like I double down, guys. You know, I double down, guys. You know, so I have like a my senpai of course figure, right? Of course, and with my senpai, I obviously have one that, and I also have an aqua figure for that matter, and so on too, right? Of course. you gotta double down on your best girls, man. You gotta go double down on your best girls. You can't just have like, you know, one best girl thing with like my senpai and so on. You always gotta double down, man. So I should do show on the stream. I do have, you know, I knew, got my senpai. You gotta, you know, who doesn't love bunny chicks, right? Yeah, pretty big my senpai. Might buy another one in the wedding dress, maybe next time, with my. The box is way bigger though, I think, than the figure. Usually it's a smaller figure. But anyway, I posted in Discord here, but I do have another poster here, which is way fatter than they usually are. Like the Miracle. I haven't shown this yet at all, guys, so this is the first time you see it. And I haven't put it up myself, because this is my brother's favorite game character ever, so I might give it to my brother, so I haven't put it up myself here. So this might be a tease for him, then it might be a present to my brother. But I can't show it on stream either, but this is like a poster of your 2B here, right? From Nier Automata. But it's it's like very it's like very revealing poster of 2B. It's not one of those. Yeah, it's like one of those posters that it's quite etchy poster. That but my brother's a huge fan of Nier Automata. I mean, I like that about too, but he has it more than me. So I might give it to my brother. But it's the same artist that did the Miracle one, that did this one, and bought it from the same company, from the same place. And pretty expensive though. I think like I pay for this one, like $50 is right now. With the orders on, yeah, pretty expensive, like $50-$40 for them. But they're pretty big though. I mean, it was like 2 meters. So the Miracle one is equal size, and it's thicker to the actual. Yeah, it's quite thick actually. Usually, as I mentioned, this one here are way thinner. You know, these posters here are, a normal poster is way thinner, right? And the other posters you usually buy, like the Bakarina one over there, are usually in kind of the plastic flimmer, right? The polyester poster. This one here are, you know, more like actual canvas, right? And this one is even thicker. This one here is really thick actually, so even more expensive. But better present of my brother, I suppose, if I give my brother, because it's like, it's a better present, right? Like a really expensive cloth. But yeah, 2B there. Never showed that before, but I can't show it fully on. I can't show it fully here on a stream because she's showing her 2B is showing everything. My favorite girl is A2 though, so whatever. But yeah, you know, who doesn't want a bunny sample, right? Anyway, yeah, Shaman King. I have seen the whole of Shaman King, right? Yeah, I have seen the regular Shaman King, of course, with, you know, Chocolave and so on, and obviously Mephisto is the best character. Faust, Mephisto, the whole thing with him, you know, being the Faust guy, and he has his love interest in his ghost, and he's basically like Testament in Guilty Gear. He's like Testament in Guilty Gear, man. He has the whole love interest, and he summons his dead girlfriend to fight for him. I used to play Testament as my main on and off in Guilty Gear, so you know I play a lot of Testament, and I do love myself a Testament, and Otherwise, I used to play Axel Low though. It's kind of funny. So if you haven't played Guilty Gear, I realized it myself now, but I do actually look like Axel Low. So is that why I have my hair like that? For any Guilty Gear fan out there, I am gonna play a lot of Guilty Gear. When we get Guilty Gear the next version, I am gonna definitely stream that as well on Twitch probably, but maybe it's on YouTube too. If I can get my, I'm gonna get like a. God damn it, Google. Here we go. But I realize that now. Is that my secret for my hair? I realize that myself now because I have like his hairstyle. I talked about myself before. Is that the secret why I have long hair, man? Because I do look like Axel Low, don't I? This is my main character in Guilty Gear, which I played him for years competitively. And it is true that we have the same hairstyle. I just realized it now, man. I was like, wait a minute. Am I just... Is that why I have the Axel Rose hairstyle? But yeah, he has that, he's clearly the coolest character. Look at him. Look at his hair. He's clearly the best character in Guilty Gear. He's the only real main you can have in Guilty Gear. Like, he's the... No, that's like the actual character. If you play the other character, like so bad guys, then you're a loser, yeah. That's for losers. Testament is cool too, though, and like... Testament is cool, and also obviously, what's it called again? Christ. Well, Bridget is cool too, of course. Bridget obviously is always the best girl, but also, of course, the Faust in that game, paperback guy. But they do this thing, for that matter. Look at this nerdy Rule 34, everyone. I just googled XLO, right, and I was like, oh man, someone did like a gender bender XLO. Good internet. Good internet. I'm just like, XLO Guilty Gear. Oh, of course I got like a female version. Very good internet, very good. Someone is like, it's like, very good internet, very good. Well, anyway, some other question. Yeah, Zero. I don't know, man. I read it, the beginning of it, Eden, and I mean, I'm not overly impressed by how his other manga ended, right? Without spoiling it. Not overly impressed. Definitely not overly impressed. And it looks like every other character he's ever done. I don't know. But for that matter, though, I'm not gonna do that show anyway on the channel because that there's some really weird issues with that on YouTube. So we won't ever talk about that stuff anyway. But that's really strange, though. That was really strange with the previous show. But not overly. You can see quickly here. Look at the live shot of next season then. Nothing is going to be as stacked as this season though, which is the craziest, most up-high stacked season ever. Definitely, it's stacked by stacked. But yeah, of course we have My Academia. We have more of Spider, right? And well, she died this episode though, but we have more of Spider. Spoilers. No, she died certainly. We have Demon Lord. Demon Lord put on scran. Do a quick here run. I'm gonna do another stream and we talk about the different elements coming next season. But when I like prepared myself more and looked at all the trailers and so on, I have seen of course some of the trailers, yeah, but I mean all of them. But yeah, we have Spider Girl. It's pretty good. What Mika Diaz mentioned. 70 scenes still ongoing. I mean, it's like okay. It's like it looks better this season. We have the whole, of course, Diablo is back, Demon Lord, petting his cat and elf girl. I like the show, it's etchy, it's beautiful. It's like an old slime show. What is this thing? It's like slime, but it's like more, I don't know. Is it slime and it's just playing started value, Harvest Moon slime, or it's like building a city? I don't know, but it's comic and not a slime. It sounds more like he's just working. It's like slime without any fights, just him building a castle. Could be fun. Eruma Kun is a cool anime that I watch. I would definitely watch, aggressive Kohai, teasing her senpai. Yeah, that I love. I have a freaking mouse pad of. I have a freaking. I did the video last year. I have a freaking mouse pad, right? obviously of senpai. Senpai. So yeah. So obviously I think I'm gonna love what's it called in Japanese. Iria. Spelled weird. Spelling in Roman here. I don't know if that's like an I or an L. Iranaide has to be right. Weird spelling here. But anyway, Iranaide Nagatoro-san. Which is like, teasing Nagatoro-san. I'm probably gonna love this anime, right? It's like Kohai that is super frisky and like, oh, senpai! She's gonna be like, senpai! So I'm gonna love it. I guess to do by senpai on the whole episode, so it's gonna be amazing. Yeah, Shaman King. But that's probably gonna be my favorite anime, seriously, with her running around being like, senpai! Oh, senpai! That's gonna be probably my favorite. That or Ecchi Demon Lord. What's more? What's new? But it's all Shaman King. Yeah, as I mentioned, I've seen Shaman King. I read it. I'm gonna definitely, react to episode 1 and review it and so on. I don't know if I'm gonna keep reacting to it or Shaman King because I have already seen all of it. So, like, more than once, because I haven't rewatched the regular show, like 3 times probably, and read it. So I don't know if I'm gonna, yeah. And then I have like a farmer slimer girl, something like that. Here's some new anime at least. Fumetsu no Anata, right? Yeah. A Lonely Boy. Yeah, that's very interesting. They could probably be the biggest new anime coming. Yeah, we have the, another hero stuff. Zombieland Seiga! That's back next season! Finally! Oh my god, my Saki is coming back! Oh my god, is that next season? That's my number 1! Screw everyone else, that's my number 1. Zombieland Seiga Revenge, baby! Gonna have all the songs in my head when I rewatch all the music! Man, that show was just so unimaginably good. Goddamn, idol show with zombie girls, and it's like a freaking amazing writing, and I'm crying when I see their backstory shit. Like, holy shit, man. Zombieland Seiga, I have a Saki shirt, right? I love Saki, one of my absolute best girls ever. Freaking Yankee Saki. Yeah, that's probably my favorite anime next season. I don't care about Demon Lord and shit. I care about zombie girls dancing and singing. My Academia, I mean, okay, yeah, it's pretty good, but it's not Zombieland Seiga, so... no, seriously, I am super hyped on Seiga. I didn't know what's next season. I do want to see the Shishu, or the brain, the guy with mental powers in My Academia having more screen time though. Fruit Basket, yeah, that's back, of course. Fruit Basket, I want to see. Yeah, the Fist Stack too. I do want to see Fruit Basket to see how it ends, definitely. The romance and Toru versus Akito and so on. Yeah, I want to see how it ends, of course. Another Dogo Koba show. With some cute girls. Mega the Box, I seriously have zero hype for that because I hate how it ended last season. It was so disappointing. I liked it until the last episode. I was like, what's happening, right? What's happening? What is this crap? It's removing his armor? Doesn't make any kind of sense. It removed the whole premise. It's gonna be about Yo. I don't see how it's gonna be episode 2. I don't understand what it's gonna be about. That feels weird to me. I don't know where you going. Where do you go with that? I have no idea. I don't know what Toku. I don't know what that much is. Honestly, Toku Revenge. See it here. Back arrow. Yeah, it's going on, right? There's something looking like Astral Alien something. 86. Some kind of hot armor chicken. Yeah. Okay. Some Isekai, I guess. Guy goes into like a full dive RPG. On which they're over to reality. And then it's a girl with a cute dragon. Dragon Ivoku. Okay, it's like a nice dragon something that plays with like a lady. I don't know. So you haven't we do it a few weeks from now. We do it when it's on. I kind of actually want to see, The World Ends With You, right? Yeah, Subasaki Konosekai. That's like a really cool game from Square. I want to kind of see that anime with. Could be interesting. Yeah, some kind of sport anime, some kind of horror anime, Shadow House. It's kind of interesting. Some kind of horror show, Godzilla. That sounds kind of okay. I wonder what that can be about. This is interesting. Super Cub. It's a kind of like biker show. She has no parents. It's kind of motorcycle club. That's kind of interesting. So kind of some kind of motorcycle club about like girls driving around on their bikes or something. It's not like some kind of nice sort of live show, some kind of like grown up, you know, and just like dead parent or something. That could be a good show. Some other soccer girl anime, Sayonara Watashi no Kramer. So some kind of something. Then something looks like Berserk or something. Gladiator guy, Roman fighter, some CDI stuff. Looks like Berserk in every way. Old Taxi, interesting. And my nose is itchy, crazy. What have it on? Music and so on. But yeah, I haven't really liked. Some interesting how black it was. But yeah, I haven't really looked at the last season yet. I mean, you have some stacked seasons there. But I'll do another live stream right after I've seen all the trailers of all the. Because I mean, I want to look at all this. You know, for me, when you look at the new season, right, it's also interesting, in my opinion, to do like a preview or review or whatever, right, from my YouTube sample, especially about. Oh, look at this. Demon Slayer's back. That's gonna be popular. You know what I mean? It's like, let me tell you about this popular anime. Like that, yeah. For me, when I do those previews, sure they are talking about what I can see, right? We're gonna review and react to and so on. But it's also, for me personally, trying to find animes like, for example, Horemi or something. That isn't like that known in the anime community, like a new anime, right? Or other stuff like, for example, Zombieland Saga, right? Even more so, right? Very new animes, right? That's kind of why I like doing those previews the most, right? Trying to find these like little, hidden gems, right? That people haven't maybe thought about that much, right? And so on, right? More that, right? More than being like, oh yeah, here's My Academia, it's gonna be awesome, but everyone knows that it's a 5. It's like, yeah, we all hyped about My Academia because it's My Academia, right? We all hyped about My Academia, certainly, definitely. I don't think I've ever shown this thing for that, man. I have it on here. I wonder if I've ever shown this talking about My Academia since 5 years. I have this over here. This collection of stuff. I do have this one, this half and half face guy, Yeah, this guy, I do have this one here actually, My Rem, yeah, I have this one, pretty big, one of the more expensive Todoroki figures. We can change ice and fire and so on. Yeah, it's really nice. Have it standing to the side there. My more collection of figures. This is probably my biggest My Academia figure, I believe. Probably. I think so. But actually, just not be the anime guy, but when we were doing this stream anyway, this thing, I have another big thing, even bigger thing over here. What was that? Yeah, that shirt. Okay. It's pretty big here. Still packed. So the thing still in its bag here. There we go. Still packed down here. Used not to be that guy, right? But I don't only have anime stuff, I don't only have anime stuff, so I only have, yeah. I do actually have other stuff too, though. I actually don't only have anime. I actually do have a lot of different stuff, in my collection, the Phantom and so on too. Right? So I have this like massive Spider-Man type of figures, my newest Spider-Man stuff. This diorama Spider-Man, yeah. So it's pretty massive Spider-Man figure. Also have a Spider-Man behind me too, right? So, but I like it, Spider-Man, sitting on the ceiling here, sitting on. Just to make a point, right? I don't only own. Just to make a point, right? I don't only own. Yeah, I do actually own something less. Some plastic. Yeah, I don't only own anime stuff. I actually do own all the stuff too. I'm actually a real nerd. I actually nerd on everything. I actually am a nerd on everything, right? I don't only have like anime stuff. Very important
distinction as a person. I actually have all the stuff too. This one though is my favorite figure. I haven't opened it yet. This of course though is my favorite figure, which I showed in more stream I think. Oh, it's just over there, of course. This figure, right, Erica. You know, Gairu. Look at that, bunny girl. She's like Gairu. This is always my ultimate waifu figure I have, and she also has a special. She also has a special member, right? That's the thing with her, yeah. With this figure, she even has a equipment that they usually don't have. That's why I bought this one last year, just before Christmas. My own Christmas present to myself. No, I do regret myself because I have no money anymore. I have no money, man. It's kind of crazy though. I lost so much money. I could have bought like 20 of these with the money I lost this week. It's really crazy. My God. I'm laughing at it, but it's like, what can you do, right? The only thing I learned this week, in one way, is to have like zero valuation for money anymore. Or something, I don't know. But yeah, I could have bought like 20 more of that. I could have bought like 20 Ericas. Jesus Christ, man. But yeah, this is pretty the biggest box I have. This box is freaking massive. Look at this, in my torso. I'm a big guy, you know. I'm a big guy. I'm a massive BMI man. So this is like, it's like half my upper body. Her box is just ridiculously big. And yeah, quite expensive figure. You can like exchange her up eyes, and you can like change how they are, if they're soft or if they're like, you can like change the stuff on her, and you can like, you know, on and off her extra, you know, footer. So yeah, you can do that too. So very expensive, overly expensive thing, definitely. Jesus Christ, man. I need to get I need a higher salary. But anyway, you know, guys, throw some other, probably gonna end the stream now, guys. If you don't have any more questions for now, then I'm gonna stream later on tonight as well, of course, with One Piece. We're in about 6 hours from now, so it's still pretty far away there. But yeah, I don't have the energy to do 6 hours until 1. I need to eat, man. I need to meet my wife, man. No, so yeah, if you have any questions, guys. Otherwise, we end it now. I'm gonna see you guys in about 6.5, 6, depending One Piece is out. And of course, tomorrow we're doing Attack on Titan, which is gonna be, I think, one of the more comedic episodes, probably. And yeah, it definitely not gonna end this season, right? Attack on Titan, there's no way in hell they can end. We call it the final season, but they have to do, you know, final season part 2, which is kind of silly. It's like a Gintama thing. This is the final season, final season. Yeah, like there's no way in hell they can end. I don't want to spoil that, but Jesus Christ, man, it's like freaking. This is middle of the storyline. There's no way. There's no way they're gonna end. You know, that they're gonna end the storyline in this season. I can't see how it's gonna be ended. It makes no sense. So I think Attack then tomorrow. So be exciting to see, and I think they're gonna like. What can I say? I need to see how it's gonna end or so on. Everyone's theory, or everyone, but I heard for several people and also myself had a theory. There's gonna be a movie. That makes more sense, right? Like Demon Slayer, make a movie, make more money. But the thing is that I don't know, because I feel it's too much stuff for have a movie. The movie has to be like 3 hours long or something. I feel it's too much stuff for me to make it a movie, unless the movie is really long or something, or badly paced, like 2 papers. I don't know. So I'm excited to see how long they actually go there, and maybe we can make a movie. But the movie makes sense though. The movie is what makes sense, right? Just from an economical standpoint to make a movie. But Clover is also ending for the right, and I think they're gonna make a movie there too, right? Do like the Black Spade. I always hated Gabby because the writing is horrible. Like I never really liked Gabby because the writing is horrible. Like it's not about what Gabby did. It's about how the writing is so predictable. The first time I saw Gabby, I was like, oh, she's gonna do this thing. Like it's the Gabby is it's like everything is bad with the writing in the Titan. And people freak out when they hear it, right? Because some people can't handle that this anime isn't perfect, right? That's the problem, right? If you go to my reviews of those episodes of Gabby, and it's like people are obviously disliking it and so on, right? But it's almost no one writing comments about it. It's kind of funny. I find it funny because it's like, oh, it's like
20 dislikes, 1 negative comment, and then like 5 positive comments, right? So I'm just like, who is disliking this, or what's their argument? And the reason that people get angry and emotionalized when I talk about Gabby, because I am, I would say, evidently proving that Gabby has some issues with the writing, right? Because I'm not saying that I dislike Gabby because what she did. I'm disliking Gabby because it was predictable. That's the problem with Gabby. That's I can predict reaction. Last week, same thing. I can predict the character development. And that's the problem with Gabby. She's very forced. As I said last week, she's a forced spoon, right? Very, very forced narration into it. And when you critique Attack on Titan on that level of like, well, this is predictable and it's force fed and force spoon into the character, then people get angry, right? Because people want to hear that it's the best anime ever, and if you're supposed to dislike something, you're supposed to dislike the character. I don't actually dislike Gabby as a character. I dislike more what she represents from a right standpoint, right? Yeah, that's the with me, right? As I mentioned earlier with Crunchyroll, for me, Gabby is like representing plot holes or whatever. Yeah, it's more like that, right? But when I see Gabby, I see like a plot hole, right? I see like a technical issue of how to present like characters' backstory. Whatever. I think that's why I decide with Gabby. Not so much what she's doing, but more how she's written, right? That's the issue with it. And of course, every time I explain that, people usually get really angry because that's actually more, I think, emotional than people hear, right? Because if you say that, oh, I don't like Sasha or whatever, they're like, you're just a hater, right? And they can ignore you. But I'm just like, I don't like how Sasha is written. And they're like, what do you mean with that? Because this thing here is a plot hole. What? The people get more angry, right, at that, right? But that's why, in a sense, though, I love with Gabby, though, because obviously, I like Attack on Titan. But it's not about. But it's not about that I feel. But that's what I mean, though. I don't find Gabby bad as in evil. Is that what you mean, though? But Min is awesome, man. Min is my freaking ultimate waifu. The problem I have, that's what kind of what I mean. I think it's very important to differentiate there, right? Because some people, they hate on Gabby because she's like evil, right? I don't hate on Gabby because she's bad or evil. I hate them. Well, I don't hate Gabby, but I hate on the writing, right? Which is a very different thing, yeah. I'm not complaining about Gabby as a character, really. I'm complaining about how she's written as a character, right? Which is a very, very different, and that's what gets so angry. Because it's not that I don't like, kind of like Redju, which kind of like a, nice girl, but also a little bit bad, right? Yeah, little bad girl, right? It's not that I dislike Gabby, and obviously I think her voice actor, Yotsuba, freaking best voice actor. So, I think she's done very good. The anime actually is more enjoyable than the manga. The anime is much better because she has the better voice acting and so on, her scenes are better explained. But the problem for me with Gabby is that it's kind of like, these are the Ishiyama writing parts I don't like. How he's like, oh, I need a character to do something with like Sasha, so let's introduce a new character, and it's like gonna go over there. Like that's the problem, right? So I find Gabby is like she's like the beacon of, in my opinion, the beacon of bad writing, right? It's kind of like, oh, this is how you should not write a new character. In that sense, right? It's kind of like, not to be that guy, but obviously I like Horimiya, I watched it earlier, but introducing this new, hot boy in Horimiya, he's kind of like a Gabby introduction scene, right? Where it's kind of like, oh, this guy is probably her new love interest, but that's nice. But in Attack on Titan, it's like, oh, this guy is probably gonna kill her. In Attack on Titan, it's much more annoying that having a character being introduced to that. In a romance storyline, it works perfectly fine. But if you introduce a character in Attack on Titan that has like screaming, this is gonna kill another character, right? I don't like that. So the David Gabby has got an issue with yeah, but I think that's kind of silly because I think people, but that's like a weird thing what you're referring to, because that's kind of hate love thing you're referring to. That's more the whole idea of how to say it, that people don't like mean girls, right? I think that's like a really different thing. That's more like that's like a weird thing when people are like, oh, when Kidna is evil, so how can you wife to her up? How can ecchi Kidna? she's a mean person, right? Which is really strange, and I think that's just like a virtual signaling thing. Yeah, that for me is more like a virtual, virtual signaling. Yeah, like people are. It's kind of like, how could you like a mean person, right? Something like that. Something like that, I think. But certainly, F-Zero has the more issue with love. Yeah, but that's what I mean too, right? That's why people don't like me right now. But I think it's kind of funny because I'm a huge F-Zero fan. I pushed away my Ram earlier to put up my Spider-Man, but I'm a huge F-Zero fan. Obviously, Ram is best good, but it's I guess the read your figure. They are standing next to each other. Like seriously, this is like her platform is so big there, but otherwise it would be kind of like have to lift it up a bit. But now she's actually standing. I'm lifting her a bit to be on the platform. This is like her. This is This is Ram standing on the on the platform of her platform. But yeah, that figure massive. I love the figure. Actually, I started earlier, but I love the thing here though. You said how it actually has that 66 on her. I love that. That's the reason why I bought the red one. Because I do love it has 66, the Germa on the platform. Because usually, most of this platform, it's pretty nice too though. It's like a platform with blue, yeah. But man, at this anime figure platforms, they're kind of plain. Like I have a Vivi one. I have several Vivi ones over there. But I have many Vivis. But like one of my Vivi One Piece figures, it's just like a white platform, right? So I love the red one. It's like a Pacific one, a Germa platform. So I like that. I have like a Android 18, like a Dragon Ball platform as well. But anyway, it's kind of what I mean though with F-Zero and Saturn, right? That these kind of super hyped shows, I do get them. They get kind of like, in my opinion, kind of cringe here in the quarter too, because people are so invested into being the best anime ever that they just refuse to accept any kind of critique, right? So F-Zero is kind of too, but F-Zero, I really like it. But it clearly has some issues with the writing too, right? Not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's not like the perfect thing that's ever been done by humanity. There are some issues with F-Zero, but people are just like manically, defending it. It's like with Attack on Titan. These very very popular shows have people just it's like, oh, it's the 10 out of 10 best anime ever, and I don't believe in that. I don't, and for me, only from my opinion, I don't want to believe in that. I think that's like a really stupid milestone, honestly. Because why would you want X anime that you have seen today or last year or whatever? Why do you want that to be the best anime ever? That doesn't make any sense. Because what you want to have is this is the currently best anime. That's an argument, right? You want to have. But otherwise, I would rather much believe that, okay, F-Zero, that's the best isekai currently, right? And hopefully one day, someone is going to make a better isekai, right? I'm not saying that F-Zero is bad. I'm just saying that don't you want the world to have better stuff, right? So So I don't understand the whole mentality of always fighting. A lot of people do that for these popular animes. They are fighting that this is the best anime ever of mankind. This is the best thing ever. 10 out of 10 show. Nothing is better. That's just like for me, it's like a sad mindset. I always want animes to be improving, right? I want to find One Piece, and then hopefully one day someone's gonna make a better shorter than One Piece. No, I doubt it in my lifetime. I doubt it, but you know what I mean, right? Like, I'd rather have it that another shonen is gonna appear. Otherwise, I wouldn't, read and watch other shonen stuff, right? If I thought that One Piece was the best thing ever, why would I even watch something else, right? That wouldn't make any sense. I'm always hoping something else is gonna be, better, right? Or have other new ideas, right? For example, Black Clover. Why I don't think it's as good as One Piece, but I think Black Clover has better fights to some extent. Not always. They're less emotionally, I think, good. But I think Black Clover especially has really good team fights compared to other short stuff too. For example, Asta, Vanessa, Fidral, like combining the powers and so on, right? Later to have like Lulu Pacheka and Noelle and so on. But even before that, they had a lot of these really cool team fights. So I think Black Clover has probably the best team fights if any show never had. I think actually much better than like One Piece one. Even though One Piece also has cool team fights and other stuff like Dragon Ball has horrible team fights, right? I mean, Dragon Ball I like the fights, but they're very much bam, 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 yeah, they're not very good for like 2 against 1 or whatever. They don't really perfectly work fine, right? But Clover I think is probably the best shonen team fight anime ever, in my opinion. So for example, right? But that doesn't mean that I think that Baklora has the best storyline ever, right? Or the best main character ever, or so on. And hopefully one day someone's gonna be able to combine, the Baklora team fights and the One Piece backstories at the point, and everything. Like hopefully one day someone has an even better show, right? That combines all the best of everything, right? And also have, of course, new ideas. But you know what I mean. So yeah, I think it's kind of funny that people are so hell bent on, for example, then with Gabby. That's the thing I think with mostly when I see people like defending Gabby. Very rarely do I find people in the comments or whatever, my channel or stuff, or Reddit or whatever, or Twitter and so on, actually defending Gabby in like an actual, I would say, constructive way. It's much more like, you're wrong because that anime is the best anime ever. That's kind of how they can't really, like, it's not even an argument, right? It's not even an argument. It's like, no, you're wrong because you're wrong, yeah, because it's the best thing ever. That's how most people, unfortunately, it's a very like knee-jerk reaction, right, to critiquing a popular show, right? But I do find that's a thing though, with, in my opinion, Attack on Titan, where I think Attack on Titan has some really brilliant moments, but I also think it has some moments where I think it's very questionable, and also some straight up plot holes, which I talked about earlier. Straight up plot holes, they definitely are. And some people are like, oh, well, maybe he can like time travel and this shit. And things like, yeah, maybe. So, but I think that the Titan has the kind of show where I feel it's really good, and it has some amazing moments, right? And then it has some really questionable moments. But for example, L0, I feel it's much more even. Like L0, I feel it's like 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10 every episode. I think Titan is the anime I feel is like 20 out of 10, and then it's like 5 out of 10 sometimes. I feel this anime, it goes more like that, I feel like. L0 I feel is more like an uneven top, right? So that's a thing too there. But I find at least Titan, I think it's easier, in my opinion, to critique it, because you can really see where it's really amazing, and then you see where it's like, that's like isn't that a plot hole? Yeah, yeah. It's like, that doesn't make any sense actually. Why would Ymir go back with them? Right? Like, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Or in a spin-off, it makes it even worse. It's a spin-off, the Before the Fall, Titan Sun and so on, which is canon. If you read that one, it's even more plot holes, because that one creates a lot of plot holes and it's still canon. So like, why did you do this? Whatever, I drop it. That's like not a spoiler, but there's a manga that is a spin-off of the real manga, right? That is canon, and if you read that one, it explains stuff about the sword stuff like that, and it just makes the main storyline be weirder, because if you know that stuff in the canon, in this spin-off, it just makes everything kind of like be more questionable. You're like, wow, what happened to this thing? And for that matter, with Attack on Titan, if you read the pilot chapter 0, it actually reveals some stuff that was later used in the manga, was much later. So yeah, if you haven't read Attack on Titan, don't read the chapter 0, the pilot chapter, because that will spoil stuff for you. It's going to happen like, several years later. So it's kind of interesting too. How yeah, but that's a good point, because of that. That's a really bad point of the storyline. I hate that part of the storyline. But first of all, long pause. But yeah, let me read. I mean, I said we were earlier doing my rant there, but first off, yeah, like the thing with Kina and Claire, absolutely agree with that, right? It's just people people are kind of obnoxious, I feel, and that's like a really good point to make, right? I think from like a romance standpoint, right? It's easier to take today in the anime community and so on, and all the gaming too, of course, but in kind of this kind of community, generally, the otaku community, the two kind of like the good two-shoe girl, right? And it's kind of weird, because in real life, when you date people, you have a cute girlfriend, and then you have like a mean girlfriend. Like, for example, I remember I had this story, a good example I have of this is that my best friend, like my college best friend, the kind of guy I hang out with college, he's like a bastard, okay? He's like a freaking rude guy, man. He's a really rude guy, right? But I like hanging out with my best friend from college, because I feel he improves me, because he's like a really annoying person. He will complain about me, he will do this crap, so he critique me, right? I am, yeah. But then I feel that's like a better friend, because he actually makes me have to improve too. And he's like fluent in Japanese and Mandarin. He's a very good language guy. So if I say something in Japanese, he's like, oh, it's perfect. He's the kind of guy that's like, no, Bushi, it's just like Bushi, you're pronouncing it wrong, Yeah, he's that kind of guy. Like, no, Tomodachi, that's pronounced Tomodachi. He's that kind of guy. So He corrects me and so on, right? But I much rather have that friend, right, than a guy that's like, okay, cool, yeah. I don't want to have a friend that doesn't impact me, right? I'm the kind of person. And when it comes to romance, right, I think it's the same thing, in my opinion, of course. I don't want to date like an echo chamber. Like I know this old classmate, and she's very wanting political scale. She's very much in one direction political scale, and she used to be married to my childhood neighbor, not my friend. I really don't like the guy, but he used to say that not friend. I kind of guess is friendly, and I see his sister actually. So I've seen his sister, so. I suppose, but anyway, she married like my neighbor, and I know his sister very well too, then very well. And he's kind of mad guy. But anyway, they were very opposite, and she got divorced or whatever. And then a few years later, she married herself, basically, like a gender bender man of herself. And that, in my opinion, and me and my best friend, we know so well too, that we are like that's like the worst relationship we have ever seen. That we think at least, both of us think that, because this woman then is a doctor, medical doctor, yeah, married another doctor, a man then, and they have the exact same personality. Like it's horrible. Like this is the most echo chamber thing I've seen in my life. Whatever thing she says, he's like, and vice versa. That they have no conversation. I just cannot, like, you meet them on the same time. If I meet them on the same time, like let's go to the restaurant, me and these two married couple, right? It's like one person. Like they have the exact same opinion about everything, and they basically just fill out. Like she married herself. Like it's creepy, honestly. And I do think she actually has like the control over him, honestly. But still, though, I could never see it happen. That's kind of like marrying. You feel so bored. I mean, I'd be so bored by it. But anyway, my point is that some people would like a husband or a best girl, a wife, right? That is like, oh, she's perfect. She agrees with me on everything, right? She agrees with me, yeah, like she has no personality, she agrees with me. So I would love that, right? But if you follow me in my channel, right, you know that my favorite, like probably, honestly, I mean I have a lot of, cool girls I like in anime, but like, and I said it every time, right, but probably, honestly, like my favorite female character of all time in anime is probably Myrmonden. And I keep trying to buy like, there's never a Myrmonden figure, please make it to me, make, some Myrmonden freaking poster, right? And to me it's amazing because of course there are new, like Bakarina and so on, all the radios, all the female characters I really like that's coming, through the years of anime, right? Every year. But Myrmonden for me, yeah. And I know people said too, like funny, a lot of people commented, for a year on my channel, like, oh, you're gonna love the next female character. They were like, you like Noelle, you like Vanessa, you think they're badass, you like Mimosa, you're gonna see the next female character, you're gonna see the next character in One Black Clover. So a few people knew that, oh, you think Noelle is badass, you like badass fighter female characters. Wait until you see the best one in Black Clover. I was like, but as I said, she's like female Whitebeard, right? She's like, I will not stand down, 5 against 1, whatever. But basically, I'm a huge Myrmonden stan, right? I think she's the best female character in anime, right? That's what my wife. You have a waifu, and then you have a wife, right? Myrmonden is my freaking anime wife, right? I have a huge crush on Myrmonden, if anything. But seriously, right? And to me, it's amazing because I've seen anime, for 30 plus years, right? And I still feel that this is my favorite wife of all time, still. There's a One Piece character, though, that's gonna come in the next arc of One Piece. And that character is amazing too, though. That's an amazing character too, though. So that's like my Myrmonden rival, I guess. But anyway, my point, of course, to the whole, I think it's a great discussion to have, right, with the whole Echidna and Clarence, so is that, I would much rather, of course, marry Myrmonden, right, than marry someone like, let's say, Mimosa. Okay. I like Mimosa, okay? I like all the female characters in Clover. They're all freaking amazing. If there's one thing good with Clover is that all the female characters are so strong and powerful, right? And I really mean it, right? I think Clover, I think, One Piece has like, Nicky Robin, Nami, and Red. So for example, Nicky Robin, last One Piece thing, amazing, I think. And also Black Maria, also very good. So, I mean, I like them all. I must say that, and he and so on. They're all good characters. But Black Clover has like, man, it has like, it's so many good female characters. Amazingly well with the female characters. And Myrmonden, number one, though, in my opinion. But anyway, I would still, of course, much rather marry than Myrmonden, right? Than Mimosa. Mimosa is that it's a kind of, you know, nice kind of caretaker, you know, like a nice wife, right? She will make cookies and, you know, that kind of wife, right? Yeah, she's a nice person. And she's actually really, I think, a really good character, and she's more than that. Of course, I'm simplifying it here. I'm simplifying it. But, you know, she's a nice wife, right? Yeah. Melona is a wife that will beat the crap out of me, right? She's a wife that will throw us in my head. She's the wife to be like, oh, you're late, and she will like punch me in my face, and you know, she's gonna be freaking hostile, right? But I would still much rather marry Melona because that's like badass wife. You know, I like that badass, you know, crazy chick, right? Yeah. So of course, I think the whole discussion about, oh yeah, how can you have a best girl like a Kina or Claire? Yeah, that thing to me is really, yeah, immature. It's a good word, yeah. It's immature, is like childish, right? Because that means that people are kind of putting the female waifu character they like on a pedestal, and they're like, oh, she has to be this perfect, nice, you know, caretaker, whatever, right? Yeah. And we're in reality, not saying of course every man, right, or woman or whatever, but if you're like, let's say if you're a lesbian, right, and you want to date a female, you know, some lesbians want to date Merlona, right, this badass muscular chick, right? And some other lesbians wanna date, you know, Mimosa. This like, you know, nice, you know, healer girl. This is, you know, your best kind of, you know, cuddly friend, right? And that's reality, right? That's how people work, right? So yeah, I find it very cringe and very, you know, how say it, intellectually dishonest, right? To act like you have to marry the wife, just like the nice wife or whatever. But it's kind of weird. It is definitely kind of weird. It is very, very weird, I think. But for example, then, as mentioned, open standing, yeah, when it comes to critiquing stuff, and that's why I luckily don't care about dislikes. I say, no, personally, you know, I see it's like a evidence of me being right. No, but it's like, I think that unfortunately, there's another issue with that too, that I said earlier in another live stream. I think the important issue is that, notably PewDiePie, Felix, and you know, I actually know Felix a little bit. We're from the same, you know, he went to my university, yeah. He dropped out, but yeah. He went to my class, you know. Yeah, one younger than me. But anyway, PewDiePie, for example, made a good video about, I think, a couple years ago, where he talked about that if you're positive, you get more views and you get more likes on it, and you get more, you know, ergo, you get more subscribers, and you get, again. So, I think it's an issue with that too, though. And this is not on YouTube. This is just on Twitter, on Reddit, you know, Twitch, right? Social media in general, yeah. That I thought is an issue too, that if you're positive and say that this is the best thing ever, take a Titan, 10 on 10 best anime ever, right? If you do that stuff, you get more clicks and why you get more, you know, fans, right? By basically following the bandwagon, right? So unfortunately, I do feel a lot of people are a lot like that, and there are some YouTubers, anime YouTubers. I won't say who, but there's one anime YouTuber that I used to like him a lot, kind of, you know, a lot. But he's a good guy. I liked him. I don't hate him today, but I think he's a pretty good guy. But in my opinion, he used to be so much better because I found this guy's channel, when he had like 1,000 subscribers, right? He was like a tiny channel, or tiny, but you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm tiny. You know, yeah. It kind of funny that it's like 99% of the channel has less than like 100 subscribers. So in tiny, it's like 5 subscribers. But you know, in comparison. But anyway, I found this guy when he had like maybe say 1,000 subscribers, right? And he was doing some anime stuff and so on. And I liked it a lot because he was honest, you know, he was like a popular, you know, he has good opinions, good, you know, I think, sensation. So I liked it. And now I stopped watching that guy because the bigger he got, right, the more, you know, standing got. Yeah, the bigger he got, the less critique he made, right? So the more views he had, right? And then he, of course, probably like PewDiePie, realized that if I, you know, if only positive, I get more views right there. So he kept me positive, and if I watch him today, I found that usually if there is like a, you know, when I feel this episode here wasn't that good, like he's not gonna say that, right? So I feel if it's a good episode, he's like the same guy he was 10 years ago. You know, he's, you know, happy and hyper or whatever, right? But if it's a bad episode, he's like, oh, that's pretty mediocre. Yeah, he's like half honest. It's like, I mean, it wasn't the best, but you know, like he's that kind of that guy, right? Instead of like 10 years ago, he would be like, it's crap, right? So I think that's horrible. That means he's, for me, right, as a seller, yeah, he sold out his soul, right, to make more money, right? He sold out his soul to be able to just, you know, get more subscribers and so on, right? And, you know, he makes more money, I guess, right, today than he did earlier. But when I watch those videos sometimes, I feel like, man, it has to hurt his soul, man, because he's probably sitting there lying. He's like, it was pretty good, you know. You feel that he's lying, you feel that he wants to say it's crap, but he knows he's gonna get those dislikes, right, so on. So that's what for me, is like, no, I'm gonna always be, but that's my channel, right? As always, come and tell you as an honest reviewer, because I'm always just telling people this is exactly what I feel, right? But I think the strength of that, as I say every time when I review something, like when I have an issue, right, with an anime or manga game or whatever, you know, if I tell you that this is a good game, if I tell you that, for example, a game I streamed last year, Third Sentinel, had a great story. Holy shit, that was one of the best illustrative story novel games ever. The actual fighting wasn't that good at all. But it was pretty mediocre, the whole mecha fighting. That was kind of like whatever. But the actual storyline, it was amazing, okay? If I tell you that, I would say that my strength is that you know I'm honest, right? Because I am telling you that this is crap, this is good, right? Yeah. So I'm telling you that from a story perspective, it's 10 out of 10, right? From my gameplay, the actual like mecha gameplay, that's like 5 out of 10. And the middle thing, kind of the narration, that's good too. But the actual, like, just the fighting thing, that was bad. So, but you know what I mean? I'm honest, right? I give you the honest stuff and the bad stuff, right? So if I tell you the game is really good, for example, that's over there. What I have here? Katarina's good. Neo. Okay, here's like old games I really like. You know, Devil May Cry 5. You know, it's a great game. Right? Yeah, Devil May Cry 5. I thought about it with the Black Clover references. Devil May Cry 4 wasn't that good. It was okay. Devil May Cry 3 was better. Devil May Cry 5 is really good. And one thing I like in Devil May Cry 5 is that I really love playing as V, right? The new character. I love playing as V. I think that's even better gameplay than with Nier or Dante. Some people hate playing as V because you have to control his 3 animals at the same time. I love that. Kind of like strategic action gameplay at the same time. I think the V gameplay was like one of the best gameplay of that year. Because there's like a new... I say new in the Devil May Cry universe, not new in gaming completely. But it was really well done. So I really like that. And you know, when I say that again, I really mean it, right? I was trying to, pump and dump that game, right? That's what I think. But anyway, when it comes to the open stand thing, I think it's an issue, right? Because people that are, they know that if they are overly positive, right, they get more views and so on. And I think that has created a worse environment for this general, honest discussion about gaming and anime and manga and so on, right? Because most reviewers know that if I'm just happy and, this is the best thing ever, they, get more subs and so on, right? And that makes everyone just have like an echo chamber where everyone is just happy. Oh, there's nothing wrong with this anime. It's perfectly, he says perfect too, right? That, for matter, I think is one of the best faults I see on YouTube, especially with my... He's laughing at. One of the best faults on YouTube I see people on YouTube is that, let's say I critique an anime. Let's say by them with Gabby. I critique Gabby. So I'm obviously, proud of my Gabby critique. But I critique Gabby. And I have a comment linking to another YouTuber. Oh, you're wrong, and here's my evidence. Okay, what's your evidence? This other YouTuber likes Gabby. And it's like a link to this other channel. And I'm like, that's not an argument, right? That's not an argument. You can't say that someone else disagrees. Ergo, you're wrong. And that's not an argument. It's not an argument to say that, well, I disagree with you, and so does Redu. Ergo, you're wrong. That's like the worst argument ever. That's just like saying that, well, I disagree, which is not an argument, right? And then it's like another person also disagrees. Ergo, you're 2 against 1. Yeah, it's like we're voting suddenly. Or something, right? Yeah. I mean, I was laughing at it. Like, that's not an argument. What it is a basic fallacy. So the fallacy of ad populum. That is a fallacy where you construct a logical argument, which is illogical then, right? By saying that, well, you're wrong, because a million people disagree with you, right? So basically, for example, you have like a voting, right? Oh yeah, you're wrong. This person is a bad leader, because this many people voted against them, right? And they can be used in both sides. You can say, for example, in the US election, is like, you can say that this person is a good or a bad leader, because so is many million voted for or against them, right? It doesn't make any sense. You can't argue that just because a lot of people agree with you, you're wrong or right? That doesn't make any sense. But of course, or the older version then, which is not popular on YouTube, is that, well, you have 10 dislikes, ergo you're wrong. Oh, it's all the same thing, right? 10 people doesn't like you, that you're wrong. So it's a very bad argument, it's a horrible argument. And especially it's horrible in this environment, right? Because so many people then are having this stand right on some best girls, or some anime, or some games, right? And because you get more views and so on if you have a Stanish, super believe in them. There are more and more people that are in favor of one direction, right? So if everyone's like, this is the best thing ever, right? And you say, I don't agree with this, then someone can be like, well, actually, look at this, there are 10 other YouTubers that say that you are wrong. It's like, not an argument, you see what I mean? But it's easier to find, than unfortunately, people that, are positive, right? So, yeah, it's always very particular, being the guy saying that I disagree with this path we're going here, right? Especially, I think, on social media, because usually it's very, very hype. Or of course, and it's very bandwagon, sometimes you do find that anti-hype. For example, I remember when FF13 was released, it was very anti-hyped, and I was defending it very, very hard. So I got enemies. Yeah, I got enemies. I got like threats, because I was defending FF13, seriously, when the game was coming. People were like, oh, it's the worst Final Fantasy ever. It's like so linear. I was like, it's less linear than FF10, man. And then some guy, this was a guy that worked for a newspaper in like a big, gaming magazine newspaper. He was like, you're an idiot. In FF10, and this guy was like, but I read your review of FF10, man. And in FF10, you say it's a great game. And he's like, yeah, but it's more linear. And I was like, well, he's like, well, back in those days, linear was fine, but now linear is bad or something. And I was like, well, that's not an argument, right? It's like a horrible argument saying that, well, this game was good when it was released 10 years ago, but today is bad because linearity is now bad. It's like, that's a horrible argument. Either a good game or a bad game. It's one thing to say that you don't like linear games more personally, but if someone likes linear games, for example, right, you can't make the argument. It's like, yeah, so whatever. Basically, Japanese games are usually pretty linear, the storyline. They're pretty linear storylines. And if you play a Japanese role-playing game, most of them are linear. It hasn't changed in that 30 years. It's like a really weird argument saying that, well, Dragon Quest 11 is a bad game because it's linear, just like it was 10 years ago. Like, that's not an argument, right? Especially if you like the 8th game. If you say that you liked the first game, the game before. But anyway, so you do see the two stop to. F13 was very hated, right? It was very anti-hype. And then, in my case then, I wasn't like, this is the best game ever. But I was like, no, I reviewed that game on this gaming site, right? And people were like, you're an idiot. How can you say it's a good game? And I was like, because it's a pretty good game. I'm not saying it's the best game ever. I love Lightning. You know how I am. I also love Lightning. Lightning and fan, of course. I want it too. But of course, I was like, I like this game. This game isn't the best game ever, but it's a pretty good game, right? People were like, no, you're wrong. You're supposed to say it's the worst game ever. You're an idiot. Let's burn his house down, basically. I was like, what? So you do see that on the other side too, where people are, when people get into that like super, oh, this is everything. Everyone has to hate this game, right? And I was like, I like the game. So it's always kind of funny with that. You're all. But I saw in the chat here, but just let's sport there. Pencil Girl, yeah, definitely. Yeah, but like, Virgil is clearly the best character in Devil May Cry, obviously. And I used to, of course, when I played most completed fighting game, Virgil was one of my main guys. Right? I never liked Dante, but I loved playing Virgil. I used to have Virgil as my anchor when I played in one of my Marvel's Capcom teams, right? So Virgil is in the Ultimate Edition, in the DLC, like the expansion. Really cool character to play, right? And also, of course, it's cool to play Virgil in Devil May Cry 5 and so on. But again, I think that the V thing in DMC 5 was really good because it really changed. It created like a new kind of gameplay in Devil May Cry, while also retaining the other two gameplays of Nero and Dante. So it gave you more different gameplays, and I think it was really well done. But same thing did with the bandwagon, because I remember I did some quick like Reddit review on Devil May Cry 5. I was like, it's a great game, 9 out of 10. I love the V shit. This was the best shit I've ever seen in Devil May Cry in like 10 years. And people were like, you are an idiot. The V thing is the worst thing in the game. Yeah, and it's like, so many people are like, I like the review until I go to the V part, because I hated playing V. So, well, same thing there. People like Devil May Cry 5 generally, but most people dislike playing as V. So saying that I like playing as V, they're like, screw you! Everything you are saying is wrong, because you say it's a good game, but you're wrong, because V is not good to play. So your part about the graphics, you wrote the graphics are good. You're wrong, they're bad, because V is bad, And I hate it too, right? The whole aspect that people can't... I'll say distinguish those things, right? That's like, well, if you like Wii, everything else you said is suddenly wrong too. It's like, oh, you said that the coding was good. No, it's not. Right? And I think it's funny too because if I'm like, well, the game has very few bugs, and I looked at the general meta code of it, and it's very fine. And they're like, and that's like a very technical thing, right? So basically, you can't disagree or agree. It's an objective fact, right? How the code is, right? And they're like, you're wrong because you're like me. I'm like, what do you mean I'm wrong? This is the code. I look at the code. The code's good. You know what I mean? It's like it's not even a discussion if wrong or right. It's like the measurement of how technically good it is, right? It's like a measurement of performance. You have a number value. No, you're basically no. It's not 3. It's 4. It's like that kind of way, right? But I think you made a good point here earlier that I would love to rant about. But the Mikasa part with the armband, I think that was really bad writing. That could be probably the worst writing of Attack on Titan. I don't know what exactly, but and actually in the anime, that's the plot hole. Actually, it's actually an anime plot hole. So I'm gonna spoil for you guys here then. So let me rant. But most people probably up to date with this anime Attack on Titan. But I'm gonna do a spoiler warning here. And actually, isn't like a big deal anyway in the general storyline. But you've been warned now then. What I'm gonna rant about now. But it's for example, so. In Attack on Titan, Mikasa has this like the triad, right? She basically has the Triforce on her arm because it's based around the Tokamune clan, right? So first of all, Zelda's Triforce, as I said in my review of Titan, is based on the Hojo Tokamune, the clan thing, was defeated the Mongols, right, in Japan in 1170, right? So I think so, 1173, yeah. So that's the Kamikaze. So that's Triforce here, right? And Mikasa basically has like a Triforce kind, like a 3-sword Triforce thing on her wrist, right? That shows that she's like a princess, whatever, yeah. That she's part of this like Japanese clan, right? In Attack on Titan. But that is a straight up plot hole in the anime. Like it's straight up plot hole. Because there are scenes in the anime where they do not show that in the anime. And they have said, the people have just immediately wrote about that. Like, okay, look at this episode here. And people even said it earlier too. If you go back to some people's channels on the reviews on Reddit, so on, you can find people saying that, oh, they changed the episode here. Like episode 50, when they're in the water or whatever. Here, Mikasa's supposed to actually have her wrist on her hand. It's gone in the anime. So actually, they made that mistake. Removing that, not showing that Triforce thing in early episode actually in the anime. So it's a straight up plot hole. Like a straight up plot hole. Even if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter that much, but it's clearly, like technically, a plot hole. Right there, immediately from that standpoint. It really is. And secondly, I think it's horrible writing. Ignoring the anime, I think the writing is really bad. That's probably the worst writing he's done in completely. People can hate them, but I think so. I said it in the YouTube, right? People don't. I think it's horrible because it's just like it's not valued up. It's not built up. So basically, Mikasa is actually Japanese. She's some kind of legendary Shogun clan, but it's not built up. There is never any building for this. The only thing we know is that she's not like an alien, right? She's not like a European human. She's a kind of other human, right? And we know her mom is like exotic, right? So we know that she's not from We know that, but that's like season 1, and it's never actually then been addressed at all. It's never been a plot point in like 50 episodes that she is not, an alien. It's never really been explained. We have the whole Levi thing a little bit too, but never really explained on that part. And the Levi Ackerman part isn't relatable to her being an Asian, so it's like a different thing with her being Japanese and being Ackerman, so different things. So it just never really addressed for like 50 episodes, and then suddenly it's like, oh, you're actually the daughter of the king. Kind of that, yeah. It's like it doesn't make any sense from writing standpoint. It's kind of like you just kind of can go your narrative. Oh, whatever. Yeah, yes. It doesn't make any much sense. And also the weird thing with that thing, which I think is really bad, only the worst thing with it, is that it has no bearing on the storyline. So basically, this Japanese lady is there, right, to have like a trade deal with the aliens, and she's there before she knows that that Mikasa has this Triforce thing. So this doesn't make any sense, honestly, because she would have done a trade anyway, so it didn't have any important thing of the storyline. If Mikasa was like, oh, we want to have a trade deal, she was like, no, I can't trust you, Eldian. She's like, but I'm a princess. Oh, see, and then she would have a trade deal. That would actually been some, storyline, it would be a very convenient, like a Deus Machina storyline, still bad writing, but it would be like at least a point of connection. But instead, this woman is here to have a trade deal with them, and then Mikasa is like, oh, actually, by the way, I'm a princess. Oh, cool. And it doesn't matter. Like, it has zero importance of the actual storyline. It doesn't matter whatsoever. At least not what I know. It doesn't actually matter for the storyline. Maybe I missed something, but I don't think so. And no one has proven to me that it is so. But anyway, that doesn't mean that Attack on Titan is the worst thing ever. But it doesn't mean that it's the perfect thing either. So you missed my rant about the Japanese princess now. So what did you get from my Japanese princess rant? Because that is it is annoying. It's like, it sounds with a headphone thing. I have a broken headphone too there. But the last place I worked was kind of fun because everyone had the same headphone at the office, and you could like with Bluetooth, so you could like you could hack their it was very easy to connect to someone else. So I would prank people at my office, right, and I would like send the music from my laptop to their headphones. And I was like, it's his Bluetooth, and I was like, here's the cool Japanese opening, and I was like, hey, take the attack from my Bluetooth. And it was Horimiya earlier, yeah. It was Horimiya earlier. I'm gonna put the Horimiya review up. We needed a reaction to it. I'm gonna put it up right as a single video, cutting out from this live stream here, so it's easy for people to watch the Horimiya after this live stream ends. I'm gonna edit it. So FF reviews. So point there was that. Point FF reviews was that. Was the anti-hype thing. Basically, I reviewed FF13 and people did too, and I was just like, I like the game. People were like, screw you! You can't like this game, right? So it was the opposite. People anti-hyping that game because I was linear. So it was kind of like that. Yeah, people hated. People were so angry at me that I liked the game. So I reviewed it for this like Swedish paper and so on, and people were like, "You are an evil person because you liked what we're supposed to hate." Basically, it was the opposite. Sometimes people get anti-hype, which is way less common, but that happens too, right? And then it was like, oh, no, you're not allowed to like something, right? So it was just ridiculous too. But anyway, after I talked about the Mikasa part, which I think you probably dislike too, right? This whole princess part. Just I can say it briefly again that I think that was bad writing because it was no build-up for her being the Shogun's daughter thing. And also, it's a plot hole. It wasn't actually shown in the anime. In the manga, it is shown, but in the anime, the Triforce thing isn't actually shown sometimes. So it's a straight up plot hole that they haven't done that. So they changed that. And also, then I don't like how the lady is there to trade with them anyway, and then like her being, her being there doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I said the other two. It's cool. I said the other two. Lightning, Fang, Vanille. I like Vanille too, man. But it was Lightning and Fang were some two really badass warrior ladies. F13 had some. I mean, it's kind of like we need a Cloud, but make a girl Cloud. Gender band our Cloud. They were like, let's take some other Lightning up in the sky too, and they were like, that's like cool. This is like female Cloud, but yeah, Lightning was awesome, and Fang is cool too, and Vanille, and they have some kind of romance too, right? If anything, it's interesting that, I mean, I would say that F13 is the first FF game with like lesbian romance, Yuri. I mean, I think so. I played every Final Fantasy game, and it's probably like, I mean, there's some underlying, Yuri romance every now and then. But Fang and Vanille, spoilers here, but Fang and Vanille is probably the only really like, canon lesbian couple, right, in Final Fantasy. I think so. That I can think of, that really are like a love couple, and they end, together with the crystal thing, and they kind of internally in love with each other. But yeah, that should have been great for people. It's like the first real female main character, and all the two female characters are lesbians. I'm like, well, who doesn't love this game? Like, no, but honestly, it's like female main character and also Yuri couple. What? F2 was a great game, I think, because it had Sash, best dad, right? It had Sash. It was really nice. It had, I like Snow. Okay, people dislike Snow. I like Snow. Snow was like, Snow was like a good character. He just saved Nathan's sister, right, Sarah, and so I played, of course, F-13 too, and I like Sarah and Snow's friendship. So that was a great game. The issue I have with 13 is that they lack the mini games. Okay, the issue I didn't like with 13 is that it lacked Chocobo Racing. It didn't have any board game. It didn't have any card game. I was like, what's happening? Right? What's happening? So Final Fantasy games, they're very big games, right? And they always have their, the storyline. They have their bosses, right? They have their basic bosses. They have their missions and so on, right? And F13 for me, it failed on like, where's the Chocobo Racing? Where's the breeding part, right? Where's the mini games? It just had like the storyline and then a lot of extra hunts, which was really good. The hunt system was really good from F12. Yeah, the mini bosses, that was really fun. But it had nothing of the actual, Chocobos. Really not. The Moogles, that's up. No card game, right? So for me, being a huge, but being a huge Final Fantasy fan, right? Massive. I have all the games, right? I have all the games. I really want to play, the Chocobo Racing, right? F7. I want to have the cold and hot F9 so on. It's strange to me playing 13, and there was nothing of that, right? I have played some of the earlier user games, and I haven't actually played Like a Dragon, but I really want to play it. I heard it's like the Persona 5 kind of best system, right, with the whole system. I really want to play the Like a Dragon. I'm considering playing it for a while now, definitely. Definitely. I definitely want to probably will play Like a Dragon when I have time. It's been like a bad period for me this month because, as I said earlier, I've lost so much money this month. Like I'm down like 3-4 months salary this month. So I'm just like, I don't have the energy to play games, the new games. I just play games that I already played. I can play on autopilot now. I just play games that are like, I just play strategy games that I played so much before I don't have to think about it. It's kind of funny. I'm playing like hardcore strategy games, but I play them for so many thousands of hours. So I don't have to use my brain. It's autopilot to play them in reading anyway. But anyway, I think it's interesting with the whole with fantasy, because I'm a huge JRPG fan, right? And like, if I stop doing anime, I'll be talking about games, right, mostly, especially JRPG, and it's just kind of like, it irritates me that they kind of dropped what I felt was the JRPG formula. So 15, I wasn't an overly fan of 15. It's like a weird game, I think, in many aspects. It's not very fantasy. But at least they had a fishing game. It was okay. But it only had the fishing. Chocobo Racing had a little bit of that. So they kind of did like a half-ass thing there. But I still feel they haven't really picked up the ball since FF like 10 or so. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Like a Dragon. My best shadow friend loves it. He has like my shadow friend has like a huge. He's a pretty big gaming reviewer guy. He loves it. It's like the best thing ever. So I don't know, but it also could be if you played the other games, I guess a lot more. Obviously, I have the Shenmue game, and my best friend and my friend, he and me, we used to play a lot of Shenmue, right? So Shenmue 1 and 2 and so on. So he's an old Sega fan, so we used to play for Shenmue 1 and 2 and Virtua Fighter 3 and 2 and so on, right? It was him and me who had Dreamcast. Yeah, it was only he and me that owned Dreamcast in my city, basically. No one had a Dreamcast. He and me, we had a Dreamcast. We had a Sonic Adventure and so on. The Sega games. And yes, had radio. That was a good game. Yes, radio. But anyway, I think it's interesting, the whole thing there with Final Fantasy. I kind of ran about that, but I want them to go back to having that more classic, the mini games and the storytelling and the linearity. I wanted to be at that. Yeah, 15 for me was like, it was okay. It wasn't the best or worst game ever. It was just kind of like, it's better at some part of 13, but it's also worse. I think one thing I really dislike 15 is it's so goddamn easy. It's like the easiest Final ever, and it's just the system in 13 was really good. 13 was really hard. 13 was like probably the hardest main storyline ever for Fantasy. That was really good. 12 was kind of like really easy and also really hard, depending on if you played the mini bosses. 12 was like really easy main story, incredibly hard mini bosses. That was like interesting, and that's usually how to do it, right? 10 also, I suppose, but 13 was just hard all the way through. But 15 was like autopilot. I could sleep through the game. You know, you can go to my channel. I played through 15, you know, completely in the channel, right? And I never died once. Like I never even died once playing 15. And I remember I got to the secret boss, the Earth Dragon, the hardest extra dungeon, very early, very low level, and I still beat it. I was like 50 levels. I was like 50, you know, levels under leveled, and I beat it. FFT, of course, a great game. One thing that I really love with FFT is, of course, it's done by my, you know, one of my favorite artists, the same person that did, you know, Nier. I said earlier, I have my Nier Automata here, right? Yeah, my 2B poster. The same person, Akiko, the same person that is the artist of FFT, right? And of course, Ivalice, he's the guy behind Final Fantasy Ivalice, right? From the art standpoint. So, Vagrant Story, FFT, FF12, of course, is one of my favorite games. And also, of course, then FF like 12, Advanced Tactics, so on. That is the same person that did, you know, Nier Automata, right? The same artist that did Nier Automata. And of course other games too, but yeah, so that's one thing I really like with art there in FFT. He's the guy behind all those portraits and that kind of style, right? And I mean, and I inspired up by him. Let's see again, image. I always love this heart, and there's one poster I've been trying to buy earlier, but what can I? Let's see if I can find it here. I used to have this poster on the office when I worked, from FFT actually, because I was like art, right? So I was got inspired by his art there, from Akiko's art. So you can find. I used to have this poster in the office when I worked at the game company. So I was like, this is what I wanted people to draw. And I was like, shut up and do what I want, you know. I was like, shut up and draw what I want, you noobs, basically. This is the one I used to have in the office. And I was like, this is what I want people to draw, man. Like, this is the art you should keep in my gaming. Because, of course, I'm a huge Tactics Ogre fan, right? I'm a huge... I say it right, but I'm a... You know, okay, virus? What? Can't download it? Come on. I found the image I wanted, but then it's like my computer is like, oh, this is like warning, don't use anti-funny sites. I can't. Oh my god, it's a bit frustrating. He of course is behind Vagrant Story too, but come on, I want to find this. Here is the art book. This is the art book I used to have, but I have it still. I mean, but I have this poster. Maybe if I write, because this is the main poster of Tactics Ogre Wheel. There it is. This is the poster, but without back. It has no background here. It's just white, but because this is the main thing he had on the site. Whatever. This poster I used to have then in my office. I worked for a game company from the course Tactics Ogre. So this is a wheel of his art there. So yeah, so I'm definitely talking about. I'm a huge, you know, Tactics Ogre, Akiko, Yoshida fan, right? And I used to have this book, of course, and you know, I have a lot of art books. I don't do art per se, right, from game design, but I still have a lot of art books, and I still have a lot of opinions, right? So I don't do the drawing myself. Can I just sketch a bit and I'm like, do it better than me? Right? I'm like, okay, this is I wanted to make a dragon. Something like this. Like, you know. So I used to have a lot of opinions with the artists and so on, right? Directional opinions. But, yeah, I used to have this poster with background art, though, at the office. And I have a lot of art books, right? I have a lot of these just random art books from... Oh, happened to... oh, there, sorry, it seems to appear me. Yukitaro is the guy behind the storylines, though. I mean, as a kid, my biggest idol was always Matsumi did FF12 is alright. That was my biggest fan. But I do have a lot of art books, like, you know, it's random art books. What's this thing art book? What's this? I'll take it one. And this one. That's the one I want. Another art book somewhere else. I don't want this one. I have so much crap, you know. I have so much crap. It's not what I wanted. So I have another one. So I thought was in that library, in that study. I have another one with like Tekken and so on. I have another one with Tekken, which is the one I wanted to grab. But for example, I have a lot of this shit, right? Because you know you get them from your work or you buy them and so on. So I have so much stuff right like this, you know, at home. Like I have hundreds of these kind of books. Let me see a good page here where they kind of go over how to do art, you know, or like it's not a good image, you know, this kind of, you know, gaming, you know, this kind of gaming books, right? Yeah, I have one with Tekken, which is really cool, and I mean I have many ones, but I thought the Tekken one was the one here. It's like a sport vehicle or like an FPS book. Like it's here pretty interesting how they made like. Yeah, how they made different parts of like an excavator. Here we go, yeah, modeling and so on. I don't know how to do different models and you know that stuff. But it's like a car one, but I had a Tekken one. Oh, whatever. So obviously I have a lot of these ones, and obviously FFT art is one of my favorite ones, which I don't have here, but yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. And but it's kind of funny though, because usually when you work for these companies, like for example. Last company I worked for, I was like, oh, I want to buy this book, right? I want to buy this, not the game, but this other books, psychology, science books. And it's kind of funny because, you know, your salary is usually kind of like meh, right? And like, I had a pretty high salary before, you know, the issues, but the salary is pretty meh. But you usually have like a budget. So it's like, you have this weird thing which is like, oh, you don't have like a salary. Like your salary is like a set, right? But you have like $1,000 budget to buy books every year. As long as it's about your work. Now, honestly, yeah, this is about comes to work. And I'm just like, okay. So my salary doesn't matter if I spend the budget. It's just but I have okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna buy like 1 million art books then. You know? No, but it's kind of like that. Okay, so I have like $1,000 to just buy random stuff every year, and you know, it doesn't matter. You know, I would get the same salary anyway. So I'm like, okay, I guess I fill up with like art books and books about science. So like my last job, I think we had like something like yeah, I don't know, $100 a month like book budget. So I would like buy these like different science books, right, sociology books, physics books, and so on. So I just kept buying books. I just put them home. I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna start collect science books. Then if you pay for it, I was gonna keep buying shit then, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter if my buy. I get some money anyway. It's kind of funny. And like my last job I had, we also had, of course, they pay for your healthcare, and they pay for your, gym membership and so on. Yeah, so yeah, we have this thing to pay for your commute and so on. I guess just. Now the last job I had was good in that sense. They had so much benefits. They had so much. Yeah, my last job before the world issue had so many benefits. It had like 15, 20 benefits. It's kind of funny though. I used to work for Blizzard, and in Blizzard you had. Benefit was like cheaper McDonald's. Yeah, it was like, oh, instead of having healthcare, you get cheaper fast food. We were like, yeah, I guess. so you had the thing that you could show your employee the key card thing, and if you did that on like Burger King and all, you get cheaper hamburgers and so on. You're like, yeah, that's Taco Bell. Yeah, great. I can buy more fast food. I guess very American. Where in Sweden and so on, it's much more like you get free healthcare and you get free. And Sweden has healthcare anyway, but you get like maybe dental, maybe like gym membership, that kind of stuff. Yeah. At my last office, we also had, of course, what's called massage, right, and so on. Yeah, that kind of stuff, very common. Friday stuff like that, so on. And of course, we had like a table tennis board, tables tennis and that stuff, right, in our gym at the office. But it's kind of funny, so you have to always try to get that stuff right. And I'm also the guy that say you have to maximize your benefits, but in my aspect I find it funny though, right? Because if I was like, I say, it was up to me, would I buy all these art books, for example, right? No, I would rather get the money, right? Yeah. But it's like, well, you're either not paying me more money, or you give me money to buy stuff. Well, I'm gonna buy stuff then, right? That's what I mean. If someone was like, if you buy 5 less books, you get the money, or if someone was like, you get $50, okay, or I get $100 in books, right? I would probably just take $50, right? Because that's 50 money I can do that I want with. I can put it in stocks, I can save them, I can buy, I can buy food for that. that's probably better, right? To just have like $50, right? But if someone is like, you have $100 in books or whatever, right? Or in other stuff, or nothing. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I gotta maximize that then, right? So I'm just gonna buy stuff then. I don't always do that, honestly, but I have situation when I'm like, oh, I have a, like my last job, oh, I have a really high book budget. I guess I have to spend it. I guess I have to spend it then because like it's so much money. It's kind of like that. But anyway, yeah, it's. You know, I love my JRPGs too. I can talk about JRPGs more than anime almost. Or not just JRPGs, any game, right? Any game. Everything. Fighting games, strategy games, and so on, right? I had last week, I wanted to do this live stream, but instead I had this design task from a famous game company. So I sat the whole Saturday and Sunday, and also the day before, especially the whole weekend. I had worked, you know, on normal day, Monday, Friday, I worked, of course. So I worked, and after work I did that stuff, and then of course the whole weekend I worked and did a design test. So that's kind of what I do a lot, right? And it's like a famous strategy company, so could be interesting job to have. I don't know. It's I've been around the block, I feel, with different games. It's could be interesting. It's also interesting. That's, I would say, one thing. The games I worked on last year, they were all done from home, right? So that's kind of interesting too. Now, yeah, everyone's working from home, so that's interesting. Now, of course, now with the changes right in the world, yeah, everyone now is like working from home, right? So you have to sit there and you know, communicate with someone, whatever you do, right? It doesn't bother me that much, honestly. But I'm an extrovert, so it bothers me a little bit. But gonna see what. Well, at least 1 piece later. I don't know what you mean, really. Definitely gonna stream more later though, and also tomorrow. Well, yeah, Sundays are freaking crazy, man. Sundays, I love the etchy. I like to have the combination of Sundays. Sundays you have Attack on Titan, the morbid, you know, everyone dies, and then they have the etchy, most tensy, everyone with pansus. No, but it's like it's a weird etchy stuff and so on. And this lady is like new best girl, and then it's like non-Numbiaru. So it's like oh, wholesomeness. Sundays are awesome. Sunday streams are fun, man, because they're all combining everything in the same time, man. I love that. But yeah, I'm actually also streaming in that sense. I haven't felt like I wanted to play a game that I could stream in that sense now in this year, honestly, right? Because last year we streamed many JRPGs, mostly. We streamed some games, other games too, right? But I was streaming like, you know, Sentinels, and, you know, Final Fantasy, Persona, Trust of Mana, right? I'm a huge, you know, Mana fan, big Mana fan, right? And so on, right? Well, I could stream any game really, but thing is that I'm gonna have to eat sometime and take some break or something. But yeah, but so I'm saying that, right? Like I don't know what I want to play. Honestly, as I mentioned earlier, what I actually been thinking about streaming right now on Twitch is actually like a Dragon, because I wanted to try that new system and so on. Cause I haven't played, you know, the new system there, and see how that is. But it's like the latest game I played is on Switch, and I don't have. I'm too lazy to get the whole Switch thing working, and Nintendo was like, So last thing I played is Sakuna of Rise and Ruin. It's the game I played latest on Switch. On Switch, but I don't stream, you know, my Switch stuff because then you have to get the whole stuff and so on going and so on. Like I don't know. Like I would love to play some. Like seriously, I'm looking for a new game to play. Because currently, as I mentioned earlier, this year has been so bad, I feel. Just from like, you know, every day I'm just like sweating money basically. Like I'm just dying in, you know, recession and so on. And after those kind of days where I'm just like, holy shit, man, it's a horrible work day. I'm just like, what should I do today? I guess I just play some strategy game I can play with my eyes closed, kind of, right? But it's been a while since Princess Sakuna.
I played that game, but I mentioned it Switch then, so I don't. Well, I guess it's PS4 too. I bought it. I was for this winter. I played it last month, but I didn't stream it on Switch then. It's a pretty good game. It's a pretty good game. It was somewhat repetitive. Actually, I will admit I'm on the last boss. Actually, I haven't finished it yet, but it's a pretty good game. But yeah, I'm thinking about it honestly. I want a game to play. I would love some, Persona, some waifu game, right? Some dating game. I've been thinking of playing the F-Zero game, but then everyone is like, it's the worst game ever. I've been thinking of playing the F-Zero game, but it's just like everything I read about is it has horrible gameplay, but it has a good game story to some extent, right? Because it's F-Zero. So it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like, it sounds very anime game, where it's like, well, I guess I like the characters, but the actual gameplay is horrible. I don't know, that's what I've heard at least from everyone. Everyone says it's horrible. Every review is like, this game is bad. So, no, but it's all about pressure though, because, well, it's all about pressure, but it's kind of like, I like to play good games, right? But right now, since I think especially February has been horrible, like I'm losing so much money every day. I'm just like, I hate being alive, kind of thing, right? And but when I see it myself, then is that when I have that kind of how to say it, when I have that kind of aspect, I'm like, I'm so tired today, man. Oh, this is a bad day at work, and then I go and play this like Hearthstone or. I play EU4 now a little bit, so on. So then I go to play these games that are kind of like, they're turn-based, that I can just play them, and I played them a million hours before. I can just autopilot those games while I do other stuff. I have very long work days though, so I don't have much free time anyway. But it's kind of like those things really bore me down though. I play them anyway because it's so kind of numbing. I can do it at the same time. But I would love to. I feel right now definitely that I want to play, something like Fire Emblem or Persona, where I do like the characters, I'm interested in the main storyline, and I learn something new, right? Interesting characterizations and so on. But then after doing One Piece later, right? But yeah, I don't know. I haven't find a game now. I mean, I would love to actually I would love to have a game right now. Honestly, like some kind of. 21. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't find a game, as I mentioned, that I'm interested in playing. I haven't been trying to find one either. I have to admit, overly much. But it's like I'm just like I'm doing a quick search here. It's like, okay, games for this. You have the remaster of Yakuza. I don't know what the thing is. Martian Forest. Some kind of chibi game, looks like some kind of Nipponichi game. I would love to have a new game to play that I actually, would care about. With the waifus. No, but something interesting, something hard, preferably. Dragon Quest Tact, that was the January and February. We have Neo Collection. I already played Neo, so that's a good game. What's the collection of Neo? Is it bought them? Oh, it's like PS5, okay. Yeah, I guess I could almost kind of play the DLC for Neo. I haven't played the Neo DLC. Yeah, you do have the new Persona 5, but that's like some kind of weird thing, right? Persona 5 Strikers. That's some kind of weird side thing, right? What's Persona 5? Is it like is Strikers is it Omega Force? Strikers? It's Omega Force, right? When you run around and just... Yeah, Strikers is probably like super. It's probably it's like this. It's the gotta punch a lot of stuff, right? Yeah. I'm not super into playing another Omega Force game right now. I haven't seen the Demon Slayer movie. No, I haven't seen Demon Slayer movie. I haven't been in Japan since the movie was released. And okay, so you have like a Dragon PS5 next season. A new Saviors of Sapphire and Strange Sword. I have another Yakuza, X6. Interesting. Monster Hunter Rise, yeah. More Kingdom Hearts.
We do have the Nier, the remaster of Nier Replicant, which I already played. I already the storyline. I kind of want to play that game, not a Nier game, but I already know the Kane and the storyline with the characters. I don't know, But given that it's Nier is weird, they're probably gonna change everything. So I was like, I think I'm probably gonna apply Nier definitely Replicant, but also I already know the other storyline, but they're probably gonna change the storyline because Nier is weird. So it's Sega Frontier remastered. That's interesting. Sega Frontier 2 is my favorite PlayStation game. Definitely best storyline I think of all Frontier games. But is that the first then, or is it only one? Or is it number 2? Number 2 is the best game ever. Which is much more linear. That's interesting. Might even replay that game. Sega Frontier again. I played like 20 times already. Nier. Of course, we do have Legend of Mana, which I already have played too. So come on, give me some new game, everyone. Yeah, Legend of Mana. I already played that game too. And then maybe other games coming later this year. Black Clover to iOS. Disgaea 6 is coming. Some other Disgaea game. Final Fantasy 16 is coming one day. That, in my opinion, looks like nothing like Final Fantasy. That's interesting. We have another Nier game. iOS, interesting. So like 2. Some Pokemon remake. Shin Megami Tensei 5 interesting. It's kind of what I mean, right? I'm just like, It's not a game I wanna play. So give me the game I wanna play. I really want to play some game actually. That's true. The Blu-ray. Demon Slayer is kind of dangerous though. I know a lot of people got some issues with Demon Slayer and reactions and so on. I mean, you can probably find some Demon Slayer. You can see here. You can probably find Demon Slayer from some bad version probably of the movie today. You can probably find. Going to them. Here's some version with Chinese. There is some kind of awful version online you can watch with Chinese Mandarin titles. But honestly, it's a good point because it's not because I want to feel slashed out or whatever, but I do actually really want to play a game. Like that's one thing I missed. Obviously, I have a lot of issue with my economy this February here, but otherwise, one thing that I felt really, weighed me is like, whatever, everyone's home with, I was like, who cares, man? I got all these good games to play. I mean, honestly, last year when it started, right, everyone's working from home and so on, I was like, who cares, man? I got FF7 Remake, Sega 3 Mana Remake, right? I got Persona 5 Royale. I was like, man, but the guys are giving me like all these amazing games to play that I can just play 100 hours. So who cares that I have to stay home every day? It's awesome. But I feel like now I really like the thing that I like the most. I look at the next release of this month here or coming month is probably Nier Replicant, right? Coming in April. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Like Sega Frontier. Yeah, I mean, I want to have some games I want to play, right? And I have a hard time finding like I think the latest here. The last game I really liked streaming was. Sentinel, which was a really good game. But that was the last game I played last year, actually a few months ago, which I felt I played the game that I actually wanted to play, right? Because right now it's like I don't know what game I honestly mean it. Like I would like to have some games to play because I am getting bored of just playing kind of the same. Because now I'm just playing, but I don't have a good new game to play. What I do is that I just play, some kind of competitive PvP game, right? I play something like having Hearthstone a lot now, right? Or I play something like, StarCraft or Blizzard games. But I play, if I don't have a new game to play, then I go back to playing some competitive, Street Fighter 5 though. I'm gonna play though, given the new system here, Street Fighter 5 though. So that's kind of the game I'm playing right now, with Hearthstone and Street Fighter 5, yeah. So I kind of go back to playing those games, right? But I don't have other games to, like a new game. But the problem, and this is something I thought about actually many years ago, unrelated to my life now, right?
But I thought about that when I was in college. I was in college, and I was playing LOL, right? League of Legends a lot, right? Like, who hasn't, right? I played League, but League was new. Okay, I'm an old man. I played League when I was new, right? I was in college. And I was playing very, very early, and I got really into it. I was playing Dota before that. So I was playing Dota competitively for money before. So I got into League a bit, right? I didn't like it the first, whatever. So I played it a lot. And then I realized after playing League then almost all the time, right? When I didn't like train or at school, right? So I like trained martial art, you know, went to school and played League, and I felt like a month, right? And then I realized that this is really fun, it's a good game and so on, but I feel like I haven't learned that much. And what I mean that isn't I haven't improved in League, but if you play like a okay, like fantasy, you learn the system of that game, right? The combat system, the talent tree, and so on. So you learn new impression, you learn new mechanics, you learn that combat system, and then you also learn this character. You get the main story, you get the waifu, you get the whole love story as well. So in one sense, I never, even though I play a lot of competitive gaming, especially like StarCraft and other fighting games, or StarCraft and stuff like that. But the issue with doing that is that you don't get that, I feel, much impression, because you play the same thing over and over again, so it's better that thing, which is fine. But during my 700 hours of, like, I don't know, let's say Guilty Gear, I could have played like 10 year games, right, and learned about a lot of waifus. No, but yeah, so that in that sense, right now I feel that now I'm just back at playing these like PvP games, but I'm not even trying to be the best at them, right? So I'm like, man, I really want actually to play some good game, right? It gives me the new combat system and so on. But I'm not interested in playing these, random just FPS game or something, or some next whatever half-ass clone of FIFA 75 or something, right? It's the same system every goddamn time, I know. So I don't know. So yeah, I definitely want to find a new game to play, and I definitely want to play a game, some kind of new game. It actually bugs me right now, because I was thinking about that last week and yesterday, honestly, that here I am again, just playing this random strategy PvP game that I played for like 10,000 hours before, right? I'd rather learn about new characters and the new system. I mean, one thing that I like with Final Fantasy is they always change how it works, right? They always change the battle system. It's like, I think it's great, yeah. The people are like, oh no, I liked it, yeah. It's always a new impression, right? It's always something new every time. One thing I kind of want to play now is Neo then. Kind of maybe when I finish that Neo 2. There's some kind of like Neo 2 DLC, I guess, that I haven't checked out. That could be something. That's something I can think about. I'm gonna see how many that are after the stream, but that could be something I can stream maybe next week or so. But seriously, why isn't there any new good games, man? Why is there's like no game I want to play, man? It's like, why is there no new games that I want to play? I'm looking at the list here of like game released in February, and I'm just like, oh, they're all pretty uninteresting. Gaming sucks, man. Gaming was a mistake. There's nothing I can find here like, wow. I'm just like, Ghosts and Goblins has some kind of resurrection. My friend did tell me about that. Maybe only for Switch. Okay, man. I'm like, I kind of want to play a new game, and next month, Macquet. Interesting name, but it's very appealing. I have to say I'm kind of nihilistic on the gaming industry. I feel the games are worse and worse every year, honestly. There's like, there are some good games, but there are also a lot of like nonsense games I feel that I don't care about. Like, whatever. Like, come on. It's like 10 new Kingdom Hearts game next month. Okay, and they're dropping like Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8, this and this and this and that, right? They're dropping like all these different Kingdom Hearts, yeah. Guilty Gear though. Okay, that I'm gonna play a lot though. Okay, Guilty Gear, that's like my next big game I feel. That's of course in April. Goddamn, yeah, Guilty Gear, that's my shit, man. At least that is something we're gonna play a lot, at least. Probably stream it and getting owned. I haven't played Guilty Gear in years, man, so I'm pretty rusty, but I haven't even tried to play the newest game either. So that's PS4. I hope it's for PC too, man, because my stick is better on PC, so I'll probably get it over. Yeah, I'll probably get it on PC. Definitely gonna play Guilty Gear. Nothing on last season. Like, come on, keep someone in the stream. Give me a good game I wanna play, man. Give me a game that is good. Give me a game that is like playable. God's really far. Is it the What's the game that I got to play? I'm just like thinking of being like, why is the world burning down, man? Yeah, in this list here, that's what I read in this list here. Kingdom Hearts is coming to PC, to Steam, I guess, because that's where they usually drop their games, right? Square. That's what. Now the list here. What's that? Here we go. Yeah, so next month, the last day in the month, we have Kingdom Hearts. And it's like 7 Kingdom Hearts, and they're coming to PC. All of them. Kingdom Hearts 3, Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind, I don't know what that is. Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, which is the dance game, right? Is that a dance game? Melody? It's the one you dance, right? I think so. Or whatever, but you know. Yeah, Power of Music and so on, right? Kingdom Hearts. I mean, I guess so. It's coming to PC here, end of March. But you know, they've dropped most. Like they have dropped most of their games on Steam, right? Like FF13 and so on, and other games. Right? So not surprising. Have a new Legend of Zelda HD version of Skyward Sword. I kind of want to play Legend of Mana, even though I already played like 10 times. It's like the worst Mana game too. Yeah, I don't know. Legend of Mana is coming in June, and I'm like, that's like the worst Mana game. Oh, the game is... Oh, it's disappointing. That game is really good. I have the mint version of the first game. That game is... The issue with that game is that it drops the whole 2-player mode, right? So in the other Mana games, you have your party members, right? Your friend can play one of the other characters. But in the Legend of Mana, you only have one main character, which is like a nonsense tabula character with no storyline. And then you pick up your friend, like a cat girl or whatever, and she lasts for like a certain amount of like quests or whatever, or time, I guess, or to do one quest. Then she just leaves you. You pick up another character. It's a really weird system, and your friend can play the other character, but then means your friends to keep changing us. So my you know, sort of friends, we play the Mana games. I'd like to play Second Destiny 3, and you know I play Kevin, and he will play Duran and so on, right? But in Legend of Mana, then it's like he has to change constantly. If you play the main character, he has to change. Oh, you're a cat girl. Now you're a dog. He has to change character every arc. It's really weird. And then the third character is like a robot or a monster, which no one can play. And also, in Legend of Mana, which is really weird, is that in the older Mana games, the players can of course control the characters, right? They can run around and so on. But in the Mana, to play some Legend of Mana, the first player plays one character. The other character can't actually control his character. He just follows around the main character, and then when the main character gets into a fight, he can then move his character. So you can only play around and so on inside like the game fighting stage. So yeah, Legend of Mana, it's like a pretty good game, but that was weird and it felt buggy, and it was like a really bad experience from the two-player mode. And I remember so well that Legend of Mana was never released in my home country, so I had to buy it, import it, mint, it's like triple the price or whatever, and I have 2 versions, and it was like so disappointed. I had to pay you know, like I don't know, $120 for my Legend of Mana, and it was like way worse than the previous game, and it was way worse. It was so disappointing. We had to pay like 3-4 times the valuation for it, and it was like the worst. And it was like the worst Mana game. I just remember it so well. But what is good with the Mana game though is that in the end of Mana is that you have to build your world. So you start with your tree, the Mana tree, right? Yggdrasil kind of thing, yeah? And you build the world around it. So it's very replayable because you create the world every time, and it's like permanent for that game session. And it's like a long, like 40-hour session, right? So you build this world. Oh, I want to have the volcano next to my house or whatever, right? And depending on the order it gives some different bonuses and different acts and different storylines a little bit. And then if you replay it, right, you can just, I want to do this here. So that's really interesting in the Mana game. And the main character is a tabula rasa character. You pick your weapon and so on, right? But at the same time, though, the storyline is very lacking in the Legend of Mana, because the main character is just like, it's just you, right? You have no storyline. It's just like save the world, yeah. And it's not really like
backstory or whatever. Right? So there's no really like connection and care for the character, and because you're building the world around you in the mana fashion, right? In this mana game, there is no really like good, I would say, main storyline. There's like a lot of small quests that don't really connect that well together. There's a little bit, but not really. So that game is really weird. Where the other mana games has like a really tight, fantastic main storyline, right? So Legend of Mana is a very weird mana game. It reminds me a lot more of the Sega games, right? And Saga, romancing Saga games where you kind of have one of 8 main characters, you pick one of them, and they kind of open world more, and you kind of go around and so on. Right? It reminds me a lot more of those Square games, more than the linear, tight storylines that like Seiken has, or Secret of Mana, whatever you call them, and I guess Secret of Evermore, even that game. But I still liked the Mana game, but I remember it was a letdown, especially in how it works with the multiplayer. You were like, it's just weird, it felt buggy, like it technically didn't work correctly, is what I would say. And then of course the only thing that I didn't like with Trials of Mana was the Trials of Mana didn't have multiplayer. That made no sense to me. Wow, you make a Mana remake, but you don't have it multiplayer. It's for Switch, and you can't play, with one Switch thing. That's crazy talk to me. So I was very disappointed in that. Definitely the Mana game. That's the only thing I didn't like with Mana. I gave it 9 out of 10. So I was like 10 out of 10 if it had multiplayer, right? I was like, because otherwise I think that Trials of Mana was a better remake than FF7 because it had everything and more. It had a new dungeon, new stuff, new more storyline on the parents of the characters, and Kevin's papa and Duran's father and the mom, and they had everything was just more of everything, right? And they had mini games and had more new bosses and so on. So Trials of Mana for me was like, okay, they took another game, made it 3D, added on to all the Secret Flower so on, right, as well, added on to all the city village so on, and also of course a new dungeon, 2 new bosses, and all that stuff, right? And that was like much more, in my opinion, interesting than FF7 remake. Honestly, FF7 remake is like, okay, we took the old game, we made it into a movie. It's like a very beautiful storytelling, right? And we have a new fight system, but it's very short. Yeah, like you play in the game and it's like, oh, I kind of experienced before Midgar, which is like the least interesting part of a JRPG. Honestly, like, in a way, it's kind of the first hours of the linear. Yeah, because you get kind of like, if you play the JRPG games, the first games, Midgar in F7, the first game, right? That is just kind of like the setting, right? You get the backstory of Aerith, you get Sephiroth, you kind of get the backstory, the premise, right? And then you leave that and go into this amazing world, and you discover all the characters and all the betrayal and stuff, right? And the love and so on, right? And you have Honju and you have Vincent and all that, right? Yeah, and Yuffie and etc. And but FF7 remake is a really weird game. Instead, it's like the big premise, the big story elements, right? Which is usually then the first few hours of a JRPG, right? Until you get to the bigger stuff or the more open stuff, yeah. That is done, then the game is over. Like FF7 is a really weird game, but yeah. You kind of have like this only the prologue. It's like, here's the prologue and the game's over. You're like, that's a really weird thing. And instead they extend, every goddamn like flower scene. I mean, the game is beautiful. FF7 remake is like the most beautiful game ever made. But it's kind of funny because it's like, oh, it's like the date here with Aerith is like 10 hours instead of like 10 minutes, right? So it's like they took one scene that was like 10 minutes in the original game and made it into like 5 hours, like literally. It is really straight in that sense, right? So it really doesn't feel like a remake. It's like, I'm playing, it's like the slowest version remake ever in that sense, from the general picture, right? And it's much more by the characters. It's a very different game. It's a very different game in that sense than the original game. The original game is much more about the broader spectrum, right? The bigger picture stuff. The Sephiroth and the Jehovah, the evil aliens and all that stuff. Yeah, that stuff isn't really in FF7 remakes. It's a weird game. It's focusing only on the Tifa and Aerith and the romance, right? It's focusing much more on the party romance, almost 90%, instead of focusing on the grander things, right? Which makes it feel very little Final Fantasy, honestly, right? It's much more like a Persona dating game than it's actually like a, because Final Fantasy games are all about that, the grand, saving the world and so on, right? And that's all like the last 10 minutes of the game. It's really weird, actually, in that sense. And obviously they're gonna have some time travel. So it's a sequel, right? It's like a sequel where we super prolong one thing, right? Where in Trials of Mana, it's the exact same game again, but it's 3D, it's better graphics, and everything is more. It's more of everything. It's more enemies, there are more bosses, way more interesting character development system, right? More classes and more dungeons. Okay, that's to me a remake. Yeah, okay, it's a remake. FF7 remake is like FF7 sequel part 1, right? That's the bad name for it, yeah. FF7 sequel part 1 would be a way better name. FF7 sequel, the movie version part 1. That would be the movie dating simulation game part 1. That would be a way better name for it. It's a really weird game. I liked it, of course, to some extent. I mean, I'll say the worst game ever, but it is. It feels weird. They're not focusing on what I actually would say you remember with FF7. They're not focusing on stuff you actually care about. I don't think so, actually. And one thing, though, as I mentioned earlier, FF7's, I talked about my review last year, but FF7, I like the game, but what it lacks to me, again, mostly though, is the minigames. I know, but that is a shit for me. If I'm gonna play Final Fantasy, I need Chocobo Racing. I need these minigames. F7 has no bosses, right? It has like one secret boss, which is super easy. I did first attempt on him. Incredibly easy fights, and then the secret bosses are also very easy. So there's no challenge on that aspect. FF 10 and 12 and 13 and so on, right? And 15 also. They have so many, bosses, secret bosses, dungeons and so on, right? There's no like really secret dungeon or whatever. You have the behemoth, but that's the only thing you have. It's super easy. Yeah, you have nothing really in FF7 remake in like a dungeons. There's no 100 floor dungeon, right? There's no secret bosses, right? There's none of that, which is strange to me because the game allows you for these like Shinra, virtual reality bosses. So they do have one secret boss in the virtual reality, one, right? FF10 they had like 110. They had like 100 secret bosses in that same kind of gameplay thing. So it's really weird. And in 12 and 13 you have all the hunts, right? 15 too, but they kind of worse than 15, but you have the hunt system. There's like hundreds of bosses and many new enemies and new mechanics and stuff. So the issue I have with FF7 remake, ignoring the mini games so on, is that it also lacks all those extra bosses and the extra gameplay of like grinding through. I mean, I want that guy. The game is very short, right? I want that 50 hours of grinding to be able to beat the boss. I want to fight the Omega weapon. I have to grind for 50 hours to get my natural round, materia to level 5 times 3. I would mimic spam, so I want that shit, right? But I have to do these like crazy strategies or grind and so on to beat the boss, right? And F7 doesn't have it at all. And they could so easily put that in the Shinra virtual reality. So I don't get it at all. Like I was like, why is there no bosses here? Why? And then also the course here. Why is not the hero? I don't get it. That made me disappointed after the remake mostly. Actually, I was like, why isn't that here? FF10 had the same system. You went to the monster guy, and he would let you fight secret bosses in his like monster ranch place, kind of like the simulation place. And they had like 100 bosses there, and 10 of them were like unique and really hard. They had like magic immunity and stuff like. That's really going in FF7 remake. I don't understand. FF15 had like all those weapon dungeons and the 100 floor dungeon, and they had the Rook and this like the samurai secret bosses, and the tunnel barriers also, but much more interesting and so on. Stuff like that, right? And 13 had really interesting bosses like magic immune, physical immune, multiply bosses. It's all this kind of mechanics, right? That I want to see in the game. So that's why F7 remake. I don't understand. The people were like 10 out of 10. Because even though the storyline is amazing and it's very beautiful, the actual gameplay is very lacking. The actual like combo system isn't really challenged, or is challenging. It's not challenged by enemies or not bad by you. Octopath Traveler, sorry for this earlier. Octopath Traveler is actually a game I haven't played actually. That's a game that I never played because I didn't have a Switch until like recently, kind of recently. And I bought a Switch, was that like 2 years ago? I didn't have a Switch for a long time. I know it's up on Steam and so on. I never played it. I've been thinking of playing it for a long time because Octopath Traveler is that game that looks like an old SNES JRPG, a Nintendo JRPG. Yeah, I never played it. Everyone loves it. The game I actually been thinking of playing because it's all original Switch game, right? There is a new game coming from them that looks really amazing because obviously as I said earlier, I am a big tactical fan, right? Tactics Ogres on FFT. So they come with a new game, right? So last week I think, or this week, from the same people who did Octopath Traveler. That's called something like strategy. It's like triangle strategy. Yeah, the weirdest name ever. It's like triangle strategy. Triangulize the strategy. Yeah. Project Triangle Strategy. Working title. It's like the worst name ever in my opinion. Oh yeah. Okay. So it's like a triangle. That game to me looks really promising, right? Because it basically is Ted's Ogre or FFT, right? And I mean, obviously Octopath Traveler, people love that. That's just like a kind of like a Super Nintendo JRPG game, right? But the next game looks to be like a TJRPG, a tactical Japanese role playing game, which is my favorite genre, right? Like FFT, Disgaea, Phantom Brave, and Solo Man, and all those stuff, right? Basically Nipponichi, Nipponichi basically. So that to me seems. I am very interested in Project Triangle Strategy. Weirdest name ever, but I'm really interested in that game. But it's coming out like next year. I think it's like next year probably. I'm also very interested when do I get more Fire Emblem, man? When do I get more? I played so much Fire Emblem last year. When do I get more Fire Emblem? When do I get my Fire Emblem 4 houses? When do I get my next Fire Emblem? Fire Emblem 7 houses. I want more Fire Emblem, man. Next. But yeah, Octopath Traveler, it's a game I haven't actually played. One of the few JRPG games I haven't played. I probably should play it one day. Maybe I should play it now then. It's gonna. Everyone says it's awesome, right? I haven't actually played it. It's one of those games too, where you kind of still want to buy it for Switch, but Switch is actually awesome because they never lower the cost. You can probably buy it, digitally for a cheaper cost. I think sometimes it's full price still there. But it's kind of those weird games where you're like, because Switch is kind of fun in that Nintendo, they never drop the prices, right? I think it still costs like full price. I can't even buy it where I live. I looked at one. My closest store is Bravely Default 2 though. It's interesting. Some kind of collector edition also. Bravely Default 2, yeah. So they have it here. See it for full price. Allow them with Switch. Switch is like, this game was released 3 years ago, still full price. Yeah, that's awesome. You can probably buy it on in Steam for half the price, right? This is so, Switch is portable then, but yeah, it's like probably double the price. Buy it in Steam and you probably have to pay. Okay, right now it's full price, but I think I saw it. Yeah, here we go. Last year it was half price for a while there. But I find it's kind of fun. They're like, yeah. Want it for your Switch? Or you gotta pay double. it's like $60 more on Switch, right? But I mean, I would love to play the next Fire Emblem game. Jesus Christ, I was so into Fire Emblem Three Houses last year. There was this game I started playing during the homestay, and I was like, oh, I just keep playing it. I was like, oh, beat the game, play it again, next house. I play one house, Edelgard, of course, best girl, next house. I guess pick the boy now, but yeah. Because I played the badass, the best girl house first, right? Petra, of course, the best wife, but yeah, Fire Emblem is like, I played the franchise for since the beginning, right? I played Fire Emblem since the Nintendo era, so Japanese. I played the Fire Emblem in the beginning, so. I'll just the games. But anyway, yeah, write to me if you have some game everyone sees thing. Because I am literally trying to find a game I want to play. And it's kind of funny, right? Because it really keeps me up at night, only sometimes. I'll say it jokingly, I mean kind of seriously, because sometimes I do wonder what's happening with the world, right? Because clearly there are more games, only games, movies, animes, right? There are more games being released every year now than I was a kid, right? But I feel the quality is so horrible for games, I mean, in general, that I'm just like, it feels like I have to shit through all the shit kind of, yeah. No, but I mean, I feel like when I was a kid, when I was like 10, it was like, what's the game next month? This game? Whoa! You know, it's like, wow, one game is coming. And I don't think that's because I'm like a cynical old bastard today. I think it because when I was 10, we had like 1 or 2 games coming every month, right? And they were great games. Oh, next month, like, Don't Country 2. It's gonna be amazing, right? Rare is amazing. We're gonna have this game. It's gonna be amazing. It was like we only had a few games every month. We also had the licensed games though. They were all crap, of course. The movie games, yeah, they were all horrible. But no one ever bought those games because they were horrible. Like the Robocop or whatever, they were absolutely horrible. So you didn't buy those games. Some were okay though. The Capcom games were good. The Marvel games, yeah, the licensed Capcom games like Infinity Game Wars was great, and the other, X-Men versus Street Fighter into them. So Capcom did good games. Konami did good Turtles games. So it wasn't horrible, but most of the licensed games were pretty crap. But Capcom, they were really stars making good licensed games. But otherwise, they were horrible. But if you ignore the licensed games, then no one ever bought anyway. That's why they stopped doing most of them, right? That is the smaller franchises. And the games, I think, back in the days were way fewer and usually way better, right? And today I feel it's like, oh, this week it's like 30 new games. And I was like, okay, is there one game I want to play? See, I'm just like, oh man, I work in the game industry, and I'm like, can you give me one good game? Other, colleagues, and like, no, you can't. They're all crap. Like, no, but I do feel like, honestly, usually I have to look at like, oh, here's a list of new games this season. I'm like, oh, that game is like playable. Yeah, I'm like, look at this random list here. I'm like, Cobra Kai. Okay, I don't play that. Some kind of random license game. No way. I haven't played this game. Oh, from Imperium, definitely this game. I don't know the company, horrible company. Scott Pilgrim, or Hell's Game, great game, out again. Hitman, don't like the franchise, but it's okay, I guess. Ride 4. It's like The Sims 4. Can I have like one game I want to play, right? Like, honestly, I'm like, Yakuza, maybe. Toru? Is another Toru game? Also, I have no idea. It's kind of like, you have to, it's like a list of 20 games, and I'm like, maybe that game. That's how it feels. But I think also back in the days, I think about it from old review sites and basically magazines. I would buy all the magazines. I think back in the days you had 2 different games basically that were released, right? So you bought the magazine, right? You love those game magazines. I have read Nintendo Power, so I love those games. Yeah, you read through those, right? So that you trusted them with your heart, right? They had great, but anyway, I think there were 2 kind of games when I was like 10, right? They were either amazing or they were crap. Like there was kind of, yeah, so you read the magazine, and the magazine would be like, this is a good game, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Or this is like a 2 out of 10, yeah. Either the games were horrible, or they were really massive good, right? So, it's easy, I think, back in the days too, to also kind of like just ignore most of the games that were coming. They were bad games, right? Oh, they were like 2 out of 10. Today, it's like, there's so many uninteresting, I feel, games that are kind of like very mediocre. It's a lot of like mediocrity where most, I feel, of many games are put in like kind of like a 5 out of 10 category. And of course, a 4 out of 10 is way worse than a 6 out of 10. But I feel most of the games like this month kind of blend, in my opinion, in that value. And it feels like I'm only interested in playing games that are, 10 out of 10 today. But I really aren't. But I want to play games that are, some kind of quality, not this. But it's not it's why. But I can talk about it for many hours why. But I find it interesting. And I was thinking about this many years ago already. 5, 6 years ago already back then I was like, man, the world is kind of grim now because I feel most games are so boring, or they're so not innovative, they're so it's the same. And I think one issue though why is because one factor which is obviously objectively true is that just like in the movie industry, it is way too more money. Unfortunately, it's money, right? So Kane is way too more money into doing like, oh, let's do, FIFA 99, right? Yeah, it's way more into doing the next game, right? You still see the thing with
Same with with Marvel and so on too, right? It's way more money doing like, oh, let's do like Avengers 11. No, I like the Avengers movie. But my point, it's easier to can do the same thing. Oh, Frozen sold really well. Let's do Frozen 2. I worked in that game, but it's money, right? It's easy to do the same thing. And I feel game industry, many game companies has just become like, oh, let's do Assassin's Creed, but this time they're like, I don't know, samurais, and then it's like next time they're like in Aztec or something, and then it's like something Egypt. Oh, we've done it already. Maybe like, I don't know, Russian Assassin's Creed. They're kind of like that, right? They're kind of like, oh, let's just keep pumping the money out, right? And that creates an issue for many aspects. One issue is that, well, those are the big games and those are the games we get, right? But from like an artistic standpoint or an engineering standpoint, you can find maybe some really talented game designers or artists, right? They also work in that game. And I'm not saying that they are not doing a good job, but they're kind of like, those people would probably be way better, working on a smaller game, like a new game, innovative, a new gameplay, right? Or innovating a new storyline. Instead, they are like, well, this is like safe. If I keep staying here, I get money and I can just keep working on the same thing, right? They're like, whatever, I'm just gonna stay here and do, 11 of the same game, right? And just get my salary, right? So, it really eliminates creativity, I think, right? And then you have the other aspect of it, which I really dislike too, honestly. It's kind of funny. I'm gonna burn every bridge now, then I turn off this live stream. But, the last point there. What I also dislike though is that, so you either have the very corporate industry, right? Which I worked in mostly, but still, I'm saying that it just kind of becomes that, right? You have a lot of people just not being very creative because they just keep doing the same thing for like 10 years, right? So they, like I said, I worked with, so I know him very personally, one of them that founded DICE, right? The digital, non-Battlefield, so on, right? And I would say this person then, and he can watch this and I see it in his face, he's a complete incompetent person from any aspect, but he's also completely, voided by talent, so to speak. And it's worse today than it was when I met him years ago, because he's been working on Battlefield for 20 years, until he quit though, but until that point. And today he's like, oh, I guess some tank, right? Yeah, it's like he can't draw anymore. It's like he lost his artistic skill, right? But he's like, I've been doing weapons and tanks for 20 years, right? So he's like, I just can't do that shit, right? Yeah. He used to be a creative guy, I suppose. I wouldn't say he's very talented, but some in that aspect. And now it's like, well, I've done the same thing. I've drawn the exact same, weapon or tank for all my life, right? His whole career, instead of doing 10 different games or movies or whatever, he did the exact same game for 10, 20 years, 2 games, 1 game per 2 second year. Literally. So he can only do that. So we were gonna work another game. We did another game together, and I was like, "Oh, can you draw me like, draw me a sexy radio character? Draw me like a waifu dragon." He's like, "Okay, waifu dragon." I was like, "Gives me a tank." And I'm like, "That's a tank. I want a dragon." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, a dragon." It's like, "Okay, here's a dragon tank," and I'm like, "It's still a tank." And this is an actual thing that happened. I'm not joking. It's an actual thing that happened. This guy was unable to not produce like mecha stuff, mecha tank stuff. I was like, but I want a dragon, like a dragon with fire breathing. Give me like a dragon. Like it's fucking an alien race, fucking on the planet fantasy. I want a dragon. He's like, okay, and he's like I'm not even making a joke. It didn't happen. So anyway, so those people exist, right? They get like broken in by just doing the same thing, or they just don't have to try to be creative. You should say things. That's one issue. So, but to burn one more bridge here, as I mentioned earlier, my last point, with the one, instead of my first point, is that I also find an issue in the gaming industry. There's a lot of people then that are, let's call them hipsters or hippies. They're like, oh, well, I'm not gonna do some, work on some cool, big corporation. I'm not gonna work for like, EA or Blizzard. I am too unique, right? And those people are even worse though. So, so you have people that are in the system and do the same thing, and then you have a lot of people that do like their indie companies, and they usually always fail though, but they do indie companies, and they are trying too much, right, to be contrarians. They're like, oh, I can't do a good game, I'm gonna do an artsy-fartsy game. So, sort of that, I feel,
in the game industry, right, is that you end up with the big companies, they just produce the same title, right? And then the other sides of the companies, the smaller indie companies, most of them are like, we are not gonna make a good game because that's what you want. So they just keep making like weird games, right? That are like, oh, look at me, I'm unique, I made this game. And it's like, this game is horrible. This game is really boring, it's really intuitive, it's horrible. But the thing is that I met so many people, honestly, that are, I am the most unique guy ever. And everyone that follows me imagine that I am way more unique. No, but honestly, it's kind of funny. So, first of all, when I went to grad school, right? In grad school, I had a lot of these people that were like, oh, look at me, I'm the most hipster guy ever, right? But the thing is that those people aren't unique at all. Right? Those people are just like, they have usually very low creativity. They're very, very not creative. They're very innovative. They usually are people that are very lacking of actual talent, right? Creative talent. And then they are forcing it too much. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna be this crazy guy, right? And it's just so obvious. You're like, you're not actually creative. You're kind of just forcing it up, right? Yeah. You're not extrovert, and so on. You're just faking that. It should be this. Yeah, it's just so fake, right? You see through it immediately. If you're actually creative, you're like, it's joke. That's number one. Number two is that to be overly unique and different is not a good thing. In the sense that it might be good, but just being different doesn't mean you make a good game or a good movie or a good anime, right? Just being very, very different is actually easy. It's actually the easy thing to do is to be extremely, crazy, right? Because if I was like, okay, if I was gonna make a bad game, that's easy, right? I know all the bad. Yeah, it's easy making a bad game. It's also easy kind of making this good game. But I mean, it's very, very. The easiest thing is to make a bad stuff because you just know what people hate. Oh, I'm gonna just put in everything people hate. Oh, long travel time. I'm gonna extend the travel time. Oh, that's gonna be great. Loading screens? Are we gonna have really boring, really long loading screens? Oh, that's gonna be great too. It's easy to just like technically make a game really bad, right? Whatever you're in. Oh, you want the intuitive talent system? No. In this system here, you sort of leave behind and you go backwards, right? And then this thing happens. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Or actually, when you level up your character, it's randomized, so you might get the worst shit you don't want to. And it's like permadeath, so you have to replay it. That's gonna be fun. It could be fun actually, because it's like a hard game, but it's randomized, but you can like re-roll. Here we go. It's randomized level system, but it's free re-roll, so it's no point. So because you're gonna re-roll until you get, if you want a strength character, you're gonna keep re-rolling until you get strength right. For example, Dragon Story, it has a random skill per level up. But you have to actually replay the game or the boss that reload, right, to save file to be able to replay the boss. So if you get the wrong skill in Dragon Story, you have to either be like, oh, I hate this game, it's so goddamn hardcore, or you have to reload an earlier game file, replay the whole dungeon and the boss, and then get your your reroll, right? So I remember I played Dragon Story like the 5th playthrough. I like reloaded every boss fight, until I got like 5 every time. It's like the best stat the character ever. Actually, maximum stat, right? But that's one way a game could work. It's like super grind. It's kind of fun in this effed up way, right? But what if I did a game where you beat the boss and it re-rolls for you? You get like a free stat, right? Strength into agility, 1 to 5 points. And if you get 1 strength, you can use re-roll for free immediately. And if you get, 1 agility, whatever, it doesn't matter. You can use re-roll. People then will use re-roll, right, until they get the 5 strength or 5 into whatever. Yeah, they're not gonna be like, 1 strength, free re-roll, infinite free re-rolls. I guess that's like a really bad gameplay experience because everyone is gonna re-roll until they get 5 or 4, whatever. What's the point of that, right? Yeah. So, what's the point of that? See what I mean? But that I could implement in a game mode. It will just make the game be bad, right? It actually is how to say it? It's boring, right? It's boring. It's like that's the easiest way to make a bad. It's easiest to make a bad game. But yeah, kind of like in Pokemon, if you want to capture Mewtwo then with a normal Pokeball, right? You can use reload if you defeat him because you want to use the Master Ball. It's easier. But if you want to save it. You can use like an Ultra Ball, right, and just reload until do it, right? Yeah, that's a gameplay mechanic that isn't bad. It just makes it grind. If you want to grind through that, you can do it, right? Yeah, that's a gameplay mechanic. But what if I made a game where it's like, you can throw the ball, and every time you throw a normal ball, you win immediately with full health. That's not fun, right? This is boring. You meet Moltres or Mewtwo, whatever, and you're like, Pokeball, I win, yeah, go on. That would be boring. I could make that game too, right? So what I mean? So these people I met in my life, especially in the game industry, that want to be unique, they're not too unique, they kind of go that route. They're like, I'm going to make a game bad because then I'm unique, right? I'm going to make it bad, right? So that is just the easiest way to make a game. It's easiest to make a really bad experience, right? Because it's easy to figure out what no one actually wants to play. So I know a lot of people, especially when they were in grad school and before so on, they would make these games and they would be really bad, right? And they would be proud. They'd be like, oh yeah, my game is amazing because it's so different. It's so unique. Like, it's not unique. It's just It's just a bad game. Like you made a bad game on purpose. Anyone can make that. But I'm the only one that made it. It's like, yes, but it's like because no one else wants to do a bad game on purpose, right? And especially it's arty-farty games, very much that. So my point, and my earlier then is that I feel the game industry now is like either you have a big corporation, which I prefer over the arty people, right? And they're making the same game over and over again, iterating it. It might be good. I think the Japanese are better there because they like to try to reintroduce systems. So they kind of like Final Fantasy 17. Here's a new battle system. So they kind of at least reinvent something at least, right? In America, it's more like you should do the same thing again. They're more like you should do the same thing again. Yeah, more of that. But then all the time you have all these other new games coming from indie companies. Some are good. Don't get me wrong. But I feel most of them are like, look at me, I am fresh and unique. This is my crazy idea. And the thing is that most of these ideas, and I really mean it, especially where I met in school, most of the crazy ideas people have are not unique whatsoever. Things that everyone's had those ideas previously. Like, what if I make the random roll thing and so yeah. But then you realize that's a crappy idea, so you didn't do it. You're like, that's a really stupid idea. I am not gonna do that. That's how normal, sane people kind of work, when they're doing anything, not just games. You're like, I could do a car that would just explode, but why would I, right? It's like a good idea, yeah. I could do that, but it's a bad idea, right? But I feel the game is unfortunately, and I say industry with kind of is industry, usually kind of failed people and hipster people that makes no money whatsoever, but they're kind of like, let's make a car that explodes because no one's done that before. And it's like, yeah, because who would buy that car, right? So, but that's very common, and I feel, honestly, nihilistic here, but I've had that for 5-6 years now, that it's like a freaking hellhole, I feel, sometimes, to find new games, because the game is so bloated. It's so bloated, I feel. When you get into an industry, they have a new game, and it's like, here's 10 new games. 5 of them are, mass-produced, kind of the same thing like last year, right? And the other 4 is like indie games that are like, look at me, I made a car that explodes when you drive it. It's awesome. Yeah, so it's like, okay, so either it's like the same car again, or it's like explodes, and I'm like, I want a new vehicle. Why can't someone give me like a yes? You know what I mean? But yeah, thanks, man. But yeah, the reactions are, no, they're over. No, they're not over. But I get that, and I think that one thing, like I said quickly here too, thanks of course, and when it comes to reactions though, I think one thing from a YouTube standpoint, when you do reactions, it definitely has an issue of that some people of course are, they're following me, right, or whatever, they're following any YouTuber for reactions for that current season, right? So you have someone that, I love this guy's reactions to, let's say, Mushoku Tensei, right? And I react to that. And then the next season they're like, whatever. Yeah, so that's not that uncommon, right? Because a lot of people, I think, at least from my reaction videos, right? Of course, people are gonna go in and out, right? Some people are gonna follow me on every anime, and some people follow me on one anime, right? So that's not that uncommon, right? I think a lot of people are like kind of coming back in the thought, right, when their favorite anime is airing, right? So for example, My Academia, right? Let's go back next season. Then I probably see people coming back being like, yeah, it's the My Academia reaction time, so on, right? That's pretty fun. But anyway, yeah, I would love to play a game, honestly. And that's the problem I honestly feel that, because it's almost like how much I would have to spend, and it's kind of funny, right? I feel it's funny in like a weird way that you used to have, I feel, as I mentioned earlier, a few games to just buy, right? You had like 3 games released this month at best, right? And like one of them was amazing, and the other was mediocre. You picked the game, you loved it, yeah. And now it's like, here's 30 new games this month. And I'm like, okay, but what is a good game? And people are like, oh, they're all pretty good. No, they aren't. Like, give me one good game. And it's like, they're all basically mediocre, right? And it's so hard sometimes to, I feel, honestly, yeah, to find a game I want to play, right? Because I'm just like, just give me a good game. And it's like, I have so many options of mediocre games, right? I want to have a good game. Like last year, luckily, really was a good game year, right? Like we had all those year games coming on the same time, and there were other good games too. We had, yeah, last year had really good games coming, I feel. This year so far, I haven't felt I had a single game I want to play, right? My next game, I guess, is gonna be mostly Guilty Gear, probably, because I really want to play. Really, Axel baby. I showed you earlier, man. Look at me, man. I have his hairstyle. Clearly, he's the best character. Clearly, look at that. Look at that. Guns N' Roses hairstyle, yeah. But that is strange. And right now, I would say I'm depressed, but I feel a little like futility of mankind. I'm like, can you give me something okay? I think people probably see that I mean in all the stuff too, like TV shows and so on too, right? Anime, where you have like TV shows the same thing. You're like, oh, they're being produced so many TV shows, right? On HBO and Netflix, on Disney Plus and so on. And I'm just like, but what do I want to see actually? What do I actually want to see, right? It's like there's 50 new TV shows per day, I feel, but it's like one that I might want to see, right? And it's just like it's so many of them. It's just annoying. It used to be one show when it wasn't a good show, and there was no question it was a good show. And now it's like, but I actually think one thing though, and this is something for my burning bridge strategy here, we greatly get burned. But I step by step this all the time. I do feel one issue though, with the game industry, is that it's so easy now to have like a mediocre game industry people, right? It's a massive issue. I think with ethics and so on. It used to be that if you wanted to be a game developer, you had to be like crazy basically. You had to be like, oh, I don't want salary, I want to live on noodles, and I want to really make games, right? And these people were crazy creative, and they were really driven and so on, right? And now, because gaming, you were a bully, you were a nerd and so on, yeah. But now gaming is cool and hip, right? So now you have all these like kind of half-ass cash people, and not really casual, right? But to be like a really creative person, you can't be casual. You can't. Like you just can't. This doesn't mean gaming. It can be anime. But I mean, the same thing if you want to make your own manga, right? If you want to be a mangaka, you want the mangaka to write, draw, how good at it. You want that kind of person, right? A really creative, well-driven person. You have a hard time finding a good manga author that didn't sit, and did, and drawings and so on their whole life, right? Like how many manga people started doing manga in their 50s, right? I mean, someone might have done it, but yes, I mean, it's very, very common, right? And like when I worked 2 jobs back in this game company, and it was like all the young people. I'm like, I'm an old angry man. I'm like, get off my lawn, kids. But I really felt, honestly, and I don't felt, but objectively speaking, so a lot of these young people then in the 20s, like early 23, fresh start college, or even worse, vocation high school, they were like, these people don't know shit, man. Not all of them, but many of them were like, I like games. And I was like, what's your favorite game? This game, Dota maybe something. I was like, what do you play? Maybe LOL. I was like, okay, so you play Dota and LOL. Do you play, what genres do you play? I mean, in my day, when I was in that age, when I was young, I was beautiful and young, right? It was like, if you played games, you played every game. You know what I mean? If you played games, you played the fighting games, strategy, the role-playing games, right? The action games, the platform games. You would play all the games, right? You played all of them. And you also probably watch anime and manga and so on, right? Like, for example, when I was in the 20s there, and I was into, like, for example, if you met a person in, like, my hometown that was into anime when I was 20, they would also probably be playing, Street Fighter. It's kind of like you were really a nerd, right? You were nerd, right? But today, I said on the stream too, but I think today, people are kind of casually into gaming and so on. That's good for the industry generally, but those people don't make very good game developers, right? Because they're not really into it. You know what I mean? They kind of like, I kind of like it. It could be a career. It could be a career. I could be kind of that. They're kind of like, I could be there. Then you meet them and you actually have to work with them. You're like, okay, so what can you do?
And the thing is that the same thing even for no matter what you do, right? Because I met some really brilliant, coders, right? And they're really good at coding, like packing code, right? And these people that are good with coding, they're usually the guys that would build their own computer, but they were like 5 and they would build this shit, and they were really into the tech stuff. They were really, those kind of people, right? And at the same time, I don't want to hire like a coder guy that's like, oh, do you like coding? They're like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm like, what do you mean it's fine? You have to tell me that you live and die for your code, basically. Yeah, that's what I want. I remember when I was in college, when I talked to a guy, like one of my new classmates, and I was like, what are you doing, in your spare time? He was like, oh, I do coding. I was like, you do code? Yeah. He was like, first I code at school, right? He was like, I code at school, right? Then I go home, and when I go home, I code more. He was like, I love coding. He was like, I go home, then I work on this other stuff, I'm coding at home. I'm like, okay, after you do that, then I'm working on my website. And I was like, oh, okay, with your code, yeah. And then I also sell, website to people. Oh, I guess it makes money, that's cool. So he was like, I use code. He was like, I use code and code and code. And of course, this guy, I wouldn't say he was very creative. He wasn't the guy I would hire to be a game artist, right, or a game designer. But game programmer, yeah, he's my guy. I was like, what do you want to do? Coding? I hear you code, I pay for your coding, right? So that's kind of how a coder guy should be, right? They should be like, oh, I code, right? And the fact that this guy is a great guy. He's a funny guy, though. He would be a guy. He would go to school, right? In college, he would use code. He would go home and code, and he would sell his websites. And later on, then when he would get older, he would be a guy that's like, oh, what are you doing, on your spare time? He's like, oh, I'm coding a car. Oh, I have my own self-driving car at home. I coded my car at home in my backyard because it's fun. I'm like, that's him, man. That's the coder guy. And, you know what I mean? That's the kind of guy I want to have for a game coder, over any kind of coding, right? That kind of crazy engineering guy, like I just want to code all the time. Right? I love my code, right? And at the same time, then for a game designer, I want the game designer to be like, what games do you play? I want them to be I want them to be like, I want them to play all the games, right? I want them to be like, oh, I played every genre. I play everything. I play Street Fighter. My favorite character is a guy. I want the guy immediately to tell me that, okay, because I remember this guy, this classic guy, which I knew, and this is a true story, I put it on the live stream. I met that guy, and I was talking to him about Street Fighter and so on, right? And I interviewed him. And he was an idiot. He knows that I am this experienced game developer to some extent, right? And also that I'm an old nerd, right? So I asked him, what's your favorite kind of game? And he's like, Street Fighter. I'm like, Street Fighter? And I was like, I don't see you as a Street Fighter player. So I was like, time to gatekeep. And I was like, I don't see this at all, but okay. So I was like, okay. So for some reason, he was trying to lie to me that he was like a Street Fighter player, right? So immediately I'm like, so you play Street Fighter, okay. So this is a true story. So I was like, what's your favorite character, right? And he's like, oh, I play, Ryu. And I was like, so you play Ryu, the main character. So immediately I'm questioning it because I'm like, usually someone is like, oh, my favorite character, Elena, healing me, something like that. Normally people's favorite character is almost never the main guy, right? It's almost never the main guy. If you play a fighting game, no one ever loves the face of the gamer. Everyone's like, oh, I play Street Fighter, but I'm not really playing. I play like Ken, But most people are gonna be like, oh, my main is like Ed, or it's like it's Fang, or it's some random Minat, or it's always some kind of offshot girl that no one knows about. Or they're gonna be like, well, I mean, I do play Ken, but if I could play any character, I would play, I don't know, some random character no one can play. I guess Rose, something. I would play Rose, but she's so weak, so I play, Ken, right? That's kind of how they talk, right? No one is like, oh, I'm the main character. I'm playing the main guy. The guy with the bandana you see in the front page, I play him. So anyway, that's kind of strange, right? So I just asked him that. It's a true story. And I still understand why he tried to lie to me, because it's so obvious it's so easy to test, right? Someone actually knows Street Fighter. So I asked him then, okay, so you play you play the main character, kind of obvious, but okay. How do you do a Hadouken, right? How do you do the Hadouken? Like, got the input, right? The input. And of course, if you know fighting games, you have to, move an input. You have to do some kind of button down, press the punch button, right, or kick button to produce an ability, right? So if anyone that has played Street Fighter, or basically any other fighting game, knows that the Hadouken is the fireball, right, the Ryu does. And to do that one, spoilers now, then you have to press It's a quarter circle forward punch, right? And if you do a light punch, it's slower. Hard punch is faster, right? And to do Tetsumaki, you have to do quarter circle back and kick, right? And Suryuken and the Dragon Punch is forward, down, diagonal forward punch, right? So this is like a super basic input, right? That everyone that plays Street Fighter knows. This is the basic. Okay, how do you do the Hadouken, right? So I was like, how do you do the Hadouken? He was like, quarter punch. I was like, okay. The Tetsumaki then. And he's like, Tetsumaki, what's that? And I'm like, oh my god, man. Kind of that. I was like, you could do Tetsumaki, man. Get out of here, kid. Get out of here. No, but honestly, it's a true story. I told it probably on live stream. I have this guy there, right? And, because I always ask people, both when I am being interviewed and when I interview them, in both directions in the game industry, I also asked him, what's your favorite game, right? Yeah. And he answered me then, Street Fighter. And I was like, okay, Street Fighter. I played Street Fighter 10,000 hours probably. So I know my Street Fighter. So I'm like, Street Fighter? That's awesome. Okay. Who's your, you can point at who's favorite character? And I was like, okay, and who do... But I just felt that he wasn't an actual, I just felt he was lying to me immediately. And I was like, why are you trying to lie to me? It was really strange. And I mean, it's easy to expose that lie though, but you know what I mean. So anyway, this guy, it's kind of what I mean. He represents that kind of like those youth guys that are kind of like, oh, I want to be a game developer, and it's fine, right? But instead of being like, instead of being like actually really into the games, right? It's like, I play some games every now and then, and then it's like, my main game is Street Fighter. I'm like, it isn't. Your favorite game can't be Street Fighter if you don't know how to do a Tetsumaki. Like, this is crazy. Like, you can't even do the input. You know what I mean? You don't know the difference between like a frame trap or something, what the meat is. No, but it just sounds strange to me. If he said that, I like playing this game, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, but it is weird. But anyway, that kind of person then, I think they really do create why the games are kind of mediocre today, really, because you have so many people like them, and they get into the game industry, even sometimes they don't, but there's so many of them, right? It's easy today, and they get into the game industry, and they're kind of like meh. They don't really live for it, right? Like I mentioned with coding, yeah, you want to be the Nene-chan coder girl. It's like, oh, I love coding, I like coding. You want to be that coder, right? That's the coding character you want. You want the coder guy to be crazy at coding, right? You want the artist to always doodle, right? You want them to always do this stuff like that. You want the designer to always be a guy or a girl, but usually it's a guy, honestly, because they're very nerd. Yeah, the designers are very nerdy. The designer is a nerd. The designer is a nerd of the nerd. He has to be like, oh, I played every character every day, The designer is the guy that's like, oh, I know exactly the difference between the 3 and 4 frames, the priority in this character. And in this case, yeah, that's the designer guy. So the designer should be the guy that's like, not only do they know, the Street Fighter input, right? But a game designer, I would imagine a person being like, you ask them, oh, what do you play today? Oh yeah, Street Fighter. And then like, who's your favorite Shota clone? And they're like, Shota clone, Asuma, maybe Akuma, like, Goki is cool, yeah. Like that kind of, you want them to be super nerdy, right? You want them to be like, oh, of course I know what a Shota clone is, right? Oh, of course I know what a charge character is, and this thing, and who's the best charge character, yeah. Or else I wouldn't really, see them as very much, like a game designer. Because a game designer's job is to be super into this stuff, right? And that's always what I look for in people, right? They're kind of they're really into, really desire, right? You have to be a really nerd, right? They're really into it. And I don't know, my rant over the here now, but I think that I don't feel depression, right, at all, but I feel some kind of just futility of mankind, where I feel in the game industry, but also in movies, anime, and so on. But the game industry, the bigger and popular the game industry got, right, during these last 30 years. It's a very new industry, right? In my whole life, basically, it's been growing so much, right? And the bigger it got, right, the less nerd it got, and it's not like super gatekeeping. But the problem is the quality, right? Because then you get a lot of people that are kind of like, oh, I guess I can do cut in game, that kind of way, right? And they aren't nerds. And it's not. When I say nerd, I mean someone that's really into it, right? Someone that loves coding, loves to do the art, or like if a design is more about knowing all the names. A designer for me, I look for, they have to be very creative, but also they have to be a person, I would say, that is kind of like, I guess, myself then, self-serving, but someone that's like,
oh, I know every character in One Piece. I know them all. You know, you want the characters like, well, Gwen Stacy, she dies in Spider-Man Volume 16. That's kind of the designer, you know. You want that like super nerdy, it's like, I'm really into all the numbers and figures and remember the dates and so on, right? Because a game designer is usually the person that has to work with, you know, kind of game balance, right? Should the character do 15 or 17 damage, right? Should this female character has 75 health or should it be 80 health, right? Should it be, you know, that game balance is very, very game design, right? So you need someone that's like, oh, I'm really into numbers and figures, and also that person that's like, no, but we can't say that she has the power of fire crystals because she's from the planet of and on that planet fire crystals would be destroyed. So she has to have like a magma crystal instead. Otherwise, the plot hole is gonna be lower, and like that's, you know, is the game designer, right? They're kind of super nerdy into those details, right? That's kind of what the personality should have probably. So when I look at game designers, I want them to usually be like, okay, so you play this game, explain to me, you know, this mechanic. Really explain to me, you know, some deep and shitty nerd mechanic, right? You want that character, right? And you want the coder then to be like Nene and be like, oh, I love coding, look at my new game, but yeah. You want those characters, right? So I think that, like I said, in my job then, 2 years ago, 2 years back, I really could see it. I saw it earlier too, especially that job. I saw they brought in so many young people in that office because they were either working for free interns, right, or just super cheap, right? Yeah, so many goddamn interns, right? And they were all the interns were like, these are very low class, I feel, when it comes to not just their skill set, but actually the desire to really be with games. So I'm from the generation where if you liked video games, you were a nerd and everyone bullied you, right? Yeah, and life was shit, right? And everyone pushed you around and life was bad, right? And you have to get, you know, strong and, you know, to fight them, right? Yeah, you get a man of culture, right? But seriously though, I mean, obviously I was bullied mostly because I was a genius guy, but mostly, but also because I was the only guy that played games, right? It was like me, 1-2 friends, right, in the whole village basically that played games, right? So we were obviously super bullied, right, back in the 90s, 80s, right? Yeah, of course. So to have that backstory, right, the sad backstory of I was the only guy playing video games, and, you know, kept doing that, right? You get the kind of the fortitude of being, I am really into, you know, games and anime and, you know, and so on, and also of course Marvel comics and so on, these comics, yeah. So being that kind of person, right, and then getting into some kind of entertainment industry gives you a lot of, you know, drive, right? Yeah. But today, then, these people I see, they're like 20 years younger than me, right? They're coming in there and they kind of like, oh, you like games? Yeah, games is fine. You know, they never had to go through that life story of being like, being a gamer meant that everyone would punch every day. See what I mean? So they just kind of like, I like games. And they get out here and then they start doing either then it's not about corporate, you know, same game, right? Or I'm gonna be unique because I am such a hard struggling creative artist, right? And no matter what you do, it's pretty bad. So that's why the game industry sucks right now. I've had this rant before, I know, but that makes me not the world isn't depressed, but it's some kind of like futility. I just feel like the world is getting worse. I feel it's like, yeah, oh, every day the world gets worse or something. But I find it interesting, and actually, honestly, I find it very easy to interview people, you know, for jobs. Like at that job, then I interview people for. It was kind of funny. So basically, I was the lead game designer, right? So at my department, everyone was like super nerdy. I was like, oh, if you're gonna work with me, you're gonna be crazy, right? So I was like, oh, I'm gonna test you, young boy. That was kind of my thing, right? But where the other departments were like, oh, whatever, here's a new person, there, whatever, okay, yeah. The other department was like, whatever, let's do some art, yeah. They were kind of like that, right? So it only wasn't me being like, this is how I should be, but also that everyone in my department, because I am hiring them, right? So they are all not like me, but you know, I only hire people, of course, that are super nerdy, right? That I feel are really into whatever game they're doing, right? So they are super nerdy. They love the anime and so on, right? And then the other department are just like these random, basically these casual, you know, normal people, right? Kind of. So it gets even worse because you have like one department of the studio where everyone is like super into gaming and anime and so on, and the other department is like, what's an anime? What's a game? Yeah, they kind of like video games. I don't even know what it is anymore. Oh my god, I can't write the book about that in the office. But I can say one last thing here. For example, so the lead artist on this game company, he never played a game he worked on. Like, that for me is like, what? So you can write about this forever, but he worked on this game he worked on. He never played it. He refused to play the game he worked on. He was like, I don't wanna like get have my input like be changed if I play the game. So I was like, what? It made no sense. So I kept telling him every goddamn week. I was like, you have to play the game, man. I'm the lead designer. You're the lead creative. You're the artist guy. We have to play the game and actually feel the gameplay. And because we're working, iterating, new characters. And when I tell you to do like a dragon and you give me a tank, I'm like, but you're making give me something that fits into the game, right? Yeah. One of the reasons why you give me so much crap is because you don't understand what we're doing. Like, yeah, because you don't understand what game we are doing, right? So he used to work on FPS games, and now he's making a strategy game, and he's never played a strategy game in his life, right? So it was super weird. But honestly, it's a true story. He never played the game, not a single time. He even refused to do it. He was like sternly, it's like, I don't want to play games. It's like, why are you not the lead artist at a game studio? So yeah, like I'm not making it up. It's a true story. I could dwell on that for many days, right? But basically, yeah, it was crazy. Like he literally, this guy, I mentioned him earlier. Again, this is the game. Yeah, this guy would literally work on a game for more than 2 years, 2.5 years. He never played this game once, and I kept asking him or being like, "Play the game, man. Play the game. You have to understand the gameplay, the feeling, right?" And I'm especially because when I'm talking to you, like in meetings, and I'm saying that I want to have this badass shit with an axe to control, is to be able to fly through these woods and this shit and so on, right? I have the code here and this stuff, right? And you were like, okay, and then I get something completely different from you, right? One reason why could be because you never played the game, right? And for that matter, in that game, I wrote the whole game, not the scripts, not the code for like the network, but I scripted all the character interaction, such as throwing a fireball or a stun or reversing a trap or doing all this stuff. I wrote all that technical shahoots, right? And it's kind of the same thing there too. If I'm like, oh, I want to make this this hero, and this hero should be able to do X, right? Then I can be like, well, I want the hero to do it, but I probably can't implement it myself. I have to implement all the code myself. So I was like, well, that's what I want to have, but can I make it happen in the code, right? And also, vice versa. Actually, this game I think is really good in that because sometimes when I play a game, normally, and I would be like, I want to have a hero that can fly and shoot fireballs and he can teleport and this mechanic, right? And then the code would be like, oh, that's too hard to do. We can't do that in 3 months, right? But because I did it myself, not the code, but that code, the actual mechanical code, I was like, I want to have a hero that can fly. They're like, it's hard. I will do it myself. So shut up and I'll do it. Yes, I will just do it myself. So yeah, so that benefits. And I think most of these old games, like Silent Hill, all the cutscene is about one person. So I think usually you find that in many games, in the old school, especially Japanese games, it's like, oh, this is a really good game. And it's like, well, one person wrote all the code for the gameplay, or like all the multiplayer. Wow. It's like GoldenEye is a rare game, yeah, in England. And GoldenEye 64, it was like 1 or 2 people that wrote all the multiplayer code, like 1 or 2 persons, in like a week or something. So they really wanted to make it happen. They were like, I want to have multiplayer. So yeah, GoldenEye, classic, this Bond game. The multiplayer was supposed to be in the game, but some guys were like, it would be really fun having multiplayer, so they did it by themselves for like a week or something, like 2-3 guys, something insane. They just did it on like basically on the free time. Right? That's usually what you get the most result on. Someone's like, I want to have multiplayer in my game, So this guy I work with is the complete opposite, right? He's like, I don't want to even play my own game. I don't want to even know how it works. And when I'm trying to explain to him, but you can't give me, this thing with this kind of, 3D figure because in the code I have to write this thing, so that's not gonna work. It's gonna be like an issue. I have to have a bone to put this on. This is not gonna technically work. It's like, whatever. I'm like, no, look at my code, I'm just like, And I'm like, look, it's not with him, but I was working with this technical animator under him there in his department, yeah. I was gonna show her how it looks from the actual implementation standpoint. I'm like, but you can't make her jump this. It's gonna create a bug. And she's like, I don't understand. I look at these things. I'm like showing her the visual code, this flow script. I'm like, look at this flow script. This thing. And she's like, okay. And I look at it, and I'm like, play the game and look at this thing. It won't work, right? It's like, this doesn't work. And they're like, I don't understand, right? And I'm just like, holy shit, right? So I think most of those issues comes from the people not playing the game themselves, or just in the sense that even if you play games, if you, for example, only play, say, fighting games, right, and suddenly you're working at a strategy game, it's gonna be hard. You have to imagine how does a normal strategy game work and so on, right? So it's really complicated to understand that. But I don't do code. I have a master's degree in computer science, but I don't do coding. I scripted everything in that game, like all the scripts, flowchart scripts, it's like visual scripting. It's like the Blueprint or Snowed or whatever it's called. It was in Unity, so I did the Flow Unity. So I scripted every mechanic of every unit, everything from like throw a fireball, deal 10 damage, to like one hero can reverse every magic and every abilities. He's like throw magic at him. If it's poison, turn it into healing, and throw slow, it becomes haste and so on. That's the best hero, and he can. He has an ability where he points at someone. It's a hidden where he points at. If that person moves, they get stunned for 2 turns. That's one of the best abilities, because I had to code that and script how it works. So people are thinking that it's probably some kind of like an idle animation thing, but actually it works like this. He points to someone, and that gives them a hidden debuff, and that hidden debuff is like a checker that looks for movement, right? So if you move, also by being pushed, so it says your coordinates, you get stunned and take 25 damage. And then when that happens, it calls for a trigger that sends this command to the hero and tells him to stop pointing his hand. So that's kind of how I wrote that game. So it's kind of fun. It's basically, he does this thing, right? Kind of do this idle animation, and people probably think that it's coded as a kind of, it's a kind of loop with some kind of duration, or it's like no. It's actually used like an idle animation that I coded that does that until the debuff triggers and tells him to stop doing this thing, or then for like 3 turns, then goes back automatically. So it's a lot of stuff like that. The hardest thing to implement in that game is a character. It's a shark, basically a volleyball player. He has a magical volleyball, kinda. He's like an anglerfish shark guy. So the ball has its life of its own too. So you play the character, but the ball can also be controlled at the same time. So you play like 2 characters, right? So you have to like. It was really hard to implement because the game is in hexagonal spheres. You have to be able to understand where the ball is and the player and like locate the ball. And if you hit another character with the ball, that character is now carroting the ball. So it's like. It's like super weird. so you have to calculate where the character is, and then if the character dies having the ball, you have to remember where that character died and put the ball on a new location. That was so hard because every time I did that, the animator guys had to add in their freaking VFX and animation, right? So I have to we have to spawn the VFX for that ball on that cell that this shit happens, and then the character also is a shark. He could see stealth the unit that were in here because he can smell their blood, they smell the weakness. So he had to be able to reveal invincible units at the same time and so on, and do bonus damage if they're weak to it. That was so complicated. It took about 2 weeks to do it. It was incredibly complicated, and everyone was like, "You can't do it." it was fun. Now I remember for splash damage. I worked for Disney. I worked for Blizzard. That's probably my 2 biggest companies I worked for. I also have stocks in both Disney and Blizzard, not related to that, but I'm obviously biased then. I'm obviously biased then with I have a lot of, I have my Blizzard stock for a long time now, so I'm obviously biased then, I used to work there, but I work for some other companies. But this company was from an EA, not affiliated, but from the founder of Myrmonden. But I thought about that for hours, but
Man, yeah, I wrote that game myself, all the characters. It's kind of crazy, and I didn't do it because I liked it. Even I was I was a lead game designer. I didn't write that shit because I wanted to write it. I did it because this new company, they didn't want to hire more coders. So I was like, oh, I'm here hired to be a lead game designer, and they were like, oh, there's no way we can implement your, your hero. And I was like, but it's pretty easy to do it. And they were like, no, it's we don't have budget. And I was like, but I want these heroes. They're like, do it yourself. I was like, okay. So I did it myself. So they hired me to be a lead game designer, which I also did too. But I basically was like the freaking lead coder too. I implemented all the freaking characters because they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to hire more people, or it would be like, oh, we can do what you want, but it's gonna be super, limited and way crappier. You know, like reduce or remove the mechanics and make it way simpler. And I was like, that's so boring. So I did it all by myself, so it would work, right? So I could get the game I wanted, right? So it's kind of crazy, and but the strength of that though was that my favorite character, this reverse trap master character, that can change his gender too and so on. So it's a Futanari character in the lore. I wrote the lore too. In that character, the funny with that character, basically, I did this character, right? Designed the character. I designed documents and wrote the stats and all that, right? Show the character in the meetings. And everyone was like, this is a crazy idea, it sounds kind of awesome, but we can't do it, right? It's impossible to implement. I told the story before, but this is my classic story in this company. And everyone told me that this is impossible to do in, 2 years time frame, whatever, right? It's like, we can't spend like 6 months on one character, it's too much time, and yada yada, right? And I was like, it's like most 2 months work for a coder, at most. It's easy shit, man. And they were like, no, it's too complicated and so on, right? And then it ended with me being like, I think you say this because you don't want this bad hero in the game, because you don't understand why this hero is cool. And they're like, no, that's not it. I was like, yeah, that's it. But anyways, it ended with me being like, what if I do it myself in 2 months? And they were like, no, it's possible. I was like, fine, I do it in 2 weeks then. If I do it in 2 weeks, this hero has to be in the game, and I don't effing care about if you like the hero's actual gameplay, right? And if you like this kind of stuff. I don't care. You have to agree with me that this character is gonna be in the game no matter what. How I write the storyline and so on, right? It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna put the character in the game if I do it myself in 2 weeks. They have to. They're like, fine, but it's impossible. Of course, I did it like in 2 weeks easily. I just did it shit. Yeah, I just sit home. I didn't even work overtime. I just fucking did it shit right in 2 weeks, and that's how I forced that character into the game. With everything inclined, with being a Futanari and everything else, you can't complain. It is in the game now. That wasn't on Disney though. Disney I worked on Disney 3. There I had no fun power. This is like a compliance thing. No, this was not a game. But this game, it's sold like 100. This is the worst sold game ever. This is my legendary story of a game that I could personally present on this channel or whatever, and sell more copies in one day. It's also funny because that game, every character is an anime reference. Just trust me. So this character has references to Kimberly from Metal Alchemist and also Orochimaru. And all the abilities are like references to other... Oh yeah, Itachi too. Every character in that game is a reference to either anime or like Marvel and so on. So it's a crazy. So I have a character in that game whose name is Bridget. And if you ever play, Guilty Gear, and then her ability is called Trap Master. Her passive is called Trap Master. And she has another ability called Sap Felix and Tunneling and so on. So it's like a very clear reference there. So like every character in that game has some weird etchy reference or something. It's hilarious. Everything. One character has... the string was too long, but it was clearly like a Take Up for Girl the Gun reference. It was kind of funny. Had a drill hand, and it was like shattering earth attack and so on. It was funny. What more is it? One character is clearly Bartholomew from One Piece. Yeah, one character has Barabaras. He has the different shields, so he can create different force fields. And all of the beats called like barriers. It's like barrier gun and barrier. It's like barrier gun or like barrier sphere and so on. It's basically like a homemade show of Bartholomew. It's so obvious. One character is like is clearly All Might. One character is clearly All Might and like Saitama. His abilities are like volcano punch. Yeah. I don't remember. First when I designed this character, this hero,
all his abilities were called like, you know, basically not like All Might, but kind of similar. I mean, All Might is All Might was like you know, he has like the Detroit Smash so on. So my character had like Volcano Smash, Tsunami Smash and so on. He was like a character that looked like Saitama / All Might, and he punched people and he shoots like a, you know, tsunami with punch so I was like Tsunami Smash, Volcano Smash, kind of looked like a fire eruption. It was hilarious. And he's like a very big muscular guy. He looked exactly it was hilarious. But yeah, that's a strength. Oh, wrong button there, that's fun. But that was a strength of being designer / implementer, because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna put it in the game. You can't stop me. Like, you kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna drop it in the game now, because normally, right, you have to be like, oh, I want to have this design, and I mean, that was still a thing, of course. I'm like, here's my idea, I want to make this, because they have to do the art and so on, right? But mostly, I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna implement this thing. I'm just like, oh, you know, the best thing though, the only thing I never got through in the office, what I hated, was that I designed 2 twins. They were playing on the same time. And they were of course called Yami and Lich. And they had like dark and light powers. And they had this combination, so you can like combine the light and darkness, and you can like unisons. And you play 2 characters at the same time. And they had this, they were inspired by like American football also. So they had this like dragonfly, like in Ice 21. So they run, you know, in different kind of formation, like different football formations. So the different lariats and wrestling and so on. So they had all this comedy in the game, and but yeah, the art didn't want to do it, because they were like, we have to do 2 characters. But no, it's 1 character. One is completely black, not completely white. That's just invert the color scheme. That's the point. It's even easier. And instead, but if you do it, instead of got the other character, there's like a dark shadow demon that is basically Asta instead. but I was like, come on, man. But yeah, this game is so easy to sell. This game. I mean, I could easily sell this game to any anime nerd out there. I was like, this is the best anime game ever, kinda, and it's super hardcore. But this game, I talk about it sometimes, right? It sold nothing. They had the worst PR ever. Their PR campaign was, let's not have a PR campaign. That's a great strategy. So what they did was that, first of all, no one could talk about the game for like the first 2 years, whatever. Super crazy. So be hidden. Doesn't make any sense. So I remember I was being interviewed on this video game kind of podcast kind of thing. So I'm friends with one of the guys that has a podcast. And he asked me, oh, what's your latest game? I can't say. I was like, okay, why are you here for? I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know, I like you, so we're friends. And like, it was super strange, because normally you go to this, you know, podcast, right, or whatever, on interview, right? And of course you promote your game. You're like, oh, I'm working on this game. It's amazing. It's super fun. You know, great mechanics. And I was like, yeah, I can't say anything about my game. It's a strategy game. Like, okay, more? Nope. That is strategy game. What's the name? Strategy game. So okay. It was a super weird thing, and I had more time for that, right? So they didn't say anything about the game for the first 2 years, which is the dumbest thing ever. And then they had this really weird Twitch promotion thing the last day something, and no one knew the game exists, right? It's super strange. And the one other thing too is that they also has never had a game on sales. That's the dumbest thing ever. So as you know, the game is on Steam, and it's put on Steam, right? You constantly have sales, right? You buy a game, or you wait for 3 months, and you have like a DLC. You know, it's cheaper when it's like Cyber Monday, right? Black Friday, Christmas. You know what I mean? During these events, right? You have, of course, bundles, and you have DLC and so on. Now, the thing is that I refuse to mention the game because I refuse to make the money, right? Because this is what they did, right? They refused to make the game. They refused to sell the game, right? And as I talk about here, they refused then to ever, discount the game. It's super strange, Nintendo way. No, but I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So this company is completely abandoned the game. And one day I probably wrote a book about this. It was the worst thing I ever seen in my life. So they made a game, worked on it for about 2.5 years. I worked on it from the beginning, about 3 years, I guess, for me now. They made this game. It cost a lot of $1 million. I can't say exactly, of course, but it cost $1 million. And then they just abandoned it. They lost like 40 million, so they were, I don't know, 50 million. They lost all $1 million, and they never even tried to make the money back for a single second. They never lowered the cost or anything, and then they also broke some other laws and so on. So this is like so I can't say too much here because I had like a lawsuit, so because I sued them. But it's not a story. But I mean, I can't say actually because I didn't write any kind of. I refused to write any. What's it called? Confidential stuff. They wanted me to do that for money, and I was like, screw you. I'd rather be able to talk about this stuff and not write that for money, right? Unless of course you pay me up money. So yeah, but I mean, I have I live for my honesty. But I was like, no. I was like, oh, you want me to be quiet about this? Oh, give me like 50 millions and I'll be quiet, or shut up, right? So I was like, no. So of course I refused to write any kind of confidential contract, because I was like, I can write that, if you pay me a lot more money. And my honesty is gonna be very expensive, right? But that being said, though, it still is how was it? A deal being made, right? So I haven't officially really complained about them yet, because I'm still waiting for them to give me more money, basically. I was like, the window is open from in my standpoint to get more money, right? No, but it's more like. They broke many laws, and they broke worker laws. They broke, and this is all true. Yeah, they broke worker law. I have it documented. One of the owners attacked me physically. It's kind of funny. So yeah, physical abuse. They broke what's it called in English? Like they broke the discrimination law. Yeah, like equity hiring. Whatever it's called, equal hiring. Yeah, they broke that kind of law. They broke more than 7-8 worker laws. They did a lot of crime, basically. They did a lot of crime with all this stuff and so on. But they also are just pretty incompetent people, because I was like, why don't you sell your game and so on? So it's a really weird thing, but yeah, basically they refused to let anyone talk about the game and so on, right? For the first 2 years then, roughly, a little more. And then they tried to have this really the worst campaign ever seen in my life, for very little money. So the worst thing in that game is that game could have been the best game ever or the worst game ever, but no one ever heard about it, right? It's kind of like the whole idea of if a tree falls in the forest and does anyone hear it fall, right? Did they actually do a sound if no one hears a sound, right? It's kind of like that. And as I mentioned earlier, then, with the whole game industry being so bloated with all these like crappy, mediocre games. If you release a new game in this kind of environment, right, with so many games every month, and no one heard about your game ever, it's just gonna sell, right? You need some kind of PR, right? You need some kind of fan, you need some PR to make a game sell. Being a really good game today, that could have been the best game that year, arguably, right? Maybe it was the best game that year, but no one ever heard about it, so no one's ever gonna pick it up, right? That's just how it is today, right? You're not gonna be able to sell a game that no one knows about. Simple as that. 20 years ago, you would be able to sell a game without PR, because there was a few games, right? So, but this is, of course, was nothing new, right? I mean, I work with business intelligence and design and so on today at my own company. That's what I do mostly, and also, of course, day trading. So, for me, it was like a no-brainer. I was like, holy shit, man. I kept telling them, and I have it recorded, and I have it like, documented for years. That I kept telling the CEO and CEO and so on. I kept telling them every day, like, we need to make PR, man. We need to get out to people. We need to buy PR. We need to get to the interviews. We need to be interviewed by the, And it's kind of weird too, because a friend of mine, one of my old friends, he's the IGN director, or IGN, what's called, like the IGN editor of, Europe, or whatever. It's not that. So, like, I know this pretty high up IGN guy, right? So I was like, I can get him like that, give him an interview, this and this stuff, right? Which we need to do, right? And they were like, no, let's wait. I was like, wait for what, right? So it's a really weird thing. And for example, then. And as I mentioned earlier, another friend of mine, he has this like really big gaming podcast that has several, thousands of views every day. He has like 100k views a week at least, or more. I mean, more a week. I mean, more per video. Or per podcast. So a lot of views, right, for that. And so that I was on, and I could talk about the game, and I could call him any moment and get like an interview there, right, and so on. So I could have done like several interviews, right, during these 2 years, maybe say 10, 20 interviews, right. And if you do one interview and that gives you one buyer, that's one more buyer, right, and you do that every time and it grows, right. You have to think about it organically, right. If you market something, and it's what I work with to some extent. Before I worked at Disney, I was working at like consulting in basically like design and so on, but also kind of like like PR and I wasn't PR, but kind of like how to plan your game and kind of like agile production, all this random stuff, right? And so I worked with like Kickstarter campaigns. I worked with this kind of other startup companies, how to get their audience and how to get that kind of stuff and so on. Not that one, but that game maker. But I don't even know ones. I do know one guy has another game in Gothenburg too, though. But anyway, I mean, especially in Sweden, I know almost everyone, right? I know so many people in Sweden that's different podcasts and so on. But anyway, so this is my long stream here now. I can rant about this forever, though. But it was like a weird thing how just the issue with me is that it's not even a new lesson, right? Everyone knows that you need to have PR. Like, and it's just is sad in a way that you can't produce a game today or a movie or an anime, right? If the best anime ever of mankind, right, was dropped tomorrow, the best anime movie, whatever, show tomorrow, etc. But no one knows about it. Doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it matters. But you know what I mean? If anyone produces an amazing anime tomorrow, but no one ever talks about it, no one ever puts it on Reddit and Twitter, and no one does anything about it, no one is gonna figure out that it exists, right? So working on this game, and after I worked on like Kickstarter campaigns and so on with other game industry, I was like, what are we doing here? So again, I can talk about this for many hours, but it was really weird because immediately when I started working at that company, so I was the first person hired, right? Creative lead game designer, really creative guy, right? And these guys are then, I guess the suits, let's go that, right? More than that. They hired me, to be the creative guy on the game, creative lead. But I also tell them immediately that what we need to do, PR, we need to do like organic growth, they call it grassroots, a long tail economy standpoint. We need to get out to people, right? Because we're making like a niche strategy game, so we need to get out to people that want to play these games, right? And talk to them right now. Right? We need to talk to people on Reddit, Twitch, so on. Get people involved with it. You talk about people, you need to get people to put on the wish list today, right? The game is coming in like 3 years, I don't care. You need to build up the hype now, right? So people that are really into this kind of genre, follow us, right? So we have more followers on YouTube, more followers on Twitter, and so on. Yeah, because in that way you can build up your brand, right? So you need to build up your brand. A new company needs to build up the brand. This company instead, as I mentioned, did the opposite, right? They decided to be like, oh, let's not talk about the game. Let's have it a secret, because that's good PR for like 2 years, and then pay like 10,000 or something, some really cheap, like very, very low cost, PR, and try to like force it out very rapidly in like the last few weeks, right? It makes no sense. The game had zero, hype and build up, right? Really. And of course, when the game was released, no one knew about it. And it's really sad because obviously I designed the game myself and I did all the characters and all that stuff. So obviously the game was great. No, but the gameplay is fantastic. It's like the best game I ever did from a gameplay standpoint. The graphics are kind of fugly in my opinion, and I think they're really bad artists, but whatever. The other code, like the opposite, is really bad though. It is really bad. That's a long story why, but basically they had too few coders and too many, I say, artists more than coders. The budget was kind of bad. But I would say that the other code, like the loading time and so on, is way too long. So that is an issue when I play for months. But whatever. I would say definitely badly done. I don't have any much respect for the coders of that company. That doesn't matter so much. I would like one of them. I like one guy, but all the guys are very incompetent. Especially, man, I'm burning here. No. This guy knows, told him in his face. Especially, I would say this thing. I worked in this company, right? As I mentioned, I implemented all the characters myself. All of them, right? All the goddamn. I worked like 440 freaking. Oh god, it's so much. It's like years of freaking technical shit and thing. And while I'm doing this stuff, right? I have in this guy. He's like 30, not 30, but he's like 20 years older than me, roughly. Something like that. 20, 15, at least older than me. 1 year older than me, right? He's supposed to be this like super brilliant, coder guy, worked with coding for like 40 years, right? That kind of guy, right? And I have to teach stuff all the time. And he comes to me and asks me all the time, how did you implement this character? How does this volleyball player work? How do you do this, this like in Skybeam ability? It doesn't make any sense.
how do you do this like in pulling root ability? How do you code this stuff? He's like, you're a madman. He's like, everything works, but I don't understand anything. He's like, whoa. So, honestly, he comes to me every goddamn day and it's like, how does this thing work? I don't understand it. And I'm just like, but you are supposed to be the technical, he's a CTO, supposed to be a technical guy. You're supposed to be the technical, engineering guy. I have an engineering degree too, but I'm the creative guy. So why are you worse than me at the, engineering stuff, right? See what I mean? That drove me freaking crazy, honestly. Every time a person that should supposed to be the technical master asks me, is supposed to be the creative master, right? About technical stuff. I'm just like, how do you know this stuff? That being said, though, most stuff I did was just like algorithms in my head, right? So I just did it, right? So I'm not saying it was very good stuff, but still, what can I say about it? I'm not surprised that I feel that the game has, loading issues and so on, right? And other weird technical frame data and so on, because, I was probably the best programmer there, and I wasn't even a programmer. You see what I mean? I was like, wait, am I the best programmer? I'm not even trying to be a programmer. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Man, if it's one guy I like in his company, and if he sees it, he's gonna be angry. But I would honestly think that I'm better coder than him. He's gonna be hated for seeing this. no, he's pretty good though. But the other guys, they're not that good. But it is a difference, right? It's a difference, Just like in everything, right? You can be a good coder, you can be a bad coder. In everything else, you can be a good soccer player, right? There can be everything, and that's an issue. But anyway, the game then, no one bought it, and it's kind of funny because I would say, funny in a sad way, right? That I would say it's probably the best game I ever did in my life, and I worked on like Black Ops 2 and Hearthstone and so on. But this game is probably better. This is my gameplay aspect, not the end then. Not then from like a graphical aspect, but I have many stories. I have many stories. At the time that I discovered, when I was in Dublin, I walked into like this drives. But I was in Dublin, me and my coworker walked into a place with me at the pier, and we saw them with the guns. That was fun. I have many good life stories. But anyway, this gaming thing is my big story. I talked about for years now, but it's. For me, not a new lesson, right? But I tell people this all the time, that it doesn't actually matter what you do, right? In that sense. And it's like a hard lesson to learn maybe for people, and it wasn't even new for me. But again, unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you do the best game or the worst game ever, right? Or a movie, again, or anime. It doesn't matter. If you produce a product and no one knows about it, it doesn't matter. That is the reality, right? That's reality. That's reality. I'm not saying you have to spend, all your money on PR. That's an issue too in today's climate, right? That the companies, movies, especially movies, I think, they're spending more money on some movies and games, specifically on movies, on the PR than the actual movie, right? Like, that's serious. Yeah, that's crazy, right? So that's really horrible. They're spending more money on getting it out there than actually just, making a good movie, right? That is really, really bad for the industry. And safety of games, less with games, I would say. But see, that thing that's true. But so I'm not saying you should go, all the way, right? Put half your money in the PR. That doesn't make any sense either, right? But this company did like 99%, not PR. Yeah, they were like 1% PR. That doesn't make any sense either, right? You can't just be like, we are not gonna have any PR. We hate PR. Yeah, we're just gonna sit in our own corner and be like, maybe someone finds the game. It's like, that doesn't make any sense, right? But the real problem though with that company, from just like a money standpoint, right, is that even if they spend zero, an actual value zero money for PR, which you can do, right, you can still make PR just by right now. I have a channel talking to people here, right? One person might like the video, maybe not the video. I can reach out to at least a few people here, right? And I know a lot of people in the game industry that has, of course, like a gaming channel, right? And I mean, not mean that they actually do gaming videos. I mean, they have like a channel where they, they talk about their like dev diaries. Like, oh, this week I coded this character, right? I mean, I could easily sit every week working at a company and discuss, oh, this week I designed this like cat girl, and she has like cat claw things. She can like double dash, and to make that work, I had to write an algorithm to like do a macro that picks up cells
And then I had this like Sonic character that is in the ball. And to make that artwork, I had to write these like 3 different macro chains. And here's the code for that, and this is the input, right? And I'm not saying that a lot of people would watch that. I'm not saying that there will be like, oh, there's gonna be 1 million PewDiePie views, right? But that probably would get like 10 people to watch it, right? If I did like, a dev diary every week, right? Oh, look at my code here, it's pretty cool, you know what I mean? So, if that company, for example, right, if I own that company, that's my company, my own company, I would have done a dev diary every week, easily. Of course, I like YouTube, but you know what I mean? I would do it every Friday, be like, on this week, we did this shit. On this Friday, on this week, we have implemented this new, cyborg warrior lady. She has 4 arms, so she has like this arm sword. She can throw around sword, she can teleport, she can stealth. And to make this stealth mechanic work, I wrote a script that does this thing. Here's the code for that. It's kind of interesting, right? I would do that kind of snippet. Of course, I wouldn't show you every exact little bit, right, of the implementation. But I'll show you some, graphs and some figures, right? And for example, if the company would have done that every Friday for 3 years, right, 2.5 years, I am sure that that game would have sold like 10 times more. Just alone, the games are like 100 copies. So, I mean, just alone, you would build up a fan base, right? That no matter if the game actually is bad or good when it released in 3 years, you would have fans that's followed, they have followed your, your stuff, right? But you would do both, right? And that, for that matter, I wrote all the lore in that game and the story, right? And that's not even in the game. So you have very snippets of story, and I was like, let's do like Lul, I said first, like, let's do like a website where you can read the character's backstory. It's written already, right? And they were like, oh, it's too much effort. Oh, doing a website. And I was like, I can do a freaking WordPress website in 1 day, man. Just tell me to do it. It's like that. I was like, let's do like a WordPress, website. I can do it in like less than a day, right? And they are like, but with this thing then, you can do so many stuff, right? I'm not saying that doing a dev video every Friday would be 1 million copies. I'm saying that is one of the many factors. You should emphasize here, right? That is one of the many factors, right? In every issue in life, you have to have a multiple variable attacks, right? You have to have several different ways to get out there, right? So that's one thing you would do, right? That's one thing you would do. Another thing you would do, right, is that you would have all the possible interviews, as I mentioned, right? You have interviews, going, right? You have just generally maybe posting like lore videos, yeah, so on too, right? And you do all that. Then at the same time, what you have to do very importantly, though, a good example, I think, everything. We were making a strategy game. It is mostly something like FFT, Disgaea, right? It's a very TJRPG, tactical Japanese RPG game. It's a lot like that, those kind of genre. So knowing that, you should of course figure out that user group, right? So for example, going to Reddit, you can find something like, JRPG, TRPG fan, subs, right? That might have, let's say, 10,000, people on that site. And then you do an AMA, right? You do like an Ask Me Anything on that Reddit post. Oh, hello everyone, I'm this guy, we're working on our own, TRPG, here's our stuff, right? That's the stuff you have to do, right? Because then you reach out to the specific people that are probably the most likely to want to buy your game, right? Because those people really, like the kind of games, right? So you have to think like that too, right? You have to reach out to the specific people. Like when I worked a Kickstarter campaign for this role-playing game, 2013, I worked on a role-playing game, and with that thing then, to get the Kickstarter money, right, we did that thing. I was like, let's talk to people, right, that like these kind of games. Let's go to Reddit, right? People that like role-playing games. Let's talk to these, role-playing YouTubers, right? I mean, role-playing as in, games, not like role-playing as in, Role-playing as in Final Fantasy, right? Yeah. Of course, there are YouTubers that have like a Final Fantasy channel, right? Or, JRPG. Let's talk to them, right? Let's be interviewed by these guys to have an audience that like our kind of game, right? See what I mean? We did that worked, right? To get Kickstarter campaign. I would do the exact same thing with this game. Right? I would be like, let's talk to people that have, YouTube channels for strategy games, right? People that play strategy games, and also kind of like card games, Hearthstone, and so on, kind of like this kind of trading because you have your own army, and also potentially JRPGs, the kind of like Japanese RPG games, right? So that kind of stuff, right? So I mean, there are many ways you can do it, right? I'm just saying that this company, and I said this genuinely, and I have a document proving it. I said to these people down in this company every week, basically, every town hall meeting, I was like, should we do some PR? Maybe, I was like, I have a suggestion this month. Maybe we should have interviews with different YouTubers and Twitch streamers, and also, of course, magazines, right? IGN and so on, right? Kotaku and so on. And I know Jesus Schreiber to some degree. So I was like, maybe I can talk to Jesus Schreiber. I know he likes, our kind of genre. I had like a great discussion with him one day about Suikoden 2, like 10 years ago. He might not remember that, but I kind of like what game he likes. I think he was like my writing. Maybe we could talk something like that. I don't know. So, I was just like always trying every meeting to be, or the bigger meetings, trying to maybe we can do something, right, for PR, right? And they didn't do it. So that's I wouldn't say my biggest lesson from that, but yet another example, unfortunately, how the world is, right? That no matter what you do, if no one knows about it, it doesn't actually matter, kinda, right? That's why I kinda like something in One Piece where they save Alabasta and Texas, for Oda, is like, these pirates, Luffy so on, they saved the country, but no one ever knew, what heroes, So the heroic thing is to do something without without anyone ever knowing, right? That's what you did, right? Yeah, being a hero, but no one ever knew you were a hero, right? Yeah. So, but that's kind of true heroism is self-sacrifice, like All Might said, self-sacrifice, and no one knowing you're a hero, right? That's a good hero. But anyway, kind of like that, because it's like it was so strange. We worked in this game, they banned people basically, right, talking about it. And of course, when the game was released, no one bought it. I'm not surprised, right? And I wasn't surprised at all during the time either. And the reason I kept working on it was because I had basically, free reins to make the gameplay, right? I was like, I want to have this hero. I'll do it, yeah. So the reason I kept working on it was I could, make this amazing gameplay, right? And I hoped it was gonna sell anyway, but I assumed it wouldn't. I never believed it was gonna sell anything, honestly. From not the first month, but after half a year or so, I was convinced it wasn't gonna sell anything, basically, because I was like, they haven't done any PR for 6 months. I know it's like 2 more years to the game is released, but it doesn't make any sense. You need to build up that hype right now, right? So I was like, oh, it's never gonna sell. But at that time, I felt that, well, I have a really good idea for the actual game. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like writing a book, right? And it's a 500-page book, and I've written 200 pages. I'm like, well, I want to finish what I'm writing. I want to finish the storyline, right? I don't care if no one's gonna buy my book and read it. I still want to finish the storyline. I want to finish and get the ending, have a good twist, right? That's kind of why I kept working on the game. I was like, I still want to finish the game because the game has 65 characters. What do you mean? 53 times. How many is it? It's 9 heroes. And you have 18, 30. See now, I'm doing the math in my head here. So you have 30, 54 times 63 characters. Yeah, the game has 63 characters. After when I worked there, I was like, okay, this is never gonna sell because they have the worst PR ever, no PR. And I was like, okay, now I've designed 10 characters, right? I have 50 more to go. It was kind of already there. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be hard to sell the game. But already at that time, I had a lot of ideas, right, for the next 50 characters, and I had flashed out some general ideas and general concepts and storylines and. I had written this character gets betrayed by this character, and I haven't designed this character's actual gameplay yet, right? So it kind of got that for me. I was like, I'm just gonna do the best game anyway, and hopefully it sells, but it probably won't. And that was kind of my story there. I was like, I felt like, oh, this will never sell, but whatever. I'm kind of halfway there to this awesome game, so I guess I'm just gonna keep designing the game, or I usually describe it as. It's kind of like a painting. I think it's a better idea. It's kind of like a painting. And you have done, kind of like that. You haven't added the color yet. You kind of done the rough sketch, right? So you kind of even if you feel that no one's probably gonna buy this painting, but I have finished a sketch, and I kind of want to add, the actual paint to it and do the details. And so if it's too late to not just finish the painting, right? It's kind of like I'm halfway there. That's kind of how it feels, even if it's more to do, right? But it's kind of like I kind of want to just finish the painting now, right? I have my art piece here, right? It's like an art piece in my life. I made this game. It's an art, right? And I want to finish the art. So that's kind of affected me. I finished half the painting. I have to finish the rest of the art piece, right? So you can see my ideas, right? My creative ideas, right? And also the storylines, right? And also it's like the gameplay, but also the different interaction between the characters in the story and so on. I want to finish that, the dialogue, right? I also wrote the game's all the voice line in the game, all the voice line, and I directed the voice cast and so on. So I was like, I want to finish that stuff. I want to finish that, right? So it was, the really weird experience in that sense. Honestly, I can talk about it for man, and my older channel is more for that stuff though. But it was a really weird experience in that sense because I was very clear in my head that this probably won't sell, right? Not the first month, right? The first month, I was like, this is strange. Why don't we do it in the PR, right? And then after, again, every month passes by, right? You're like, this is getting more and more weird, right? So of course, for every month that passed, I was like, what is happening? Why aren't we trying to, make any kind of marketing effort, right? So of course, I got more convicted that this won't happen, right? This won't sell. But at the same time, the longer I worked on it, right, the more I wanted to finish my art, right? The more I wanted to finish my painting. So you get more, so you get kind of, it's like, well, okay, now I'm like 75% done with my painting. I am sure now no one's gonna buy it, so it's kind of pointless. But now I'm basically finished anyway, so I wanna finish the painting, right? So definitely had that kind of passed for me in my mind. I was like, every day that passed, I was more convinced that it wouldn't sell anything. But at the same time, again, then I was also more getting closer, right, to finish the full painting. So I was like, I guess I can finish the last of it now. it was kind of like that. But it was a really weird. I never seen a company being so incompetent, I should say. And I start by saying that people, someone might see this, right, for some other company, and they might be like, oh, we can't hire this guy. He's so negative, right? But again. That might be said without having the true context, but if you look at the actual sales figure, this game truly sold like 10 copies, something like ridiculously low. Like it's sold, it has like 10 reviews on Steam. That's the first year. Like we're talking about a game that literally didn't sell more than like something like, I think it sold like, I don't know exactly, right, because of course the owner didn't want to tell me how much it sold. He told me it sold like something like, he told me that it sold like 200 copies, but of course, why would he up so? I mean, he didn't show me the numbers, right? So I'm sure it sold less than that. So maximum 200 copies, something I don't know, something like that. And this is like I don't know exactly, right? But something that I heard, and I just like, what can I say, right? It's like one of the biggest flops, right? Yeah, that year. It really is. It cost, I don't know exactly the cost either, of course, but it cost millions. I mean, just my salary wasn't paid back from that. Yeah, the sales definitely didn't, pay for my salary. Just my salary and everyone else's salary. And they also, of course, if you talk about that stuff, people went overtime, right? All the time, right? Classic gaming, so they one thing they did was really nasty. I didn't do it, but this is also illegal, and what they did. But and this I have no problem saying it's illegal. They also, of course, force people to work overtime unpaid, right? Which is illegal. So you have to either, well, in that country, you can't even force anyone to ever work overtime. You can offer it, and they have to, you have to pay them, right? But you can offer it. But they literally force people to work overtime. They were like, work overtime or you're, fired, basically, right? And but first and foremost, though, they did it in this very like sneaky way, or sneaky, but kind of like a silly way. Instead of being like, you're fired, they were like, to more people, they were like, oh, but come on, we're all a big family. Don't you want to support, don't you want to help? They kind of did, for most people, they did that thing. They were like, come on, we all in this together, it's blood and sweat, that we need to, work and overtime and produce, So they were like, guilt people. So even worse. And then people said no, they'll be like, we fire us. So yeah. However, though, the result of that, and that's another video, is that the result of that was basically roughly the last 3 or 4 months, half a year, but that's 3 months. Everyone with overtime, a lot, right? Typical game industry, and I didn't. I was like, hey guys, I'm gonna go home now. And this was when I was watching like Slime and Mob Psycho, I remember. So I was like, wait a minute, work overtime for free, or go home after work and watch like Mob Psycho and Slime. Now there's that scene with Mob Psycho with the mom and dad and that, you know, the house scene. And so I remember this very well. So I was like, no. I was like, yeah, right, I'm going home and watching anime. Screw you people. So I used that F you and I just went home, right? And then they did the whole thing to me. Oh, we're gonna fire you if you don't overtime. I was like, I just laughed at them because I was like, oh yeah, right. Then I sue you and I get a lot of money because that is super illegal. And it's because other people is stupid enough to accept that threat. I'm not. So I just laughed and they didn't do shit about it. Yeah, of course they didn't. Of course they wouldn't. It's so stupid too. I mean, honestly, I was the only person in this whole company that was an employee, right? The rest, there were only the 4 owners. I was the only person, literally the only person that did not work overtime in this like mandatory overtime stuff. That being said, though, I did a lot of overtime, of course, during these years because I would usually be like, I'm big, oh, what is bug? Or someone calling me on a Sunday, oh, the game is crashing on the mainframe. And I'm like, oh, people can't play the game, and I was like, okay, I can fix it, you know. But the thing is that for me, right, it's like if I have this game, it's out, right, for people to play, right, and the boss calls me like, the game doesn't work on a Sunday, something is wrong with the, and I'm just like, oh, yeah, okay, my computer, look at the Jenkins, okay, there's the bug, and I fix the bug. Because then I kind of do it because I'm just like, I don't want people to, you know, play my game, and the game would crash every time, you know. Yeah, I think about the gamers, right, the play the game, I don't think about the freaking company. I'm doing it because I don't want my people to, you know, the people that like my game to have a bad experience, right? So I would work overtime anyway on those kind of like, oh my god, the thing is burning, please fix, please. You're the only one to understand this bug. I was like, yes, I can fix it then. But also because I literally know that me and the CTO are probably the only people who can fix the issue too for that beginning. So it has to also be, you know, basically who has to fix it too, right? So is that honestly, it's either me or him probably that can even fix it to begin with. And especially when the game was released, this other coding guy that I actually trust his skills in, he was on vacation for 3 weeks when the game was released. It was like weird, he was allowed to do it. But anyway, he wasn't even there, so who else are they gonna call to fix the stuff on like a, you know, Sunday morning? So anyway, so in that sense, I still did overtime in like, super, this shit is burning, please fix, right? But otherwise, I completely refused to do this whole, you know, how I say it, people would always call me all the time when I was home. If you look at my old live streams, like with Mob Psycho, I would have people, literally, I have to answer people on my message because I would have my Slack messages constantly spamming me from the CEO and so being like, please, these shows, please work, you know, please fix stuff. So if you look at my old live streams, understand here, you can see me sometimes being like, oh, sorry, I have to answer this mail here. Because I would have like 50 mails flying in during my anime live streams. During that period, because I would have the CEO and the CTO and so on, and the COO would constantly message me of issues in the game, constantly, or questions. Oh, this thing doesn't work, or this is wrong. How should this spider look? Should be green or red? Oh my god, we can't do anything. Honestly, you can look at the videos. I will be constantly answering, like, oh, sorry, I have to just like answer this mailer. Like, during the opening of Slime, I'm like, oh, it's a great opening. Let me just answer my mailer during the opening, you know. So I will still work overtime in that sense, but everyone else in the whole company, they would then stay and work overtime. They would, you know, they would stay, right? They would like stay in the office at like, you know, 4, 5, 6 to the 8 time, right? They would stay in the office. They would go to the office during Saturday and Sundays, right? They would go to the office to work for free because otherwise they would get fired, right? And I told everyone in the office, I was like, you don't have to do this. It's illegal to fire you if you don't get paid for overtime. It's illegal to force yourself overtime, for that matter. And it's extra illegal to fire you because you say no to like free overtime. Like, you can just say no to them. If they still fire you, you sue them. It's not that complicated, right? People are, of course, suing people. It's hard, but it isn't. You sue them, and it's like a slam dunk case, right? Because if someone fires you in this country for refusing to work overtime for free, right? you were never gonna win in the court. You were immediately gonna lose. It's like 100% chance to win that in court, right? It's super easy to win. So they're never actually gonna fire you. They can threaten you, right? But they are never gonna do it unless they're really, really stupid, because they will get sued immediately, right? And any lawyer, any experienced lawyer will love that case, right? They're like, oh yeah, it's a great case. Everyone's gonna jump on the case immediately. Right? So that is like an absolute no-brainer, right? So I kept telling people, especially people I work with more directly in my apartment, I was like, don't do it. Just stay home, man. And they were like, oh, you're so... And honestly, these people tell me, right, on Monday, they would be like, oh man, you're just not a team player. I was here, Saturday and Sunday and working. You're supposed to be my manager. You weren't here. Like, what's up, bro? And I was like, yeah, I was home watching anime and reading hentai. So, And they were like, what? Yeah, it was pretty badass. I was like, yeah, no, but honestly, I was like, but I told you on Friday to not get in the office on Saturday, right? And then they're like, oh, but the CEO told me he would fire me otherwise. I was like, he's lying, or he will fire you, and you sue him. And they're like, I guess, yeah, so don't do it, right? And then next week, same thing, and I'm like, just don't do it. So it was kind of funny. So honestly, everyone worked overtime. It's a true story. Everyone, except me, literally, worked overtime for 3-4 months in this office, at least. Unpaid overtime. The game still, of course, sold 0 copies. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. And especially brilliant with that thing. And I would say this thing too, though. And I'm probably going to make this thing. I told them, though, of course, in the beginning of this thing, when they tried to force me to work overtime. I told them that, oh, you want to, break the law? Sure. I was like, oh, you want to break the law? No. But I told them that, okay, this is how it works. Either you pay me, and they're like, they have no budget. I was like, okay, so I just go home then. Yeah, I'll will go home then. Like, you would have to pay me the budget, right? So, I told them, you pay me? They didn't want to pay me, right? I told them then, as you should do in IT, I was like, well, okay, you can't pay me, but give me equity then. Give me stocks, comments, right? Give me equity, give me freaking warrants. I don't know, give me freaking technical option warrants. Give me treasury bonds. Yeah, I'm freaking stock market. But I was like, but give me equity then, right? Typical startup companies, typical IT companies, give me equity, right? So if you go public, I make money, right? And if you're sold to another company, right? I don't know, be bought up by some company, I make money, right? Or I get stocks by them, right? Because if I own stock in this company, you have to pay me something like that. Or of course, generally that if I have stocks in the company, then I might agree to work overtime, right? Saturdays, Sundays, full days, right? Because if I own, 1% of the company, right, and the game sells more, and also for that matter, right, I could use this channel, my other channels, right, and so on, to promote the game, even if they can have this weird thing. But when the thing was dropped, I could use this channel to promote the game, right, and so on, right. I would do that more, right, if I actually had an actual stake in the game making money, except just me having a game I want people to play, right. So, if they had given me equity, the game probably would have sold more. But I would have spent out more of my time there to actually promote the game, probably stream the game, and try to use any kind of, friends I have in the other companies and media and journals and so on, right, to promote the game. But of course, they didn't want to do that. I was like, okay, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to go home then, and I'm definitely going to call my friends again or whatever to make this game happen. No, but seriously, so that's kind of how they but I just remember so well that how incredibly illegal that was. That they were like forcing everyone, threatening everyone, to get fired and so on otherwise. In my case then I was like, pay me. Either money, right, or equity. Like you usually do in the industry. Nothing, it's not uncommon at all. That's how it usually goes. If you can't pay me, but you need me to work an extra 20 hours a week, well, you have to give me equity, right? This is how it works. Or you take a loan to be able. This is how the reality works. And they were like, no, you're not a team player. I was like, you can't trick me. So, yeah, so you understand my point. I'm like, well, yeah, okay, sure. Doesn't work very well with me, right? If anything, I can say that it makes me almost just more annoyed, right? Because I worked for these people for almost 3 years. And after having worked for them for about 2.5 years then, right? It's a long time, right? And I was like, okay, so you're not going to pay me to work overtime. You're threatening me to fire me, which is illegal. And now you are trying to guilt trip me with this like team player shit and so on. That made me frustrated. Because I'm like, you have worked with me for 2.5 years.
we share the same office, me and the CEO. We sit next sort of in the office. We talk like for hours every day. And you should know by now that I am a person. If you tell me, if you try to guilt trip me, I'm gonna be like, F you immediately. Yeah, you know what I mean? If you try to guilt trip me, you're like, you should work for free for 20-30 hours a week because of friendship and nakama. And I'm like, well, a nakama probably will give me some equity. You know what I mean? Yeah, but anyway, that made me angry, honestly. I usually don't get emotional. I actually didn't show my emotion. But I was like, I'm out, I'm leaving immediately. I was like, see you guys tomorrow, yeah. Kind of that, yeah. Because that honestly made me probably the most angry at them. Just, how can you think that having known me as a person for over 2 years, almost 3 years, that you could try to guilt trip me, right? Or for that matter, that try to threaten me with this illegal stuff in this country, right? It's all this illegal, breaking the work law and so on. Which if you know me as a person, you probably see me to some extent, right, when I give my reviews with anime, you know that hopefully I think people that see me here know that I'm somewhat well versed when it comes to, education and like maybe how the law works. If you see me as a nerd, I'm the kind of guy that if I do a nerd stuff, right, in a game or whatever, right, I talked about earlier, I am that guy that would read the whole law book because I just want to know all the laws, right? I'm the guy that memorizes the law book because it's like fun, right? I'm that kind of guy, right? Yeah. So I'm just like, that is so clearly not. You can't do this. Yeah, I was like, you can't do that. You can't threaten me to that. So whatever. It's a much longer story, of course, but that actually probably what makes me the most angry with them, and also one thing later because I'm just like, how. To me, it's honestly surprising. I feel that someone thinks that again, someone that known me for several years would think they would work with me as an argument. I'm just like, I just laughed at it. I was like, come on. I was like, really? And then when they were like, oh, and then as I mentioned, my coworkers are like, oh, but they're gonna fire us. I was like, it's never gonna happen. They're not gonna do that. They know they can't do that. Either they're then stupid or they, or you win, right? So it's a win-win for you, man. It's good for you if it happens to you. Then you're gonna get like $1 million in, when you sue them. So I was like, they're not gonna happen. And of course, it never happened to me. Of course, it did happen. They were like, yeah. Of course, they hated me because I was the only, I was the shonen main character. I was the only guy standing up for my belief, right? So of course, they hated me, but of course, they didn't do anything about it in that time frame. Because they're like, can we do it? But it was really funny. So that is, of course, I can talk about this for many more hours, for days. But yeah, as I mentioned, the whole PR thing with that game is the weirdest thing ever. Right? It's true for any kind of thing that you're doing. You need to make something that people figure out, right? And instead, they just did everything to hide the game. Really weird thing. Yeah, and then in the end, as I mentioned, I went into this whole overtime in the game industry, but it was kind of beautiful. So they did that stuff, and then of course the last 3-4 months, it's like everyone has to work 7 days a week, right, and so on, just trying to get everything kind of working, and it's it was really strange, and obviously during these 3-4 last months, still stupid, but should have spent everyone's working hours to use PR the game, right? Everyone sitting on Twitch and Facebook, but seriously, it would be better, money spent, right? If you spend all that overtime or whatever, right, to have those people do that, or like they could have hired one less artist and have a PR person instead. Could have one less artist and just have one PR manager or something. It would be better. But you know what I mean. And actually, one thing I said when I worked there was that I was like, it's probably way more effective for the company if I take one day off, like my Fridays and off, but one day being a lead designer, Monday, Thursday, and then Friday, I spend that doing like dev diaries, Twitch streaming, but all that stuff, right? So you kind of promote the game, writing on AMAs and forums, and do some kind of game blog for the game, and some kind of home page, and promoting it and pushing it on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and all that stuff, right? It's probably way more effective if I do that, like once a week, 8 hours a week or something like that, right? For actually, selling the game. And yes, I have a little less time then to design, character or write the game story, or then, of course, code all the characters. But I have less time doing my code or whatever, right? But whatever, this is probably more important. It's probably push that. And also, I think a point to make here from my story here is that, it's kind of like how things grows, right? It's called the grassroots movement, right? So instead of spending, like say 40 hours a week the last month, right, on PR, it's probably better spending 8 hours a week, right, for 1 week, bam, bam, bam. It is much more valuable, I would say, in a PR standpoint, right, to do a little PR for 3 years, right, than to try to do a lot of PR the last month, right, because you're building up that fandom, right, getting new friends, right, getting into that hype, right. It's much better building that up slower, right, and instead of just doing it all in the same last week, right. And that barely did that, but you know what I mean. So that's a thing too that is probably more worth spending your time from like a press standpoint to kind of promote whatever you do. I'm talking about games here, but it could have been a car, it could have been it could have been the Lucid Air, right, the new Tesla competitor. It could have been some kind of food company like better Beyond Meat or something producing they have to do meat with like non-meat, that stuff, right. Spending that growth period, on an organic growth, it's just a lot better at doing it progressively, not dropping it all at the same time, right? So that's one thing there too. And for me, unfortunately, though, not really a new lesson, right? I said this to them before for week 1, right? And I said it every week for the years. I was like, we should really do something with this thing. I was just proven right, but it really broke any kind of textbook example of it. So that's kind of I think the probably most important thing of my story, really working that game. Is like, really good game that no one ever played. So it doesn't matter, right? If you go to the game, unfortunately, it doesn't matter if the game is the best thing or the worst thing. No one knows it exists, right? So it's just like, I could have made a way worse game. But actually, like I said, one last thing about that whole. My idea was like, maybe I should spend 1 day a week doing PR stuff, right, to try to promote the game. And the CEO told me that he basically told me something like, if you want to do that, do it on your free time, but you spend Saturdays doing it, kind of like that attitude. It's like, well, it's a good idea, but you should probably do it on your free time. Then I was like, why? I don't. I was like, no, give me equity. No, but I was like, immediately I read it back then. He was like, do it on your free time. And I was like, what? No. What was my benefit of the game said? I mean, the actual benefit, it really isn't, right? So now it was just silly. It was sad. Oh my god. It is really, really funny in a sad way. Like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life when it comes to PR. And actually, I had one comparison. So when I started working there, I knew these other guys that started their own RTS strategy game at the same time. That game is crap, okay. The other game is really horrible, okay. It's about 3 people, and it's a really bad game. And I said by saying it's a horrible game. You just try to copy StarCraft, but they only have 1 faction, so there's not even faction 1. That game has 10 times the reviews on Steam than my game has. Even though the game is like a completely horrible strategy game. It really is. I mean, I hate it's horrible. Again, it's like StarCraft, but they only have like 1 race. You only have 1 faction, so really bad. And that game works by 3 people, and they were roughly in the exact same time frame that my game. It was even released the same month my game. I think a week before that, and it has roughly 100 or so more reviews in the same month there in Steam. It has you a lot. They spent a lot more time grassroots in their game, right? And they made a really crappy game, but it still probably sold them about 10 times more than my game. With also way less employees, 3 people versus like a lot of people. So I was like, holy shit, man. But it's truth. That game is so bad. Because I played that game because I know the guys doing it, and they invited me to play the game usually in the beginning because I was on StarCraft 2, somewhat semi-pro. And the game was so boring. I really back then because again, they made like an RTS game. But it's only 1 faction. It's crap, man. It's crap. Like in 2000, making an RTS game, and you can only play 1 faction. That is boring as hell. Okay, there is no differential between if you play in the red or the blue team, right? It's super boring in RTS games. It's so boring, and it's basically like a really boring StarCraft or Warcraft. But anyway, last thing, I posted my Miracle poster on Discord. I had it for a few weeks because I had this poster here too, and as I said, this was also very, very etchy and to be continued. The photo of it, So it's like I have this poster here too. Michael's my brother, he's a huge Nier Automata fan, and same artist, same company, very thick kind of poster, much thicker than this behind me, much more like fat, much more weight. It's very heavy, kind of heavy, but very expensive, honestly. Goddamn expensive. This costs like freaking $50, man. Freaking super expensive. But yeah, that very poster is over there now. It's awesome. I kind of want to have it here, right? But yeah, it's gonna be probably demonetized. Best. That one, she's it's Miracle. She's kind of revealing. Yeah, it's kind of an etchy girl. But anyway, guys, I think it's for break now. More stuff, pep and so on, food. But yeah, subscribe to the West, and of course we're gonna do One Piece in a few hours from now, 3 hours from now, right? Do One Piece, and then I'm gonna do tomorrow for Second Titan, Mushoku Tensei, right, and of course not gonna be hours. So more lives is coming there, and it's cut to the room. I mean, I have, I always say that, but I always double down, right? It's my, my senpai, because I have, a Mai, I have a Aqua, I have other, figures of, all the characters behind me. I don't, except Hibiki though. So one of the few characters I can't find at Hibiki with Dumbbell, yeah. And I have, over there, I have all my One Piece stuff, most of them. So I have like all the Vivis and Namis and Genderbender, Luffy, right, and so on, and Pudding and all this stuff, right. I even have a Pudding one. And over there I have like Dragon Ball stuff, yeah, in that direction, like Dragon Ball, Konosuba. What do I have behind that? I have the Genji sword behind the wall there. And then I have one room over there, which is just purely stuff. I have one room over here, which is just like, it's like, I don't know, it's like 50, 60, something like that, package of used, games and comics and manga and animes and just, figures and I have like, it's like a room, like a hoarder. No, but it isn't like a hoarding as in your stuff, right? It actually is in boxes. I just don't have any, it's like, oh wait, if I open the boxes, will I put it all, right? I don't have enough shelves to put it all. So I have like, hundreds of stuff there. And things that I collect, games too. So I have, especially JRPG games, I have something like 200 something like that JRPGs. So at that room over there, I have, all my like Final Fantasy and Mana and Saga and all the Squadrons and Breath of Fire and so on. So I need so much space just to have all my like my stuff. So I need to have like every garden. My rooms are like, oh, here I have like 55 games, and then I have some bags somewhere, some plastic bags with like I worked at a game company, and that game company, when they kind of like whatever, they kind of bankrupted. They were like, you can take whatever you want, people. And I was like, oh, so we have like 300, games here that the game company owns. But I was like, okay. So I just put plastic bags, right? Like, I just went home with like 300 Resident 2 games, something that I never played. It's so stupid. So I have like plastic bags, still the same plastic bags. And they have all this like really, mediocre. It's basically like every goddamn Xbox One and PS2 game released, basically, right? So they have all of them, yeah. I don't even have an Xbox, I think, in this place here, but it's like I have like 200 Xbox games, something like that. Xbox, the first game, yeah, not the first one, stuff like that, right? So where can I put all my stuff, right? I am a goddamn hoarder, thinking about it. No, but I don't hoard in that, in that kind of. I don't hoard in like the movie, hoarder, and just like stuff, right? I hoard in this way, like. Well, I have a lot of stuff, but I have it, here's a box, and it's like Final Fantasy collection, here, and there's like Mana collection over that one, and it's like next collection, it's like this, here's like, oh, here's all my Spider-Man comics, okay, bam, it's the Phantom, I have like 20 years of Phantom comics, so I have 30 years, 30 years of all the Phantom comics, okay, they're here, so I could open up my own, comic book guy store, right? sell my collection of that stuff. And I also have a really big, Magic collection, Magic the Gathering. I have like Magic the Gathering cards that are worth like, I don't know, a lot of money, like too much money. I have one deck that's like $3,000-$4,000. It's ridiculous. It's like ridiculous, yeah. I used to trade. I used to have my own Magic the Gathering shop
So I have a lot of Magic Gathering cards left from that too. I used to buy and sell cards on my own trading store. So I have thousands of Magic cards. Ridiculous amount of Magic cards. Like some of them I just have them in bags. I don't even have spots them like islands. I just like put them all in. I can't have spots for them. It's ridiculous. But anyway, yeah. One day I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna like look at my boxes here. But it's kind of funny. So I say one last thing about that with hoarding. The last place I lived at, or not last place, two places back, I lived at a place that was at the ultimate freaking box place. So basically, it was an apartment, and you walked into the apartment. You had a long hallway, until you get to kind of enter out the hallway, right? So the really long hallway, and this hallway was crazy because you had like every door in how to explain, but basically picture like a hallway. It's like 10-meter hallway, and then you get to the end of the hallway, right? And you have like the living room, and you have the stuff like that, another room and kitchen. It's like a big apartment. But the first like 10 or so meters is like one hallway, and the whole hallway are like 10 doors. You open it into the wall, and of course, it's like a box, right? Yeah, it's like a perfect little. It was like a storage facility. It was like crazy. I loved the place. That was the best that apartment. I lived there like 6-7 years ago because they had like freaking, the first apartment was just like like a storage house. It was like 10 like this open into the wall doors. You had this huge amount of space, right, and had open space, and had this under box you could put space into. That was a dream for the hoarding guys. Not for hoarding, but for actual collectors. Yeah, not for hoarding, for collectors. Because it was crazy good. Because it had, you open up the doors, right? And then you had like a wooden plate, so you put stuff in that, right? But under the wooden plate, in the bottom, it had like a space for like a small plastic thing. And it had like small plastic box under that. So you had the really express stuff in that one. And then on the top, you had another floor. And it also had, like this, you put a bit closer, that's why I know, like a wood beam in the top two. It was like crazy, that place. And it was like 8, I think. 6 plus 2 on the side. Yeah, 8 of these. That was the dream, man. I could have everything in the same location. Now I have literally a room here, which is my stuff. Now I still have one room, which is just my collection, like literally. And that still doesn't, give me enough space for all my figures and so on, so I need more stuff on order. But that room is purely like hundreds of boxes with stuff. And also in my kitchen I have stuff too. So I should say this, but in my kitchen, in the bottom of my kitchen, I have my Dreamcast collection. Because I can't. There's no space in this room anymore. So I'm just gonna put my Dreamcast games under my kitchen. So my kitchen, of course, the kitchen doors, right? So in my kitchen I have it's like 100 Dreamcast games. Like, where did I put my stuff, man? It's not my fault. It's like, it's stuff everywhere, right? And here I have the windows for this part of the house, and here I have all the stuff too. Right? So in every window I have here on left to me, in this floor, in every window there's a lot of space, like onto the window. So it's called marble beam here next to me. So in this marble beam, I also collect stuff. So, so for example, here, right, in this side, I have, my Captain America post and so on, right? They are like in this on this like marble beam, and I have like 10 of those in that direction. So in every marble beam, so in that marble beam, there I collect Blizzard games. So there's like Diablo and stuff like that in that beam. And the next beam it's like this book, right? My art books, and the next beam I think is like. I don't know, I think it's like I think the books over there. Yeah, like my psychology books. So I have too much stuff, okay? Like goddamn first world problem. I own too much stuff. That's the end of the video. I own way too much stuff. That's my life issue is like, where did I put everything? It's like, where do I put everything? Yeah, it's like I used to have when I lived a couple years ago, I had a sofa that I used to have weapons in. I had a sofa that I used to have like swords and spears in. I was like, where did I put all my swords and spears and my all my katanas? I was like, I have like a couch sofa where I think here's all my tonfas and my scythes and my nunchucks and my throwing stars. I was like, where should I put it, right? Where should I put it?
So I was like, I don't have any space for it. I don't have like a sword rack for this. I should really get one of those to have in the movies, right? When they have the the swords on the wall, right? Yeah. Oh, but I need a lot of space too because I have because I have so many nunchucks and so on, right? Because who doesn't have different nunchucks? I have dragon nunchuck, right? I have. I wonder if I've shown that stuff. It can be a nice ending of this 5,000 subscribers. I wonder if I've shown my dragon nunchuck. This is like over here. Where's the dragon one? So I'm gonna find I'm trying to now find my specific nunchuck. I have 3 different nunchucks. Where is it? Oh, it's here. I have 3 different nunchucks, and I have a specific one that is the Dragon Bruce Lee nunchuck, which is horrible to use in actual fight, but that's like, this is the issue. I have too much stuff. This is that. Where is it? Street Fighter stuff. I don't know. I thought it was there. Now I have a sai in my hands, and I have a kama. But I was trying to find any other nunchuck. Jesus Christ, man. Because that's a very specific nunchuck that you can't usually buy. That's not like easy to find in a special made nunchuck. Cause I mean, I have everything. I collect everything. But it's like, where's my goddamn? It's definitely a super cool ending. Let's try. There's a shuriken. More stuff. I thought I had it here. I found a wrong nunchuck. That's like a normal nunchuck. I have a very specific nunchuck. That is. Really god. You should have here. I used to have it hanging on this side of the house, but there we go. There we go. There we go. I was like, where's my goddamn nunchucks, man? See, this is the perfect ending here of the hoarder. Yeah, where's my goddamn nunchucks? I got a different nunchucks, right? It's gonna be a good ending here of my hoarding. So, we have the classic, the wooden, the very basic nunchuck, right? Very basic nunchuck. You have the training nunchuck, is the one you kind of buy to train with, right? It's wood under it, kind of hard, but here's my dragon nunchuck. And this one's actually super hard. So, specific one, you have like a dragon. It's so dark though. We have like a dragon insignia. I can't even see it on the screen there, but yeah. Hard to see. But this one then, the dragon nunchuck, which is called, it is super hard to use. It's really uncomfortable to use. Difference is that this one is the chain is longer. That's what kind of call it Bruce Lee nunchuck. So the chain is longer, right? Spikes commence this in yeah. Much harder to use it than a normal nunchuck, and also it's heavier. It's hard. The whole thing is hard. This black thing is, it's hard, and it's heavier too. So it actually goes out here and actually becomes thicker in the end, right? So it goes from like somewhat, tiny here in the middle, slim here in the middle, and it can actually grows on here. So it's bottom weight. It's actually like bottom weighted here, right? So, but now this stuff is I have a license though. In that country specifically, I have a license though, because it's like you're allowed to have it for training purposes. So I have this. So I got a license back in the days because you're allowed in that country to, for example, have your whatever, like your katana, right, and take it from your home to the dojo, right. For example, when I was training like Aido and Taijutsu and so on as a kid, right, you have to be able to like, take your katana and go back and home, right. So you have the license to have that stuff and so on. But it's also a thing which like if you have like a butterfly or something like that, because doesn't work here, because it's like it's also the thing if it's hidden or not to some extent. But anyway, everything mostly though is illegal. You can have it as long as you have it in your home though, as long as you don't have to take it out, right. It's same in most of the countries like in America and so on too, like, in the US. It's like you can't go around with this thing on the street, right? But if you have it in your home, right, it's usually kind of fine. But this one though, it's really horrible to use though, horrible to use. It's so heavy in the bottom with its fastenings, so it flies too fast. The chain is too long, so so I also have a collection of this kind of stuff because this is basically useless. This is like a thing you use. This is like a movie thing, right? Yeah, this is something that Bruce Lee used in a movie. But it's really useless in the actual, utility of it because it's too heavy in the bottoms. So it spins around harder. It gets you speed up, and it's harder to grab it. So you basically can't use this thing. It's just completely useless. But it looks cooler for a movie, right? So this is like straight up like a movie. What's it called? Straight up like a movie replica, basically. Right? So I also collect some of that stuff too, though. But this is really useless. This one here, it's much better than a normal one. Compare them, it's you see the length and so on. It's a massive difference in the length and so on. So this one is purely for a movie, right? It's purely for showbiz. No, but really, I remember when I was a kid, then you would go to these like tournaments, and like the tournaments you show your stuff, right? You do a bujutsu, that you show your technique, right? And those stuff, for example. You have the bow staff. The bujutsu is big, fat, white oak bow staff, right? Classic bow staff. But you also have what we call the tooth pickers, which is a really thin, slim staff, which is just completely useless in an actual engagement because it's like super slim and it breaks immediately. If you actually, even this break, right? It's too slim. But in some position, you're allowed to use whatever you wanted, so people will go with those shit because they are so light. So you can be like, look at me, it's super fast. But it actually it makes no sense because it's just too slim, so it wouldn't actually do anything, right, if you actually used it. And also learning using those ones that are too slim is pointless, right? Because the real ones are like 5 times as heavy, right? So they're much different to utilize. So learning the technique with that kind of stuff is really bad, right? Because it's so much different with your finger stuff and so on. So that's kind of fun. But yeah, so I do collect a lot of this stuff, and it's kind of like this is like a movie, basically like a showbiz, requisite, I would call it, equipment for movies. But it's kind of funny because it looks cooler, right? The chain is longer. It looks cooler when you use it. It's cool if I do like a YouTube video. Yeah, it'd be cool if I was like, look at my YouTube video. Then I would probably use this one because it's much longer and it looks flashier, right? But in actuality, it's completely useless. So, but I like that stuff too, though. I like to collect useless movie requisite. I'm a nerd, right? I have to nerd down that stuff too. It's a good ending there. But but it's kind of funny though. I think in most countries, like I have a license, but I don't know what it is anyway. But in most countries, you have the whole, if you're in your own house, you can have what you want right on your lawn, and then you also have the thing that you're supposed to be able to transport it, right? So I remember when I was like a kid, you had to take your katana to the dojo, and you had to you can't walk around with like a katana, in the street, but you can have it as long as you have it in the it's cloth thing. You have to put a cloth over it. It's kind of, you buy this you usually purple for in Sweden, but you buy this purple cloth thing and you put it over your katana. You can walk to the dojo. So it's a kind of weird thing. Because in that country's laws, and I'm a nerd, I know the law. In the country law is actually to this: because the laws are based on Kant's ethic, and it's called sinneslagsetiken in Sverige. So because they are based on the Kant's ethical laws of intention, most laws, actually mostly in the Western world, are based around your intended use, right? So if you like, oh, I have this katana on me, but I'm going to my dojo, that's my intended use, then it's actually completely fine because you have the proof you're going there. And if you're going home, then I'm going home from the dojo with my katana, right? And it's like then it's fine too because you have the intended use. So, for example, when I used to work as a kid and a teenager, I was working at this marina, at this wharf, right, boat place, fixing boats and stuff like that. And you would always go around with like your utility belt, right? Your utility belt, like it's like Batman, you would have stuff in your belt that you actually. Like that's what I mean in the country then. So it's pretty fine to have a utility belt on you, even if you're like you have stuff in that belt that can definitely be used and it shouldn't be normally have in a restaurant ever, right? But it's completely fine to have it as long as you have. Oh, I'm going to work, or I'm eating lunch now, and then I'm going back to be building this house over there. Right? So that's why I have this like stuff on me because I have like my some kind of opener, this thing, this kind of arm, this. That's completely actually fine, as long as you have the proof of like no, but I'm going over there, yeah, or I'm working next door here, or we took the car here to eat and go back to the the wharf or the marina or the building or something like that. So yeah, so I done it many times actually as a kid, as a teenager. I would walk around with like this tool kit utility stuff from it, having them kind of on the on the sides. In the city and so on, and being like, what can I do, right? I'm gonna have to change clothes, right? But that's actually completely fine as long as you can prove them that. But I work over there, right? Or I'm, So that's kind of how it actually the legal thing actually is. It's in most actually first industrial countries, I would say. That is based on the first. You have to look at the person's intentional uses, right? That's more important than actually. What it is. It's more like what's your intended use. But anyway, that can be the last podcast. But yeah, but it's kind of interesting because I know that firsthand. And once when this is not a story actually, not a live stream, but once I got into an altercation when I was coming home from the dojo, and there was two guys that were like attacking this other person at the train station, and I was coming back from the dojo. And I actually had my katana on me, and I was like, "Oh, I see a fight over there," and I kind of, had to go in there and save this person from this thing. Then happened to me when I was in college. I was leaving the Taijutsu dojo when we had Kenjutsu training and so on. So I was coming there with my katana and kind of entered that. But that's another video, But yeah, so. But that was fine. That was fine. I didn't have the attention. I wasn't like going there to, oh, here's my katana, I'm gonna pick a fight. It was like, oh, I'm going home from the dojo, and I saw someone else being in trouble. So it's like, it's fine to utilize the but yeah, like that stuff, right? Like a multi-tool, like a switch, army stuff. Yeah, that thing is usually fine to carry around on you because it's like, well, it's like as long as your intention is to use it. Especially where I grew up, you kind of have a smaller city. You kind of have like, oh, but I might be to the woods and do this thing, or I'm gonna go to my work on this stuff, right? So you actually had an actual use for a multi-tool equipment on you. And I think it's harder if you live in like, let's say, something like Stockholm, something, it's capital, or this is Sweden, but let's say it's Oslo, whatever, right? You're in the middle of the capital, or Copenhagen, or Köpenhamn, and so on, right? You're like, why do you need that multi-tool on you? It's like, I'm going to the forest, It's all about attention. So it's like, yeah, but if you're living in like the freaking, somewhere in the forest, right? You're probably like, yeah, I'm just going to go over there. Okay, it's like, so it's a lot about that. But anyway, see you guys, and see you guys. One Piece in a few hours from now, then, which I'm really hyped for. Right, I'm tired now, but no One Piece, right? We have the whole, Road Your Backstory, man, Road Backstory, right? But anyway,